Prologue. The Battle of Normandy was the pivotal moment of World War II in Europe. It represented Germany's last chance to end the war in any sort of favorable terms. The idea that Germany's eventual fate was sealed from 1942 onward, when it faced the Grand Alliance of Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union, is quite simply wrong. Allied manpower and industrial and material advantages did not guarantee victory. History is replete with examples of lesser powers triumphing over their better-armed, fed, and supplied adversaries. The Greek-Persian Wars, the English victory at Agincourt, and the American Revolutionary triumph against Britain, the world's most powerful nation in the late 18th century, are but a few examples. In the modern era, such stunning upsets as the Israeli triumph in the 1948 War of Independence, the Vietnamese Communist victory over French and later American adversaries, as well as the victory of the ragged but dedicated Mujahideen over the Soviet Union, all proved that logistics alone do not win wars. Nazi Germany was far more powerful than all of the upset victors I've just mentioned. In fact, one could argue quite convincingly that Adolf Hitler's Germany was the third strongest military power in existence during the bloody 20th century, behind only the United States and the Soviet Union. What's more, Nazi Germany could only be defeated, and at tremendous cost, when those two eventual superpowers, plus a technologically strong but manpower-poor Britain, concentrated all their efforts on crushing Hitler's empire. By 1944, Germany had been at war for 5 long and destructive years. German cities had been reduced to smoldering rubble by American and British bombers. The German Air Force had been eroded into little more than a defensive fighter reaction force by the demands of the Eastern Front and especially the Anglo-American strategic bombing campaign. The German Navy had lost any serious hope of controlling the Atlantic. It had lost too many submarines and crews to Allied convoys or aircraft. Most damaging of all, Germany's single greatest weapon, its army, had been decimated by the Red Army in 3 of the bloodiest years of fighting in the history of warfare. An incredibly resilient Soviet Union had staved off what looked to be imminent defeat in 1941-42 to instead seize the initiative. The result was a bloody war of attrition that saw the Soviets steadily pushing the Germans westward, even as both sides lost thousands of soldiers every month. In so doing, the Soviets, through an enormity of suffering and sacrifice that still is not completely comprehended in the West, made perhaps the most valuable contribution of any Allied nation in the war, the destruction of the offensive capability of the German army. Even so, the Soviets, by 1944, had not come close to destroying Germany's formidable army. They had only destroyed its ability to conquer the Soviet Union. Joseph Stalin understood this. He knew that even though the Eastern Front war of attrition had turned in his favor, he could not hope to win a decisive victory over Germany without serious help from the West. Pinprick invasions of North Africa and Italy did not constitute the help he needed. Only a cross-channel invasion of France fit the bill. In 1942, when total defeat was a real possibility for his nation, Stalin had agitated fiercely for this second front. 2 years later, in spite of the fact that his armies had come close to kicking German forces out of Russia, his enthusiasm for a second front had not dimmed. Given his aggressive post-war acquisition of communist-dominated buffer zones designed undeniably to diminish Anglo-American power on the European continent, it is difficult to imagine that Stalin would have had much enthusiasm for a second front in 1944 if he was confident that his armies could finish off Hitler's Germany. After all, why welcome the British and Americans back into Northern Europe if he didn't have to? Why share the continent with them if the Red Army could conquer Germany on its own? Stalin and his cohorts in the West understood the reality of the war situation in early 1944, that in spite of all the adversity Germany had faced, it could still win the war. German cities may have been destroyed, but not its productive capacity. With the possible exception of oil, Germany was producing more war-related materiel in 1944 than ever before. To be sure, the country's manpower resources were stretched perilously thin, but the German army still possessed enough quality soldiers to hold the line in a two-front war. The key for the Nazis was to turn this two-front war into a one-front war. That could be accomplished in one of two possible, and admittedly hypothetical, ways. First, the Anglo-Americans could shy away from a true second front. No doubt this would have meant that the Western Allies would redouble their futile efforts in the Mediterranean, Italy, Greece, and the Balkans. In this scenario, the Germans could have used the advantageous terrain of southern Europe to forge a stalemate. In all probability, the Allies would have been stopped cold for at least a year, maybe more. Only Germany's Romanian oil supply would have been affected. In the meantime, Hitler could have stripped his Atlantic wall defenses in France and strengthened his own efforts against the Soviet Union, presenting the real possibility of a negotiated end to the conflict in the East, since Stalin would have been embittered by the failure of his allies to open a second front. He never trusted the British and Americans anyway. In the second hypothetical scenario, the Western Allies could attempt to forge a second front, and the Germans could defeat it. The consequences of such a defeat would have been enormous. If the Germans repelled an invasion outright, or if they succeeded in stalemating Allied forces in Normandy, the Allies, by most accounts, could not have even thought of another assault for at least another year. Quite possibly Winston Churchill would have fallen from power. Franklin Roosevelt almost certainly would not have been elected to a fourth term in November 1944. These political changes would have put the unconditional surrender policy of these two leaders in peril. Very probably the Americans would have shifted their focus to the Pacific. This would have given Nazi Germany precious time to produce technologically advanced weaponry, most notably jet aircraft that could have turned the tide of the European air war. In the meantime, Hitler could have redeployed most of his land forces to the east for one more decisive campaign, the results of which are almost beyond imagination. A Nazi or communist-dominated Europe, most likely the former. Thus, if 1942 and 1943 marked the turning point of the war in Europe, 1944 marked the pivot point. By then, the Allies had tipped the scales of probability in their favor, but by no means had they achieved an inevitable victory. Only through land victories in 1944 could they win the war against Germany, and those land victories had to come in Northern Europe. There is one overarching reason why 1944 had to be the decisive year of the war in Europe. Any cross-channel invasion of the continent and the ensuing campaign would have to be led by the United States, and for the first 2 years of its involvement in the war, America was not prepared for such a leadership role. The British did not have the manpower or firepower to lead this kind of enormous invasion, nor did they have the wherewithal to lead the way in the massive campaign that must surely follow any successful invasion. Only the United States could do this. Accordingly, the Battle of Normandy serves as a seminal moment in the history of the United States. At Normandy, the United States, by necessity, became a superpower. Only American manpower, air power, firepower, industrial power, agricultural power, and combat power could make the Second Front a success. Without question, the victory in Normandy was the product of an Allied effort, but by the battle's end, over half of Allied manpower was American, and the United States was providing about 2/3 of the logistical support. This was a harbinger for the campaign in Northern Europe in 1944 to 45. The United States had needed 2 long and difficult years to overcome its own unpreparedness for this war. But, in the famous, but erroneously quoted words of Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the United States truly was a sleeping giant. The summer of 1944 saw America achieve the final transformation from an inward-looking continental power to a military, industrial, economic, and cultural superpower, a world leader. The decisive American contribution to the outcome of Normandy, the pivotal battle in Europe, made that leadership a reality. This is not to minimize or dismiss the British contribution to the campaign. The valor of British soldiers certainly matched that of American fighting men, but Imperial Britain was declining by 1944. The 5 previous years of war had sapped the strength of the British economy and British military power. What's more, land power had never been the strength of this seafaring empire, and now, in 1944, the mission of defeating Nazi Germany called for overwhelmingly effective land power, something only the United States, among Western nations, possessed. So a great task, a battle for the future of Europe, lay before the Western Allies as 1944 began. The first step in this great task was to successfully invade the coast of northern France. The British and Americans expended enormous resources in planning and carrying out this difficult mission that has generally been dubbed the D-Day invasion. Even so, in spite of the enormously complicated nature of the Normandy invasion, it was only the beginning. The larger task that had to follow from a successful invasion was the destruction of German combat power in Europe and the resulting elimination of the Nazi regime. Success on D-Day did not, as many historians have intimated, equate with success in inflicting unconditional defeat upon Germany. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was incorrect in his assertion that the battle would be decided on the day of the invasion. Rommel felt that Germany's only hope of victory was to repel the Allies at the water's edge. If the Germans failed to do so, he argued, then the overwhelming might of Allied logistical superiority would inevitably defeat them. As it turned out, his elaborate beach defenses held off the Allies for, at best, half a day. But the ideal defensive terrain of Normandy, plus the tenacity of German defenders, held the Allies in check for most of the summer of 1944. Surely this fact must stand as a damning indictment of Rommel's thesis. D-Day was indeed enormously important, but only for what could go wrong for the Allies, a dismal failure and the earth-shaking political consequences, rather than for what could go right, getting ashore and staying there. The former would almost certainly have led to victory for Germany. The latter in no way guaranteed victory for the Allies. Thus, the Battle of Normandy is the story of the invasion and the fighting that followed. This, of course, is an ambitious chronicle, and for that reason, this narrative is split into 2 volumes. This book, The Americans at D-Day, will cover the months leading up to D-Day and the Great Invasion itself, while the second work, The Americans at Normandy, will describe the fighting that followed D-Day. Both of these books will, I hope, successfully convey through many new viewpoints the vital American role in deciding one of history's great battles. In addition, I hope to join several recent historians in refuting the erroneous view that American soldiers were badly outmatched in valor and expertise by the Germans. The Americans did not win solely through sheer numbers or lavish materiel. More than anything, they prevailed because of innovation, bravery, and resolve. In the end, they were better fighters than their adversaries. It all began with D-Day. Introduction. February 1944. General Dwight D. Eisenhower carefully seated himself in a crude wooden chair behind a modest desk in his austere, cramped office at 47 Grosvenor Square in London. His hands rested on a rectangular desk calendar that he rarely ever used. Just beyond the calendar, a pair of pens, protruding from their brass stand, pointed back at him like missiles. He hardly ever used the pens, except when a document required his personal signature. For most everything else, he preferred to work with a pencil. 2 black telephones rested just within reach of his right hand. His mind, as usual, was racing. He was a high-strung, energetic man, type A in the parlance of a later generation, the kind whose work consumed him. Never had this been more true than in the last 2 months, since he had been named Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force that hoped to liberate Europe from the tyranny of Nazi Germany. In that time, he had had to supervise the relocation and transition of his staff from the Mediterranean to England. In late December, his superior, Army Chief of Staff, General George C. Marshall, bluntly told him that he must come home for a short rest. In truth, Eisenhower did not want to go home. To be sure, he wanted to see his wife, Mamie, whom he missed terribly, and his son John, a cadet in his final year at West Point. But Eisenhower's heart was not in the homecoming. He did not think it fair that he go home when so many of his soldiers had to stay overseas for the duration. Plus, the enormous job in front of him kept him from truly enjoying his visit. Since arriving in England in January, he had dealt with a series of headaches. The invasion plan was inadequate. Lieutenant General Frederick Morgenstaff at Cossack, Chief of Staff to the Supreme Allied Commander, which had been planning the invasion of France since early 1943, had done a fine job, but their concepts were limited by Allied inadequacies in shipping and transport. Cossack envisioned a 3-division assault, and Eisenhower knew this limited assault plan was a recipe for disaster. He and his key subordinates, most notably General Bernard Montgomery, had already spent several days reworking the invasion plan to incorporate a 5-division assault augmented by 3 airborne divisions. But so much still needed to be done. Where would Eisenhower get the needed landing craft for his ambitious plan? He had just spent a couple of days meeting with naval officers on that worrisome issue. Even with adequate landing craft, could the Allies really hope to penetrate Hitler's Atlantic Wall? Eisenhower thought so, but he still could not be sure. London politics were already a problem for Ike, as nearly everyone called him. Prime Minister Winston Churchill was attempting to monopolize his time. 2 years before, when Eisenhower came to London with the intent of carrying out a cross-channel attack in 1942, the two men had forged a friendship. Eisenhower liked and respected Churchill, but the man could be a major gadfly. He was incredibly persistent in pursuit of his pet ideas and projects. These days, he was determined to kill Operation Anvil, later Dragoon, an invasion of southern France that would serve as a complementary operation to the main assault, Operation Overlord, in Normandy. Churchill thought Anvil was redundant. Far better, he argued, to spend the resources on a redoubled effort in Italy or an invasion of the Balkans. Ike completely disagreed. He knew that in spite of Allied air and naval power, the Germans would enjoy potentially decisive advantages in repelling the invasion. They would outnumber the Allied assault force and could use their best divisions to crush the newly landed troops. Even if the Allies could overcome that daunting challenge, they would need plenty of logistical capacity to support a major campaign in northwest Europe. This meant that they absolutely had to control ports such as Marseille and Toulon. Eisenhower knew, could feel it in his achy bones actually, that the biggest argument would have to do with air power. He strongly felt that he must have control over the formidable Allied strategic air forces during the weeks leading up to the invasion. Not only could these powerful forces destroy German coastal defenses, they could also isolate the battlefield, negating the German advantage of numbers, supply lines, and communications. But the commanders of those air forces, tenaciously and fiercely independent, would not accede to his control, not without a major spat. He lit a cigarette, one of about 80 he would smoke on this typical day, fumbled with his reading glasses, and settled down for some paperwork. He liked to keep his desk clean and organized, as much as that was possible. Sometimes the weight of his responsibilities could be crushing. He could feel the stress in his temples, in his shoulders, and in the knee that had been injured playing football nearly 30 years before at West Point. His hair was thin, almost non-existent now. His face was drawn. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. He could light up a room with his famous grin, but these days he usually wore a worried expression on his face. Sometimes he fantasized about what life would have been like without this war. A quiet retirement, a fishing pole, anonymity, a small family, and a son of whom he was enormously proud. But truthfully, he was right where he wanted to be. A man of great, albeit guarded, ambition, he had prepared himself for this for decades. His mentor, one of the most influential people in his life, General Fox Connor, had convinced him 20 years before that the botched peace of the Treaty of Versailles would one day lead to another war in Europe. So, even in the 1920s, Eisenhower had been one of the few people who anticipated the coming of World War II. Perhaps for that reason, he had stuck with his Army career during many low and difficult times, the worst of which were probably the 1930s, when he had served as General Douglas MacArthur's Chief of Staff in Washington and then the Philippines. Ike had never quite gotten over his bitter disappointment at not having had the chance to command troops in combat in World War I. That was in the past, though. This job, this crucial moment in time, the great issues that would be decided by this war, would all make up for that. He well understood the magnitude of the task ahead. Eisenhower hated Nazism, hated it to the very marrow of his bones. He knew that Nazi Germany must be crushed, mercilessly and completely. Only then could a new, peaceful world emerge from the tragic ashes of World War II. He understood that only the United States, among Western nations, possessed the power to make that happen. Even so, the United States, rather than exploiting its new position of leadership, must work together with other Allied nations. Eisenhower believed that to his very core. The Allies must be united. Without such unity, they would surely fail against so powerful an enemy. The general nervously stubbed out his cigarette in a rapidly filling ashtray. Immediately, he lit another one. As he did so, he perused a cable, for his eyes only, from the Combined Chiefs of Staff, a group of senior-level British and American commanders who jointly planned and supervised the entire war effort. Ike scanned the cable. It was a succinct 8-point directive, formally naming him Supreme Commander and outlining his responsibilities. His eyes kept returning to the one sentence that summed up their entire directive. You will enter the continent of Europe and, in conjunction with the other United Nations, undertake operations aimed at the heart of Germany and the destruction of her armed forces. The rest of the directive, in effect, gave him the necessary power to complete that enormous task. He would not be a figurehead, as he had arguably been in the Mediterranean, nor would he merely concentrate on the political goal of Allied unity while British commanders ran military operations. The directive, in unmistakably clear prose, gave him, in one fell swoop, more military power than any previous general in American history. For the first time all day, Eisenhower smiled. The American in him knew that he and his nation must have this power if the Allies hoped to triumph in the momentous struggles that lay ahead. He set the directive down on his desk. Now the ally in him had to go about the task of making it happen. Part 1. Gearing Up. Chapter 1. The Planning and Preparation. The Germans had 4 years to fortify their conquered northern Atlantic coast, but they had not, as of early 1944, put that time to good use. For 3 of those years, the Western Front was to them a place to refit formations that had been shattered in Russia, or a place to station inferior troops not trusted with front-line duty. The Nazi propaganda machine boasted about Germany's Atlantic Wall, but until the latter part of 1943, the wall was more fantasy than reality. 2 things happened in late 1943 that lit a fire under the Germans. First, they began to realize that an Anglo-American invasion of France was a real possibility. Second, they appointed their most prominent commander, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, the great hero of North Africa, to command in the West. Rommel toured the beach defenses and came away appalled. In almost every area along the coast, the Germans did not have enough mines, barbed wire, obstacles, pillboxes, cupolas, concrete, guns, or troops to repel the kind of invasion Rommel expected in 1944. He strongly believed that Germany could only win the coming battle by repelling the invasion at the water's edge. The first 24 hours would be decisive. If the Germans allowed the Allies a lodgment on the continent, their logistical, manpower, naval, and air superiority would inevitably overwhelm German forces. Only by turning the invasion coast into an impenetrable wall, ironically echoing the Nazi propaganda for which Rommel had little but contempt, could his forces achieve victory. The diminutive, dynamic German commander stood on a French beach one day in early 1944 and pensively told his young aide, Captain Helmut Lang, "The war will be won or lost on the beaches. We'll have only one chance to stop the enemy, and that's while he's in the water, struggling to get ashore. Believe me, Lang, the first 24 hours of the invasion will be decisive. For the Allies, as well as Germany, it will be their longest day." Rommel immediately ordered a dramatic strengthening of the beach defenses. Thousands of slave and local laborers poured millions of tons of concrete and steel emplacements. German engineers sewed millions of mines and beach obstacles. The latter mainly consisted of devices aimed at thwarting landing craft. mine-tipped logs, sharp hedgehogs, concrete tank traps, barbed wire, Belgian gates, steel contraptions designed to snare landing craft, concrete cones, even live shells pointed out to sea. Behind these initial obstacles, his commander supervised the construction of pillboxes, observation bunkers, communication trenches, guns, and machine gun nests with interlocking fields of fire. They made brilliant use of terrain. They even took steps to defeat an airborne invasion, denuding local forests to emplace sharpened stakes known as Rommel's asparagus. The asparagus were supposed to tear open gliders or impale descending paratroopers. The problem for Rommel was that he did not have total control of German forces in the West. He only controlled the armies defending Normandy and Calais. In effect, this meant he was subordinate to one of the German army's elder statesmen, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, a no-nonsense 69-year-old who was not afraid to speak bluntly, even to Hitler's retinue. Rundstedt, commander-in-chief of all German forces in the West, completely disagreed with Rommel. Rundstedt thought that a successful Allied invasion was inevitable. Germany could not hope to be strong everywhere along the coast, nor could German mechanized formations, which would be desperately needed to repel the Allied army in France, hope to survive under the muzzles of Allied naval guns. Bitter experiences at Sicily, Salerno, and Anzio had proven the potency of naval gunfire. To neutralize this Allied strength, Rundstedt wanted to concentrate German defenses inland, along defensible terrain, gradually employing powerful reserves in counterattacks, quite similar to the approach the Japanese would later take in such battles as Peleliu and Okinawa. Hitler's mentality was more in line with Rommel's. The Führer usually wanted to defend every inch of conquered ground. In this case, he did not rule in either commander's favor. Instead, he divided power between them and maintained operational control over vital armored reserves for himself. In so doing, he ensured a dysfunctional command setup. Consequently, in the coming invasion, while Allied commanders worked together, German commanders often worked at cross purposes. 1 month after General Eisenhower received his momentous directive from the combined chiefs of staff, his plan for Operation Overlord was mostly in place. Thousands of Allied officers and enlisted men had contributed over the course of 2 years to this final plan. Their first task had been to decide where to invade. The Pas-de-Calais area was by far the most desirable. Not only was it closest to England, about 20 miles at its most narrow point, but it also contained several excellent ports necessary for supply of the massive Allied armies. Its beaches were mostly flat and could support the armor and artillery necessary to support the infantry. Beyond the beaches, the terrain of Calais was mostly flat, ideal tank country. A successful lodgment in this area would afford the Allies the chance to head straight east into Belgium and Germany. In short, Calais was the logical, even obvious, place for any invasion of France. Given their preference, the Allies would certainly have invaded there. Unfortunately, the Germans fully understood the desirability of Calais and stationed their strongest forces there. By the spring of 1944, the powerful 15th Army, containing many of the best armored and infantry forces Germany had in the West, patrolled the area. The Germans expected the Allies to invade at Calais, not just because it was the most desirable invasion site, but also because they believed the Allies would need the area's ports. Indeed, the invasion planners had grappled with the same thorny supply issues. The disastrous Dieppe raid in August 1942 showed the strength, even at that early date, of German port defenses. Even now, 2 years later, with better trained and prepared assault forces, the Allies knew that such port assaults would be suicidal. To escape such a fate, they had designed, under great secrecy and with tremendous ingenuity, a plan to build artificial harbors of their own. These ports, codenamed mulberries, made it possible for the Allies to invade beaches away from heavily defended ports. In the end, the planners decided on Normandy. Normandy was well within range of Allied air cover, not prohibitively far away from sea bases in southern England, and contained beaches suitable for heavy armor and guns. Its defenses were not quite as strong as those of Calais, and it did feature a couple of attractive ports in Caen and Cherbourg. More than anything, an Allied invasion at Normandy would probably come as a surprise to the Germans, and surprise was of paramount importance. In order to neutralize the inevitable local superiority the Germans would possess in combat power, they must be kept guessing about the invasion's time and location. To that end, the Allies perpetrated one of the great deception plans of all time, Operation Fortitude. Fortitude was possible because of the success of British intelligence. The British had captured and turned every German agent in Britain. These agents provided the Germans with just enough good information to seem valuable, for example, the location of various Allied units or tidbits of gossip about commanders. The agents also fed false but seemingly desirable information designed to reinforce the German preconception that the invasion would come at Calais, a preconception the Allies knew about because of their ability to read German message traffic, a process generally known as ultra. The double agents, in their communication with Abwehr controllers in Germany, passed along reams of information about bogus Allied units or intentions. They created the notion that a huge army was forming in England under the command of General George Patton, whom the Germans considered the best Allied commander. The mission of this army, known as the 1st U.S. Army Group, was to spearhead the main invasion at Calais. Another army was to lead a diversionary attack on Norway. The Allies reinforced the agent reports with bogus radio traffic, dummy tanks, and camps. In so doing, they made full use of the American film industry's ability to create excellent props. Fortitude succeeded beyond all reasonable expectations. For the better part of 2 months after the invasion of Normandy, the Germans held most of the 15th Army in place in expectation of the real invasion. Eisenhower originally toyed with an early May invasion date, but was forced to postpone the invasion for a month because of the nagging landing craft shortages. He finally decided on a June 5th invasion date. This was the first of 3 days when all necessary conditions for the cross-channel attack would be in place. Not only would his forces have just enough landing craft by then, but they would also benefit from the low-tide, full-moon combination, SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Forces, planners, deemed crucial for a successful invasion. In carrying out the planned daytime assault, the troops needed low-tide conditions to identify, destroy, or evade Rommel's deadly beach obstacles. The paratroopers would make a night drop. They would need the residual light of a full moon to have any chance of coordinating their operations. The Overlord plan has been related in great detail in many other works and need not be repeated in like detail here. But, as an overview, the following invasion plan had emerged by March. Landings would take place on both the Calvados and Cotentin coastlines of Normandy. On the eastern edge of the Calvados coast, but west of the Orne River, the British and Canadians, augmented by paratroopers, would land on beaches located due north of Caen and Bayeux. First, the British 6th Airborne Division would be dropped near the Orne and Dives rivers. There they would carry out numerous missions designed to provide flank security and hinder German reinforcements. Most notably, the British paratroopers drew the mission of capturing powerful German fortifications at Merville. These fortifications had the potential to unleash withering fire on the British beaches. The paratroopers were also ordered to capture or destroy various bridges over the Orne. Shortly after daylight, the main forces would carry out their assault on 3 beaches. In the east, near the quaint port of Ouistreham, the British 3rd Infantry Division, assisted by British and French commandos, would land at a beach codenamed Sword. Just to the west at Courcelles, the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division, itching for action after years of preparation in England, would seize a beach codenamed Juno. The British 50th Infantry Division would assault the westernmost beach, codenamed Gold. Once they secured Gold Beach and the town of Arromanches, work would begin immediately on the British Mulberry, affectionately dubbed Port Winston in honor of the Prime Minister. In totality, British and Canadian forces planned to push inland, seize Caen and adjacent Carpiquet airfield, cut the Saint-Lô-Bayeux road, and forge ahead into the inviting plains beyond. The Americans were responsible for 2 beaches, one on the Calvados coast and the other on the Cotentin coast. The Calvados landings would take place at Omaha Beach, a few miles west of the British beaches, in the vicinity of Colville-sur-Mer, Saint-Laurent, and Vierzeville-sur-Mer. Assault regiments from the 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions would land at Omaha straight into the toughest terrain of the entire coast. This 6-mile stretch of beach featured very little flat ground, just a steady series of ridges and cliffs ideal for the defender. On the extreme western edge of Omaha, nature had created something else for the defender, an extended bluff that jutted into the sea, flanking the entire span of Omaha Beach as well as the Cotentin landing beaches. This bluff, known as Pointe du Hoc, had been heavily fortified by the Germans with 150 and 155 millimeter guns. These artillery pieces could wreak havoc on both American beaches, so a specially trained force of U.S. Army Rangers was assigned the mission of scaling the cliffs and overwhelming the German garrison to eliminate the guns. On the Cotentin coast, slightly north of the mouth of the Vire River and the Corentin estuary, the U.S. 4th Division and one regiment from the 90th Infantry Division drew the mission of capturing Utah Beach, a flat, sandy expanse similar in texture to the British beaches. Utah's flat terrain was inviting to the attackers, but not the ground inland. This was low country, barely above sea level. The Germans had taken advantage of this to flood much of the area inland from Utah Beach. The result was an inundated mess of swamps, marshes, and flooded ground just beyond Utah. Infantry might be able to splash through it slowly and arduously, but vehicles could not. The tanks, trucks, self-propelled guns, and personnel carriers, on which the mobility of the U.S. Army so depended, could only get off the beach over a series of 4 raised causeways. Those causeways, along with many bridges and crossroads to the west, could only be taken from inland. This created a mission for the airborne, a growing but still elite component of the U.S. Army. 2 airborne divisions, the 82nd and the 101st, would be unleashed along the Cotentin Peninsula under cover of darkness in the early morning hours of D-Day. Once on the ground, they would secure the bridges and causeways necessary for the 4th and 90th Divisions and their many vehicles to get off the beach. In addition, the paratroopers were supposed to seize locks to prevent future flooding, destroy bridges that German reinforcements might need, and generally harass any German attempt to move troops in the direction of Utah Beach. When the paratroopers linked up with the amphibious forces, their mission was supposed to be finished. Events dictated otherwise, though. The Allied ground forces would be supported by a huge naval and aerial armada. These forces would provide transportation and fire support. When the American assault forces won control of their beachheads, they would then link up with one another, a tricky process that would be achieved only at substantial cost. The Utah force would then push west, cutting off German troops in the Cotentin before turning north to capture Cherbourg. From Omaha Beach, American troops were to push inland and seize Saint-Lô, the key crossroads town of Normandy. The capture of Saint-Lô and Cherbourg, along with the link-up of Omaha and Utah beaches, was supposed to then set the stage for an advance beyond Normandy. All over Britain during that spring of 1944, Allied soldiers, sailors, and airmen prepared to implement this ambitious plan. The American presence in Britain had been steadily growing since 1942. Total U.S. personnel in the United Kingdom had risen from about 80,000 in 1942 to well over 1 million in early 1944. American troops, equipment, and supplies were pouring into the country every day. Among the units earmarked to carry out the pending invasion of Europe, the 29th Infantry Division had been in England the longest. The 29ers had arrived in Britain in October 1942 and been there ever since. For nearly a year and a half, they had endured a litany of training exercises that included, for some of them, grueling ranger training. Using British Army barracks at Tidworth as their base, they hopscotched around England for an endless series of maneuvers. The soldiers of the division especially hated maneuvers in the Bodmin Moors of southwestern England. The place was eerie, bereft of human habitation, which was, of course, quite unusual for England. Chilly winds constantly swept the land, and it seemed to rain every day. There's nowhere to go for shelter, one 29er recalled, and we lived out in these moors and pup tents, and of course when the wind's blowing hard, the stakes wouldn't stay in the ground, so you'd have to sit up all night, wrap the tent around you, and sit on your helmet to keep from getting your rear end wet. We would go out and stay for 2 or 3 weeks at a time in this environment. Inevitably, they would return to Tidworth wet, miserable, and full of anticipation of a deployment to North Africa or Italy that never came. The 29ers did not know it, but they were being held back for a special mission: the Omaha Beach Assault. The division was a National Guard unit composed mainly of men from Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. The blue-gray divisional patches they wore on their shoulders symbolized the reunification of North and South after the Civil War. One of the division's infantry regiments, the 116th, traced its lineage back to Stonewall Jackson's brigade, earning for themselves the nickname Stonewallers. Some of the soldiers had known one another since childhood. They went to school together, played together, ate together, joined the local guard unit together, and soldiered together in peace and now in war. Company A of the 116th, for instance, contained 38 men from Bedford, Virginia. Felix Branham came from a farm near Charlottesville, Virginia. His father and uncles had fought in World War I. As a boy, Branham listened intently to their tales of war against the Kaiser's army. He soon grew to loathe Germany and everything it stood for, a hatred that hardened even more when the Nazis came to power in Branham's teenage years. When Branham turned 18, he immediately joined the local guard unit. It was expected in Virginia that young fellows, when they became of age, would join the National Guard, which was also known as the Virginia Militia. I enlisted in 1939, at age 18, and was assigned to Company K, which was also known as the Monticello Guard. Charles Cawthon was born in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, but he ended up leading troops in the 116th Infantry. Growing up in the shadow of one of the Civil War's most famous battlefields, Cawthon was steeped in the culture of the Confederacy and its soldiers. Cawthon's father, born in the years after the war, became active in organizing veterans' reunions. The battle was still a presence in the town when I was a boy. Its memory revived annually at reunions of the country's Confederate veterans. These meetings of shrunken and palsied old men who huddled in their gray uniforms under the great oaks at the fairgrounds each spring to hear themselves lauded once again for long-lost battles, made a deep impression on the young Cawthon. He never forgot the smell and feel of these gatherings, the odor of roasting meat, the spring air, and the brotherhood of the veterans. The reunions pulsed with a vitality and emotion that even a boy could feel and long remember. In 1940, Cawthon earned a degree from Middle Tennessee State University. After a brief stint at the Murfreesboro newspaper, he moved on to Virginia, finally settling down as the editor of the Charlottesville newspaper. In the meantime, the first ever peacetime draft in the history of the United States became a reality. Young, unattached, and healthy, Cawthon knew his chances of getting drafted were good. He decided to join the Virginia National Guard, specifically H Company of the 116th Infantry, a unit composed largely of men from Martinsville, Virginia. Cawthon had heard that the 116th needed officers, and he wanted to be one of them. He enlisted in H Company with the intention of going directly to officer candidate school. He did so in late 1940 and earned a commission. 4 years later, on the eve of the invasion, Cawthon was a captain in command of the 2nd Battalion's headquarters company. Never has the Republic leaned so heavily upon a greener Reed or on one more conscious of his greenness. Otherwise, I was healthy, bookishly inclined, and as yet unaware of a latent paternal feeling for those who came under my care. These leadership qualities would serve Cawthon well at Omaha Beach, a place of unimaginable horrors. Robert Miller, a Baltimore native, was the Army's version of a self-made man. At the urging of his father, Miller joined E Company of the 175th Infantry, a unit composed mainly of Baltimore men, as a private in 1935. My father observed to me that war in Europe was coming, that the United States would eventually be drawn into it, and that it was advisable for me to experience military training. He was emphatic that to be a soldier was not just to learn to take care of yourself, but to be prepared to lead others. Miller's father could not have been more correct on both points. Young Robert absorbed his dad's wisdom, thrived in E Company, and eventually earned a commission from the ranks in 1940. In 1942, he assumed command of F Company, a unit he led into combat in Normandy. There were, of course, plenty of old hands like Branham, Cawthon, and Miller in the 29th Division, but the majority of the men who would fight in Normandy had come to the unit after Pearl Harbor. Gilbert Murdoch joined the ill-fated A Company of the 116th in the summer of 1943. Since the company contained a disproportionate number of men from Bedford, Virginia, Murdoch, like many other new men during the months leading up to the invasion, faced the difficult task of being accepted as a new replacement. After all, the old hands had known one another for years. How could a new guy straight from the States hope to crack their brotherhood? Murdoch and hundreds of others found a way, mainly through sharing the misery of tough, monotonous training. We were trained in what was called assault boat teams, 32 men each, including one officer. The way it was set up, each boat team consisted of a second lieutenant, who was the assault boat team leader, 2 rifle squads, a 60mm mortar team, a 30-caliber machine gun squad with 4 men, a bazooka team with 4 men, wire-cutting team with 4 men, flame-throwing team of 2 men. Other men handled satchel charges and Bangalore torpedoes. In the spring of 1944, A Company endlessly staged mock amphibious assaults. The commander of the 29th Division, Major General Charles Gerhardt, would not have it any other way. He wanted his soldiers honed to a level of sharpness never before seen in the history of the U.S. Army. He wanted them lean, tough, and aggressive, all the better to maintain momentum in combat. His men must harass the Germans mercilessly, hound them, pound them, chase them, and destroy them. Combat units often take on the personality of their commanders, and this was the way Gerhardt wanted it. He was aggressive, almost hawkish. A 1917 graduate of West Point, Gerhardt was a short, lean, bald man nearing his 50th birthday. He took command of the 29th in July 1943 and immediately went about transforming it into an outfit on the move. Gerhardt knew that his predecessor, Major General Leonard Jarreau, promoted now to command of 5th Corps, had done a fine job of training the 29ers. The men were physically fit and proficient at their craft. But they were not, in Gerhardt's view, imbued with the proper spirit of battle. Senior officers, particularly regimental and battalion commanders, had not sparked that unique spirit, aggressiveness, really, that Gerhardt believed necessary for victory in the battles ahead. Like many regular Army officers, Gerhardt did not have a high opinion of National Guard officers. He did not think they possessed the same kind of can-do professionalism as regulars. Not long after assuming command, the general ordered his senior commanders, most of whom were not regulars, to convene at Tavistock Courthouse, near divisional headquarters. No sooner had his majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels shown up than he put them through a mock trial, with himself serving as a prosecuting attorney. The senior officers sat in rows in the jury box, while Gerhardt stood before them wielding an M1 Garand rifle. Suddenly he banged the rifle on a table and shouted, "A year from today, 1 out of every 3 of you will be dead, and the toll will be higher if senior commanders don't know their stuff." Shocked, they stared at him in silence. One by one he ordered them to take the stand. Each officer took his turn, sitting uncomfortably in the witness box as Gerhardt strode around the courtroom firing questions like, "Give me the basics of the M1 rifle," or "How many machine guns in the weapons platoon?" Most of the witnesses stumbled over their words or flushed with a combination of embarrassment and anger. Gerhardt showed them no mercy. "How in hell can you lead your men if you don't know what a private should know?" In the estimation of most onlookers, only the division's senior guardsman and artillery chief, Brigadier General William Sands, held up well under the bizarre interrogation. But Sands was a lawyer in civilian life, so he probably was well used to the kind of tactics Gerhardt employed. The men soon took to calling their commanding general Uncle Charlie. Day after day, Uncle Charlie could be seen riding around in his Jeep, the Vixen Tor, supervising training. Gerhardt believed that soldiering meant being in the field, not behind a desk. He thought the commanders should be out preparing their troops, not sitting behind a desk issuing orders. In the months leading up to the invasion, he seemed to be everywhere. The general's visits to the battalion followed a pattern, Captain Cawthon later wrote, any part of which could cause extreme discomfort. He would arrive without notice and immediately challenge any and all to marksmanship with a .45 service automatic pistol. Only one officer in Cawthon's battalion could beat the general. Once the shooting contest was over, Gerhardt would tour the battalion's training area, watching everything. Seemingly nothing escaped his notice. Any training that he judged to be complicated drew a blast. He demanded simplicity in tactics, a lot of yelling, and much shooting. The division's battle cry, which he originated, 29 Let's Go, was a required shot in everything we did. Some of the soldiers hated Gerhardt and some admired him, but few doubted that he was preparing them as best he could. They also appreciated that Uncle Charlie usually saved his worst recriminations for officers, not enlisted men. This, of course, did not escape the notice of Cawthon and his peers. Privates and NCOs, to some extent, did not look on his visits with misgivings, for the word had gotten around that he did not hold them accountable for mistakes. Not so with officers. Even the brashest drew mental blanks before a cold, unwavering stare, a volley of questions, and the knowledge that there was no recourse if answers were hesitant or wrong. Lieutenant Colonel John Cooper, commander of the division's 110th Field Artillery Battalion, summed up the effect Gerhardt had on his troops. He was a powerful personality, and he stamped it on the division and made it a highly individualistic outfit. He placed his mark upon it so strongly that to understand the division and its spirit, one has to understand Gerhardt. 10 miles to the southwest of the 29ers, little more than a short drive over the plains of Salisbury, another division prepared feverishly for the upcoming campaign. In Dorset County, along the southern coast of England, sometimes so close to the sea they could smell the salty air, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Division steeled themselves for yet another battle. From the earliest days of the American war effort in Europe, they had led the way. They fought their way through North Africa, weathering such humiliating reversals as Kasserine Pass. They hit the beach at a place called Gela in Sicily in the summer of 1943. Shortly after, the Germans unleashed a furious counterattack against the men of the Big Red One, hoping to push them into the sea. The enemy failed, partially because of the power of naval guns, but also because of the resolve of the 1st Division. The U.S. Army in World War II was an all-encompassing force of millions of citizen soldiers. Even so, the Army's combat divisions developed unique identities, almost a kind of culture of their own. This was especially true for outfits such as the 1st that had seen a lot of action. The more combat a unit had seen, the more lineage it could boast. The 29th Division might have been a cohesive unit full of men who had trained together for months or years, but it was as yet untested in battle. By contrast, the 1st Division was a regular Army outfit that had seen extensive action in World War I, earning great plaudits at Cantigny, and now in World War II. The unit had already lost hundreds of men killed and thousands wounded in the bloody battles of 1942 and 1943. The men who made it through those battles evinced the kind of quiet unit pride that came from survival in combat. They thought of themselves as the best, the toughest, the most reliable soldiers in the U.S. Army. They even referred to that army as the Big Red One and 10 million replacements. In October 1943, the division loaded aboard ships and returned to England, settling nicely into the little towns of Dorset. Most of the men lived in Nissen huts, crude shelter by civilian standards, but luxurious to infantrymen used to living in muddy foxholes for weeks at a time. "Our camp is physically far better than we expected from past experience," First Lieutenant Franklin Johnson wrote in his diary one chilly night, soon after his 18th Infantry Regiment Anti-Tank Company arrived in Dorset. Johnson, a Rutgers University graduate, had lived through North Africa and Sicily with only a scratch. He and the other veterans soon grew to love England. No more tents for a while. Nissen huts form the barracks and company orderly room, while the kitchen and mess hall are in an empty barn across from the stone village church. He himself lived in a small house with a few other officers. They enjoyed springy cots and crackling fires that warded off the damp English chill. The division received an infusion of replacements, and these new men did the best they could to meld with the combat vets. One of the replacements was Private Warren Kaufman, the son of a West Virginia coal town barber. Shortly after the 1st Division's arrival in England, Kaufman and 50 other replacements joined C Company of the division's 26th Infantry Regiment. The 21-year-old private was thrilled to join this experienced unit. If I were going to be in the invasion of France, I would rather be with these guys who had been through it twice before. The motto of the 1st Division was, "No mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first." The men of the Big Red One lived by that motto. They worked hard to be the best they could be. Expecting that the new men would be raw and untutored, Kaufman's commanding officer, Captain Alan Ferry, at first agreed that they must be trained as a separate group. But soon he realized that they were quite ready to take their place alongside those men who had survived the Mediterranean campaigns. "Hell, Captain, these men are trained better than we are," one lieutenant told Ferry. So Private Kaufman and the other new men melded in with the rest of the company. I was pleasantly surprised when I joined the 2nd Platoon. Most of the men there were older than the replacements, and many of them were regular Army men who had been in the Army prior to World War II. They didn't treat us as rookies. They were friendly and were glad to see us. In fact, my new squad leader invited me to go down to the local pub with him that first night to have a few beers. Kaufman ended up having many more than just a few beers. The bar was crowded with both American and British soldiers. They didn't have enough glasses to serve everyone, so we had to wait until someone left or find a glass in the bar when no one was looking. I liked cold American beer, but this was warm and bitter. I didn't like it, but the more I drank, the better it tasted. I was having a good time talking and drinking when I suddenly realized that I was getting very drunk. Kaufman decided to leave the bar and ascend the hill that led to his barracks. I vomited all the way up the hill and was sick all the next day. My squad leader told me later that I consumed about 13 pints of beer that night. I never drank that way again, all the time I was in England. Private James Lang also joined the 26th that winter as a replacement. He was assigned to I Company, 3rd Battalion, billeted at Blandford, just northeast of the battalion's headquarters at Dorchester. He and his new buddies found plenty of opportunity for recreation in town. Down in Blandford were probably some of the happiest times of my military life. We would grab a bus and be there in about 10 minutes. This was a little town with tea shops and nice dances every Saturday night. I am not a dancer, so I just enjoy the music and tea shops. More than tea shops or music, the men were interested in feminine companionship, and they found plenty of it. "A mighty stream of U.S. troops is beginning to roar into England," Lieutenant Johnson wrote. "They noisily fill the pubs, tea shops, souvenir stores, and the hearts of English maidens." Indeed, British women often found the brash, well-paid, well-uniformed, cocksure Yanks irresistible. Private Kaufman and his buddies found girlfriends among a British Women's Air Force unit stationed nearby or among the women in town. I knew of at least one girl who was pregnant when we moved out, not mine. The company had a generous pass policy. If we were not on duty, we could go downtown, go to a movie or to a pub. The legendary British lamentation that the Yanks were overpaid, oversexed, and overhere was never more apropos than for the 1st Division in the winter of 1943-44. But England was a lot more than fun and games. The 1st Division had a simple philosophy: work hard and play hard. The commanding officer, Major General Clarence Hubner, was one of the most underrated American generals of the war. He had supplanted the popular flamboyant Terry de la Mesa Allen, a maverick who had led the 1st quite well in North Africa and Sicily. More than anyone else, Allen had instilled the uniquely independent spirit that the 1st Division still possessed on the eve of overlord. He promoted an us-against-them mindset that ultimately cost him his command. Allen was not a stickler for discipline. He cared little for such things. He cared instead about combat performance. His division acquired a reputation for toughness on the front lines and unruliness in the rear. In the end, this rules-don't-apply-to-us outlook was too much for Allen's superior, General Omar Bradley, to stomach. Mild-mannered and unimaginative, Bradley could not abide a nonconformist like Allen. Bradley sacked him and replaced him with Hubner, a man who had once served in the ranks of the division's 18th Regiment as a private. In World War I, Hubner had compiled a brilliant combat record in the 18th, leading troops in every capacity from platoon leader to battalion commander. Correspondent Don Whitehead, who would accompany the 1st Division into Normandy, closely observed Huebner before the invasion and judged him to be one of the finest soldiers and gentlemen I've ever known. He was physically fit, and there was an air of confidence about him that I liked. I found that Huebner had a great love for his 1st Division. He knew the job of every man in his division as well or better than the men knew the jobs, because he had once held those jobs himself. The general wanted his division to be the best in the entire army. It wasn't entirely a matter of personal pride, because Huebner knew that the toughest, straightest shooting division won its objectives with the least loss of life. Clearly, Huebner was a first-rate combat officer, someone who knew how to lead troops in battle. Even so, many veteran 1st Division soldiers had trouble accepting him, mainly because he was replacing the popular Allen. In spite of that challenge, Huebner eventually won the allegiance and respect of his soldiers. He knew when to push them and when not to. What worked in the Green 29th Division for Gerhardt did not necessarily work in the veteran 1st for Huebner. Huebner knew that his veteran soldiers already understood what was important and what was not in getting ready for combat. He harped on discipline, more than Allen ever did, but mainly in duties that were directly useful in combat, such as rifle marksmanship, fire and movement tactics, and combat leadership. If he was stern in his discipline, Whitehead surmised, it was because battle casualties have a direct relation to discipline. As the early months of 1944 unfolded, the division's training intensified. Lieutenant Johnson began to push his anti-tank platoon especially hard. Filling every daylight hour between larger maneuvers, we learn and relearn about night fighting, aircraft and armor identification, street fighting, river crossings, rifle marksmanship, 57mm gun range practice, radio codes, artillery direction, and hiking 16 miles in less than 4 hours. Soon they started loading up on ships for invasion dress rehearsals. Valentine Mila, an H Company 16th Infantry Regiment soldier from Jersey City, joined his outfit in time for the Sicily invasion. They would walk us to the beach, he recalled. Then we'd walk out to the landing craft, and we'd circle around. Then we'd invade England. Then we'd go out again. It was cold up there. Those flat-bottom boats we had would go up and go down, and the spray would come over. Your field jacket would be icy. The ramp of the landing craft would go down, and we would pour out on the beach, taking whatever cover we could find. Steve Kellman, a replacement in L Company, 16th Infantry, remembered. The lead men would throw themselves onto the barbed wire so that the rest of us could follow through the barbed wire and whatever obstacles there were. The Bangalore torpedo men would then place their Bangalore torpedoes where we felt the minefields were and blow a path for us to approach the pillbox. At that point, the man with the satchel charge, who we would give cover to, would place the satchel charge in the aperture and blow the pillbox. After the detonation of the satchel charge, the flamethrower man would then spray the burning fuel into whatever openings he could find. Kellman's job was to carry an aluminum ladder designed to cross a tank trap. He also moonlighted as a rifle grenadier. Eventually, the men learned that they would have the lead role in yet another invasion. Some were devastated. They felt that in return for all their sacrifices in Algeria, Tunisia, and Sicily, they were being repaid with a veritable death sentence. Many others, though, took the news with a sense of pride. Sergeant Mike McKinney hailed from Brooklyn. His service with the 1st Division predated the war. He had fought with the 16th Regiment's L Company in North Africa and Sicily. In those campaigns, he had seen plenty of bloodshed, plenty of death, plenty of tragedy. Now he found out that his regiment would lead the 1st Division's assault on France. Like most all of the enlisted men, he did not know where or when. He just knew his outfit had been chosen for the cutting edge. He took the news with a steely equanimity. It's your job. You're young. You're invincible. Other guys are going to get killed, but not me. You're a fatalist. If a bullet's got my name on it, I'm going to get it. There's nothing I can do about it. Don't worry about it. You develop that kind of attitude. Youth, plus fatalism, plus faith or trust in a higher power. That kept me in good stead for a long time. The swaggering 1st Division soldiers murmured rumors to one another that even though the 1st had done more than its share already in this war, General Eisenhower had personally insisted that it lead the invasion because the division was so good. Actually, this was not far from the truth. General Bradley was the highest-ranking American operational commander on D-Day. He commanded the First Army, under which every American ground soldier in Normandy would serve on D-Day. Bradley had been a corps commander in the Mediterranean. In the late summer of 1943, when he found out that he would command the First Army, he mentally earmarked the 1st Division for the main assault in Normandy. In quality, the 1st was worth the equal of several inexperienced divisions. It had become an almost irreplaceable weapon for the Normandy invasion. Bradley well knew that many of the division's veterans were not eager to lay their lives on the line in yet another amphibious assault. Although I disliked subjecting the 1st to still another landing, I felt that as a commander I had no other choice. My job was to get ashore, establish a lodgment, and destroy the German. In the accomplishment of that mission, there was little room for the niceties of justice. I felt compelled to employ the best troops I had, to minimize the risks and hoist the odds in our favor in any way that I could. The general had studied the terrain of Omaha Beach. He knew that it would be the toughest place to assault. More than anything else, that's why he chose the Big Red One to land there. For the Utah Beach assault, Bradley chose a division that was distinctly different from both the 29th and the 1st. The 4th Infantry Division, a regular outfit, had compiled a distinguished combat record in World War I, but it was as yet unblooded in this war. Some of the enlisted soldiers of this unit were pre-war regulars, but most had joined after the United States entered the war. By the end of 1943, the division had trained for 2 solid years, first as a mechanized force and later as a unit specializing in amphibious assaults. Nicknamed the Ivy Division, thanks to the Roman numeral equivalent of 4, the 4th deployed to Britain in January 1944. The unit quickly settled into Devon, located in the extreme southwest portion of England. The soldiers admired the picturesque countryside and quaint country lanes of Devon. They also quickly made friends with the locals. Colonel Gurdon Johnson, who later authored a fine history of the division's 12th Infantry Regiment, wrote, "The towns in which the regiment was billeted extended a hospitality not to be easily matched. Many lasting friendships were made. During off-duty hours, men of the 12th explored the shops, toured the towns and surrounding countryside, visited Exeter Cathedral and the Guildhall. Not many, however, were able to go to London, 168 miles to the northeast." The men of the division lived in British barracks, Nissen huts, or private homes. They soon realized that the burgeoning Allied supply apparatus had selected Devon as a major storage area. Everywhere the 4th Division men went, they saw evidence of the massive buildup. Camouflage dumps of artillery shells, small arms ammunition, supply crates containing everything from mortar shells to spare parts, vehicles parked fender to fender, even searchlights nestled under makeshift tarpaulins. The quality of the food declined from what the men had eaten in the States. Where before they had eaten plenty of fresh meat, vegetables, and eggs, they now subsisted on powdered fare. For recreation, they set up a baseball league, even going so far as to teach some of the locals how to play the world's greatest game. Like the other 2 assault divisions, the 4th concentrated much of its training on invasion rehearsals. The men needed to get used to being on ships or in landing craft. They needed to know how to react to getting wet. They needed to understand how best to assault an enemy-held beach. Private Harper Coleman was a machine gunner in H Company of the 8th Infantry, the regiment that would comprise the first wave at Utah Beach. Coleman had once aspired to join the Army Air Force, but he tried to enlist when he was underage, and his parents would not sign the necessary papers for him. So he ended up getting drafted into the ground forces in October 1942. After a stint in the 83rd Infantry Division, he ended up in the 4th Division. Coleman and the men of H Company carried out 3-day invasion exercises in which a premium was placed on transferring from transport ships to Higgins boats. We would be required to go over the side of the ship on the rope ladders with all equipment. This was quite a task to get into the small LCVP, popularly known as Higgins boats, when the water would be rough. We would land on the beach area and head on in for 2 or 3 days, then back to the barracks and in a few days do it all over again. Challenging as this training could be, the men looked forward to some aspects of it, particularly the Navy's food. Private First Class William Jones was a rifleman sniper in I Company of the 8th Infantry. He was born in Ivanhoe, Virginia, a town nestled into the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. When Johnson was 3, his family moved to Greene County, Tennessee. He worked on the family farm until age 15, when he dropped out of school to work at a factory in nearby Kingsport. This factory work helped his family subsist during the desperate days of the Great Depression. When war came, he received a draft notice. 10 days before he left for the Army, he married his sweetheart. Every time Private First Class Jones and his buddies boarded a ship for invasion rehearsals, they went straight to the galley. The Navy had a reputation for being well-fed, but we were not. We stole all of the white bread that we could off those ships and camouflaged them in our pack somewhere. It was like eating cake to us. We had been used to that old English brown bread that was hard enough in the first place. In addition to amphibious training, the Ivy Division soldiers endured plenty of field problems, some of them on the infamous moors that the 29ers so hated. Usually, the soldiers did not receive advance notice of such field problems. Instead, the officers would order them to pack their equipment, load up on trucks, and move out. This ignorance perfectly simulated the chaotic nature of combat for infantrymen, most of whom rarely had any inkling of their whereabouts or the strategy behind daily orders. But in this case, the fog of war caused problems, mostly of his own making, for Corporal Alton Pearson, a soldier in L Company of the 12th Infantry. Pearson, an efficient, dedicated soldier, had been training hard for many days. His captain looked kindly upon him and issued Pearson, along with several of his buddies, weekend passes. They went to Exeter. There was a carnival going on in Exeter where we met some girls, and we were having a swell time. Sunday came all too quickly. Pearson was not ready to let go of the revelry and excitement of his weekend with the Exeter girls. He collared the other men. "We are having so much fun. Don't you think we should stay another day?" The other soldiers demurred, intoning about the consequences of being AWOL, but Pearson could tell that, in spite of their reservations, they were looking for an excuse to stay. "This could be the last liberty we will ever have." That clinched it. They stayed another day. On Tuesday, they finally returned to their company's camp at Budleigh-Salterton, only to find everybody gone. They froze in their tracks. Was it the invasion? Had they missed it? They had no idea what to do, but they did know that they were tired from their active weekend. They noticed a few bedrolls, curled up in them, and went to sleep. A few hours later, a soldier named Ed Haskew woke them up and told them that the company had gone to the moors for a field problem. The captain had sent Haskew to retrieve Pearson's group. They all hopped in a jeep and drove to the moors. Each of the miscreants speculated as to their fate, especially when the captain did nothing for 3 days during the field problem. "I don't believe he is going to punish us," one of them exclaimed hopefully. Pearson shook his head. "He is punishing us now, sweating it out." Even after the return to Budleigh-Salterton, the captain still let them sweat for another few days. Finally, the day of reckoning came. The captain ordered them to report to his office. For several long moments, they waited in an anteroom of the resort house the captain was using for his office. The captain's orderly opened the door and asked, "Who wants to be first?" Pearson volunteered. He had sweated this out long enough. Now he only wanted to receive his punishment and move on. The captain sat behind his desk as Pearson entered the room, snapped to attention, and gave his best parade ground salute. "Corporal Pearson reports, sir." The captain returned the salute. "Corporal Pearson, what do you think of a soldier who has been given special privileges and then lets his company commander down by being AWOL 24 hours, 30 minutes, and 15 seconds? "I think it is a hell of a thing to do," Pearson replied. "What do you think I ought to do with you?" the captain asked. "Well, sir, you are the captain." "Well, put me in your place. What would you do with me?" Pearson gulped. He didn't know what to say. On the one hand, if he suggested some kind of light punishment, the captain might get truly angry, accuse him once again of bad faith, and really let him have it. On the other hand, Pearson did not want to overplay his hand the other way and mention a punishment more severe than whatever the captain already had in mind. Pearson settled on what he thought was a compromise. "I would give you a week of extra duty." The captain agreed immediately and called his orderly. "Call the others in." When they entered the room, he pronounced final judgment. "Corporal Pearson says I should give you 1 week extra duty." The other men were not thrilled with Pearson. They all raised hell with me and said they wouldn't have gotten anything if I hadn't sentenced them. Most likely they were wrong. A couple of months later, in combat, Pearson more than made up for the headaches he had caused his commander. Not long after Pearson's escapade, his regiment got a new leader. The new man, Colonel Russell "Red" Reeder, was something of a legend in the Army. The son of a soldier, he was literally born into the Army, entering the world just as the Reveille cannon boomed at Fort Leavenworth on March 4, 1902. Reeder attended West Point and graduated with more of a flair for athletics than academics. He later coached football at West Point, in addition to serving in a myriad of units throughout the Army. He was best known for his fact-finding visit to the South Pacific. Reeder was a hands-on type of soldier, one who craved action. Instead of confining his studies to the rear areas and the insides of officers' clubs, he continually visited the front lines in the Pacific. There he observed the realities of combat firsthand: the mud, the blood, the disease, the insects, the horrific terrain, and the terrible strain all of those things put on those who did the fighting. He authored a readable, gritty pamphlet of combat lessons learned, which he called Fighting on Guadalcanal. He returned home with a bad case of malaria and the enduring admiration of the Army Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, who was quite pleased with Fighting on Guadalcanal. When the 12th Infantry's commanding officer, Colonel Harry Henderson, an aging World War I veteran, began to experience health problems during the spring of 1944, Marshall tabbed Reeder to replace him. Reeder did so on April 4, 1944. Following a whirlwind trip from Washington to Devon, Reeder reported to the 4th Division's commander, Major General Raymond Barton, at his headquarters in Tivington, some 14 miles north of Exeter. Barton, a straight-laced 53-year-old infantry officer, brusquely welcomed him but began pumping him for information about when and where the invasion would take place. Incredibly enough, even Barton did not know any of this information in early April. He assumed that since Reeder had just come from Marshall's staff, he must know something. "I need to find out when D-Day is, when and where we're going to land. It would help us in all our training if I knew. Do you know?" Reeder shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He did know, but had been pledged to secrecy. Barton's brown eyes seemed to bore into me. I felt I had to lie. I stared straight ahead. "No, sir." I knew General Barton had a big load on his mind, and I suspected that he sensed he had little time to get his division ready for D-Day. Nevertheless, his harassed look and the question he asked bothered me. It was a strange moment, for rarely was a regimental commander privy to top-secret information not available to his commanding officer. Reeder jumped right into his new assignment. He liked the personal touch. In a remarkably short space of time, he had met and talked with every officer and enlisted man in the regiment, recalled one officer. He instilled in them an unshakable faith in themselves and an unsurmountable determination to overcome whatever obstacles might lie ahead. Everyone knew instinctively that here was leadership to be respected. Reeder understood that although enlisted men often want nothing more than to be left alone to do their jobs, they still needed recognition from senior officers. A simple visit from the brass could buck up morale. General Eisenhower understood that, too. In the months leading up to the invasion, he found time to visit every Allied division, including the 4th Infantry. Alton Pearson never forgot an encounter he had with the Supreme Commander during his visit. Pearson's company had been split up into platoons, each with a specific mission. The weather was cold and the men were loaded down with full field packs, ammunition, and weapons. As they marched along a country road, Pearson noticed movement up ahead. A motorcycle and command car approached us with a cluster of stars and a flag in front. Corporal Pearson immediately knew who was in the car. The vehicle stopped and out popped Eisenhower. The men stood at attention while Ike walked among them, inspecting. The general sincerely enjoyed these moments when he got to meet and talk with soldiers. He asked each man a question, usually something pertaining to equipment or training. As I recall, he asked me when I had changed socks, as the division was having foot trouble from long hiking and heavy loads. Pearson did not record his answer, but he did notice, out of the corner of his eye, Eisenhower's pretty driver, Kay Summersby. By late April, the division was nearing a state of readiness, after many invasion rehearsals and much tactical training. This was in spite of its participation in the disastrous Exercise Tiger on April 28th, an operation that led to the deaths of 749 American soldiers and sailors when German boats sank several ships participating in a mock invasion of Slapton Sands, a British West Coast beach. To the north of the camps housing the American amphibious assault divisions, a completely different group of assault troops prepared for the invasion in their own inimitable way. These men cared nothing for invading beaches. Jumping out of airplanes was more their speed. They called themselves paratroopers. In Normandy, they would have a vital mission. The Utah beach invasion could only succeed if these paratroopers could jump into the dark Norman evening, organize themselves behind enemy lines, and secure the vistas from the beach to interior objectives. Needless to say, their task was exceedingly dangerous. Eisenhower's principal aerial commander, Air Marshal Sir Trafford Lee Mallory, seriously questioned the wisdom of dropping the paratroopers into the Cotentin Peninsula amid swarms of German reinforcements. In the end, though, Eisenhower and Bradley both insisted that without the airborne drops, the Utah beach invasion was untenable. Scattered among a series of camps between Bristol in the west and Reading in the east, the soldiers of the 101st Airborne Division were itching for action by the spring of 1944. The division consisted of 3 inexperienced paratrooper regiments, the 501st, 502nd, and 506th, along with 1 glider infantry regiment, the 327th. The soldiers may have been green, but they were well prepared. The previous 2 years had seen them negotiate some of the toughest training ever given to American soldiers. Each of them had volunteered to become a paratrooper. Upon doing so, they entered a world in which little quarter was asked or given. The 506th, for instance, trained in the heat and humidity of Fort Benning, Georgia. Their training schedule was merciless. They ran everywhere, even to the latrine. On their first day, their training NCOs, sporting gaudy paratrooper jump wings, ordered them to run up and down a 1,000-foot hill called Mount Currahee. Anyone who could not make the 6-mile round trip fell out and disappeared. In addition to the constant running, the men did push-ups, pull-ups, knee bends, duck walks, and practically every other calisthenic the Army could dream up. They also ran an exhausting obstacle course every day. They carried out 11-mile hikes with no water or food. In fact, anyone who had less than a full canteen at the end of the march received harsh punishment or was washed out of the program altogether. Not surprisingly, most of the volunteers did not make it through this difficult training. Among the 500 officers who volunteered, a mere 148 got their wings. Only 1,800 of 5,300 enlisted volunteers made it. One of those who made it was Donald Burgett, an 18-year-old adventure seeker from Detroit's West Side. Burgett had an older brother in the paratroopers and wanted to follow in his footsteps. At the Military Induction Center, Burgett walked past busy Navy and Army Air Force recruiters to a lonely airborne recruiter who had just been turned down by several inductees with absolutely no desire to leap out of airplanes. Walking over to him, I said that I would like to join the troops, and he looked at me in shocked disbelief, like a salesman who had just made his first sale. In the summer of 1943, shortly after passing his physical and completing infantry basic training, Burgett traveled to Fort Benning, a place radically different from his native Michigan. A truck dumped Burgett and a small group of volunteers off at the training area. Tall pines, swamps, and sandy soil abounded, and the heat was beyond belief. They stood under a stand of willowy pines, milling around, not quite sure what to do. One of the best-built men I had ever seen, wearing a white T-shirt, jump pants, and boots, strode over to us. He had blue eyes set in a handsome tanned face, with shaggy eyebrows and close-cropped hair, both bleached blonde by the sun. The tough-looking man confidently approached the group and noticed a volunteer with his hands in his pockets. "Give me 25. The recruit blinked in surprise. 25 what? Push-ups. What the hell do you think? Make it right now or you'll get 50 the next time I tell you. As the miscreant strained through his push-ups, the newcomer then introduced himself as one of the cadre and a sergeant. The cadre sergeants were boss, law and order, and second only to God in this camp. At no time was a trooper allowed to sit down, lean against anything, or stand in a resting attitude when he was outside the confines of his own barracks. The sergeant finished his introductory speech on a threatening note. "We're going to be tough on everyone here, and don't expect any sympathy from any of us at any time, because we are going to do everything we can to make you quit the paratroops." The next day, the sergeants ran them ragged. Our feet beat a steady slapping tattoo on the asphalt, and with the sergeant setting the pace, we moved as a single body over the road through the early hours of the morning. After a few miles, my body seemed to be operating on its own, my legs driving in a steady rhythm, my chest sucking in and letting out deep lungfuls of air, while I retreated mentally to an inner corner of my brain to relax in thought. Burgett noticed some unusual movement ahead of him. The man in front of me began to weave back and forth a little. This brought me back to reality. In a little while he began to stagger quite a bit. Suddenly he pitched forward on his face and rolled over on his back. The man behind him spread out and ran by on either side while the sergeant yelled for us to keep going and not pay any attention to him. 2 more men fell out long before we reached the center of the drill field, and the same orders were given. Once in the field, we were immediately formed into ranks and began calisthenics, starting with side straddle hops and going the full course to push-ups and other exercises to cool off after our 6-mile run. Soon the jump training began. Burgett and the others who managed to adapt to the strenuous PT regimen learned how to pack their parachutes, how to leave a plane properly, and how to land properly. All of this training took place on the ground. Then they began jumping from platforms. The first was 8 feet high, and the next 40 feet high. The final phase of this segment of the training called for them to parachute from a 250-foot stationary tower. The troopers put on live parachutes, hooked the opened canopies into large rings or hoops, and were hoisted 3 at a time to the top of one of the towers. 1 at a time, they were released, to float to the ground while an instructor ordered them to slip right, slip left, or to make a body turn. Following the completion of 4 such jumps, they finished this phase of the training with a night jump from the tower. This experience could be quite disorienting and dangerous, too, because it was easy to get blown into the tower's steel girders with predictable consequences. The night was so black that a man at the top of the tower couldn't see the ground, and swinging from the single cable, it was almost impossible to tell which direction the wind was coming from. When they survived that ordeal, Burgett and the others could now anticipate an end to the training. For the next week, they began the real airplane jumps necessary to earn their wings. On the first such jump, Burgett was at the back of his stick, the airborne reference to a squad or plane load of troopers. He watched in fascinated horror as the other men stood up, hooked up their static lines, and prepared to exit the aircraft. A surge of panic came over him. "What the hell am I doing here? I'd have my head examined." The man in front of him pushed himself through the doorway and out into the air. Burgett was next. "There's still time to sign the quit slip and go to the MPs," he thought. The thought quickly passed, though. Now his training took over, and he lunged from the airplane. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. There was no sensation of falling, not even like that of an elevator ride. Before he could even count to 3, as he had been taught, his parachute canopy snapped open. The opening shock nearly sent me through the bottoms of my boots, and I could feel my cheeks pull out away from my teeth. I opened the risers and looked up. The canopy checked out, no blown panels or snarled lines. Seconds later, the ground loomed below him. I looked at the horizon, took up what I thought to be a good body position, and hit the ground. Pain shot through my whole body, sending bright flashes across my eyes, almost blacking me out. He had not landed correctly. Consequently, he had torn a few ligaments in his leg. Burgett had to spend the next 10 days healing, even as his buddies completed their jumps and got their wings. In November, he earned his during a night jump. Standing up, still in my harness, I let out a yell. I had made it. I was a trooper now, a full-fledged paratrooper, and would get my wings. No matter what happened, they couldn't take that away from me. The reward for Burgett and so many thousands of others who completed airborne training was a ticket into combat, amid some of the most dangerous circumstances imaginable. Theirs was one of the most perilous jobs in the Army. Casualties in the upcoming campaign would be high, and the young troopers knew it. But still they persevered and endured the rigors and humiliation of airborne training. Something drove them, perhaps the desire to be part of an elite group, perhaps the recklessness of youth, perhaps personal pride. It varied from man to man, but the inescapable fact was that they had voluntarily endured hell so that they could serve in hell. In England, the 101st settled into a predictably tough training routine to prepare them for the big jump into France. They engaged in long hikes, including one that saw them cover 25 miles in 24 hours with full field equipment. They got used to digging defensive positions, living in foxholes, and dealing with the elements, especially the ubiquitous English rain. They refined their infantry assault tactics and crawled in the mud with live fire over their heads. They learned how to coordinate with the division's artillerymen, a skill crucial to survival in battle. They practiced hand-to-hand combat with knives and bayonets. Glider men learned everything they possibly could about the dangerous contraptions they would ride into action. Of course, the paratroopers never strayed far from their raison d'etre, jumping. They carried out several practice jumps, including a major exercise for VIP witnesses Eisenhower and Churchill in March. Most of the training was much more mundane than command performances for VIPs. Most of it was standard infantry stuff: misery, privation, hiking, shooting, and toughening up. On a typical field problem exercise, they would scatter themselves into small groups, simulating a combat drop. Their objective was to knock out such targets as coastal defenses or strong points. After traipsing across great expanses of English countryside, encountering untold hundreds of barbed wire fences and stumbling deviously through mud holes, you become hopelessly lost, one trooper recalled. Then everything went against you. The compass refused to point north, the maps got wet and obliterated, and still the rain came down. But you persisted, and eventually you knocked out something, set up a haphazard and hasty line of defense, and bedded down, each person finding his own choice mudhole in which to lie. Then at long last came the dawn. You returned to camp the same way you came down, by foot. Glancing down the line, you were of the opinion that everyone had that combat expression, an unshaven face showing extreme weariness and disgust, caked mud from head to foot, and every jumpsuit looking as though it had come out second best in the ordeal of the fences. You finally dragged your weary body those last few tortuous kilometers, and throwing yourself across the bunk, you said, "Combat can't be that rough." You thought. The division generally trained 48 hours per week, a schedule that did leave some time for recreation. David Kenyon Webster was a unique trooper. A Harvard English major, he dreamed of being an influential writer. Heavily influenced by the famous British writers of World War I, Webster wanted to experience war and then write about it. He came from a wealthy family with enough connections to secure him a commission and a rear area job, but he opted to join the paratroopers. He made it through training with the 506th. Later on, he wrote a diary and memoir that serves as a priceless historical record. He described his unit's life in Aldbourne, a quaint village of thatched-roof cottages located about 80 miles west of London. We got settled enough in town to become steady customers of the 3 bakers, who slipped us a lardy cake now and then, and to know most of the local inhabitants by sight, if not by name. Gradually, the people thawed out and began to speak to us. A few men in the battalion even married Aldbourne girls. His unit, Headquarters Company, lived in 1-story wooden barracks. The men painted the interior red, white, and blue, even as they acquired radios purchased in nearby Swindon. Sanitary facilities left much to be desired. Our toilet, an unimposing wooden shanty, housed a pair of stone troughs and 2 rows of wooden seats on honesty buckets. The toilet paper, when it was present for duty, was coarse brown, very wartime English stuff. That latrine was no place to linger on a cold night. There were 5 showers for 2 companies of about 250 men, but this was enough because nobody was very shower-conscious in the cold climate. Our diet, hitherto rich in such accepted staples as fresh milk, fried eggs, and oranges and apples, suddenly dried up on us, and powdered milk, powdered eggs, dehydrated apricots, and dehydrated potatoes became the order of the day. We looked back on our life in camps in the States as a period of great luxury. The soldiers frequented local pubs, but when they really wanted to let loose, they went to Swindon or London. Passes were relatively easy to get. The young troopers were full of energy, self-confidence, and swagger. When they went to the bigger cities, they intended to do three things: drink heavily, pick up women, and throttle anyone who even looked at them cross-eyed. Private Burgett got roaring drunk one Saturday night and passed out. When he awoke on Sunday morning, he found, to his intense horror, that he was lying on the stage of a community house, just behind a preacher who was blistering out a sermon on the wages of sin. I looked out through heavy-lidded eyes onto a sea of blurry faces. Embarrassed beyond description, he crawled out of there on his hands and knees. One night, a group of troopers got into a big melee with British paratroopers from the 6th Airborne Division. Almost 500 soldiers were involved, and the fight lasted the better part of an hour. Only the arrival of 3 platoons of American military policemen stopped the fracas. In some ways, trouble of this sort was inevitable. The young Britons and Yanks who volunteered to become paratroopers were adventurous sorts, the kind of men who wished to prove their toughness. Their difficult training taught them to be violent, and it also gave them a great sense of confidence in their ability to take care of themselves. Unit or national pride gave them an excuse to tangle with outsiders. Plus, the American paratroopers were just plain aggressive. The British were friendly, one American paratrooper later commented, but we were so young and full of piss and vinegar. I think now, so long afterward, that perhaps we went out of our way to cause trouble. Indeed they did. But many more off-duty paratroopers, like Sergeant Robert Webb, were more interested in women than in fighting. Webb was a supply sergeant, and his duties afforded him the opportunity to travel to London frequently. In 1942, at the age of 19, he had left his job in the stockroom of the Corpus Christi, Texas Woolworth store to join the Army and later on the paratroopers. He had a girlfriend back home, but she was, after all, 3,000 miles away. Everyone was saying the best place to find fun was Covent Gardens, an opera house, dance emporium, and whatever you had in mind. It was said that a soldier could stand out in front and decide what kind of young lady he wanted to go out with, and he was almost sure to find her there every time. Sergeant Webb went there hoping to find someone who looked a bit like Hedy Lamarr, a popular movie star at the time. He stood in the balcony listening to the music and scanning the crowd below. His eyes wandered to the stage, where a dance club from a London suburb was performing. In an instant, he spotted the girl he wanted. She was a perfect double for Hedy Lamarr. Light white skin, blue eyes, long dark hair, and a great smile, terrific figure, and everything pleasing to the eye. When the group finished dancing, he went downstairs and made a beeline for her. I went up to her and asked her to dance. She smiled and said she had never danced with an American before. She asked me to teach her the shag, jitterbug, or whatever we did. I was glad to oblige. At the end of the evening, he escorted her on the train to her home in Worlingham, outside of London. That was a long train ride, but what the hell? A train ride was a good chance to get to know her. He met her family, and they got along well. It was the beginning of an extended relationship. His British girlfriend even visited him several times at his base in Ramsbury. Such liaisons were quite common that spring, at a time when not much was certain except that death could lie ahead. Eisenhower and Bradley had chosen 5 divisions to carry out the American portion of the initial assault into France. The vast majority of the soldiers in those divisions had no combat experience, the lone exception being, of course, the Big Red One. But one of the airborne divisions, the 82nd, did contain some experienced combat soldiers. The division had seen combat in both North Africa and Italy. Some of its soldiers, members of the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment, were still fighting at Anzio. Others from the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment had been redeployed from the Mediterranean to England. There they joined 2 new paratrooper regiments, the 507th and 508th, along with the 325th Glider Infantry Regiment, to form a newly constituted 82nd Airborne Division. The division rested for a time in Northern Ireland before moving on to the Midlands of England in February 1944. The various regiments spread out among the usual barracks, huts, and homes in the Leicester, Nottingham, and Market Harborough areas. The men of the 505th were survivors of bloody battles at Sicily and Salerno. Similar to the veterans of the 1st Division, they spent much of their time indoctrinating newcomers and getting their nerves straightened out. Lieutenant Jack Isaacs was a Topeka, Kansas native who joined the Army straight out of high school in 1940. He served stints with the 7th and 3rd Infantry Divisions before earning the chance to attend Officer Candidate School in 1942. He graduated in July of that year and went to infantry school and then jump school. He commanded a platoon in G Company of the 505th during the Mediterranean battles. Casualties ascended him to the position of executive officer, but in England, once his unit received several officer replacements, he was just as happy to go back to being a platoon leader. In the spring of 1944, he was determined to teach his new men everything he could about survival in combat. Our training intensified with small unit and company and battalion field problems and several practice drops. We knew that the invasion of the continent was imminent and that we would be part of it. We began studying French phrases, most of which didn't stick with us. He and the other officers implemented new jump techniques. For one thing, in Sicily and Italy, we had dropped our mortars and machine guns in bundles, and then we had to find those bundles and assemble the weapon in order to use it. By the time we got ready for the Normandy invasion, we had perfected techniques in which those weapons were actually dropped on the man that was to use them. They were placed in a bag that had a 30-foot riser, which was attached to the man's harness. After his chute was opened, and as he approached landing, he let that bag down, still attached to him, so that it would hit the ground ahead of him and lighten his own weight when he landed. They also developed techniques that allowed men to land with their rifles intact, ready to fire, instead of the folding stock or disassembled weapons that other units sometimes employed. Just on the road at Nottingham, the 82nd Airborne's fresh-faced newcomers also prepared for war. Operating from a cluster of small bases in and around Nottingham, the 507th and 508th soon became a dominating presence in the area. Day and night, they could be seen training. Captain Roy Creek, commander of the 507th's E Company, made sure that his troopers understood that their mission was special. Creek came from Portales, New Mexico. Several years before, he had earned a degree from New Mexico State University. Now he found himself leading more than 100 tough but unseasoned soldiers. The training emphasized principles peculiar to airborne units, such as speed and initiation of combat immediately upon landing, retention of initiative until the mission is accomplished, recognition of isolation as a normal battlefield condition, readiness of all units to attack and defend in all directions at any time. Each day, Captain Creek stressed improvisation to his men. He knew that once they dived from their airplanes and into combat, little would go according to plan. More than anything, he wanted his men to be prepared to conquer or die. This emphasis served them quite well in the hours after their jump into Normandy. Like the 507th, the 508th had been training together for the better part of a year. They were also eager to test themselves against the Germans. They lived at a new camp at Wallington Park, just outside of Nottingham. It was a beautiful location with green grass and lots of trees, Private Dwayne Burns, a 19-year-old trooper from Fort Worth, Texas, later recalled. This was enclosed by miles of red brick fence and iron gates. In the center stood the Wallington home. It was a huge 4-story building with turrets and lots of ornamental ironwork. By our standard, I guess it could have been called a castle. Behind this were rows of 8-man tents, located at one end of the park. Although we were living in tents, it wasn't bad. We had a stove in the middle of the tent, and the floor was paved with concrete stepping stones. In spite of continuous training, they found time to explore Nottingham, as well as meet some of its residents. It was a very modern city, with theaters, good restaurants, fine public buildings, lots of fish and chips places, and pubs located all over town. The townspeople were very friendly and receptive to Americans, especially the girls. Although we didn't speak exactly the same English, we did make out extremely well. Some made friendships that would last a lifetime. Others would find the girl of their dreams and marry. Generally, they got along well with the British, but being paratroopers, they sometimes could not resist the urge to start trouble. Bud Warnicki, a platoon sergeant in B Company, was drinking in a Nottingham pub one night when a fight broke out. There were a bunch of British soldiers and a few troopers drinking. A Brit raised his glass and, in a loud voice, shouted, "God save the King!" A dumb trooper raised his voice, yelling, "Fuck the King!" The damnedest fight broke out. I might have been a little crazy, but I wasn't a fool. I did not stick around to see how the brawl turned out. One could argue that such brawls were reasonably good-natured, the product of rivalry, youth, and plenty of excess energy. However, some of the 82nd Airborne's brawling that spring resulted from something much more sinister, something that originated from America's greatest flaw, racism. In the mid-20th century, the armed forces were segregated, reflecting civilian life at that time. Moreover, African Americans were almost entirely prohibited from serving in combat, mainly because military leaders believed the fiction that black men were incapable of serving bravely in combat. Before the arrival of the All-American Division, the only American troops in the Midlands of England were African American units operating in a support role for the Army Air Force. These men had been in the area for many months. They had forged ties of kinship with the locals, including many relationships with British women. Some of the white troopers of the 82nd were none too thrilled about this. Conversely, some of the black support troops were eager to test the toughness of these combat types who wore funny-looking jump boots of which they were ostentatiously, enormously proud. Almost immediately, violence broke out. The first night one of our combat units got in there, the 82nd Airborne's outstanding commander, General Matthew Ridgway, recalled, one of my men was stabbed in a fight with one of these service troops. He didn't die, but the rumor spread among the division that he had, and I knew the situation called for instant and energetic measures to prevent a serious outbreak. Ridgway oozed Army from every pore. Born in 1895 to a distinguished colonel, Ridgway grew up at a succession of Army posts. He breathed the fading dust of the closing frontier, as his father's military career had taken the family far and wide in the western United States. Ridgway never considered any other path in life but to be a soldier. He was born to it and took to it magnificently at West Point, graduating in 1917. He was one of the solid coterie of promising officers who stuck with their Army careers in the 1920s and 1930s in spite of public scorn and a dearth of promotions. Along the way, he impressed General Marshall. On the eve of World War II, Ridgway was serving on the general's staff. Later, Ridgway commanded the 82nd Airborne in its Mediterranean campaigns. He was an excellent leader, a hands-on combat general. Ridgway understood all too well that he had to take decisive action to quell the racial animosity between his troopers and the service troops. Immediately, I visited every unit bivouacked in the area. I called the officers together and laid down the law to them. I told them that the troops who were there when we arrived were wearing the same uniforms we were wearing. They were there under orders of competent authority. They were performing tasks just as essential to the war as the tasks we were performing. To Ridgway, the issue of race might have been one of the great problems American society faced, but it was not our responsibility to try to settle it 3,000 miles from home in the middle of a war. I doubled our MP patrols and personally spent the early hours of the next few evenings riding and walking through the streets to see that my orders were being carried out. His proactive approach worked. The violence ended, if not the animosity. When the troopers weren't cavorting around Nottingham, they concentrated on practicing night jumps. Private Paul Bouchereau served in the regiment's headquarters company. A native of New Orleans, he joined the paratroopers shortly after graduating from Louisiana State University. One night in late April, Bouchereau and the other men of the 508th loaded up on planes. They had been waiting around for several days, hoping for rainy weather to pass. After about 30 minutes airborne, word was received to return to base. A few minutes after we deplaned and returned to our quarters in one of the hangars, several of us found a small radio and tuned in our favorite program, The Bitch of Berlin. Bouchereau was talking about Axis Sally, otherwise known as Margaret Gillers, an American woman who had married a German and, over the years, begun to identify with Germany. Her program was strictly propaganda, bravado aimed at undermining GI morale, but the American soldiers still liked it, mainly because she played popular music. That night, the troopers listened to music for about 10 minutes before Axis Sally broke in with a short message. "We extend our regrets to the men of the 508th who were to make a practice jump this evening, but could not do so because of inclement weather. "Come on over, paratroopers. Hitler's panzers are waiting. You will all be killed." The men stared at the radio in stunned disbelief. How could she know that? Some of them felt a shiver run down their spines. This message was broadcast less than an hour after the very secret jump was canceled. It was a frightening thing. Axis Sally undoubtedly got her information from one of the turned German agents who provided German intelligence with interesting tidbits that seemed important but were actually of very little value in the long run. Combat soldiers like Bouchereau did not know of any of that kind of cloak-and-dagger intrigue. They only knew that the enemy seemed to know their every move, and it spooked them. They could not help wondering if, when the time came to leap into combat, the Germans would be ready and waiting for them. The Germans certainly knew the Allies were coming, but they did not as yet know when and where. Eisenhower aimed to keep it that way. Chapter 2. The Transportation Plan. In a way, Ike's aerial offensive, known generally as the Transportation Plan, was designed as a kind of insurance policy, just in case German intelligence did figure out Allied intentions. The greatest threat to the impending invasion was the possibility that the Germans would make good on the continental superiority of their forces. On the landing beaches, the Allies could be expected to hold an advantage, especially under the guns of their navies and the bombs of their aerial fleets. But the Germans had an advantage of their own, and it was potentially decisive. They had close to 60 divisions defending northwest Europe. It would take months for the Allies to land and supply armies that large. If the Germans could figure out where the Allies intended to invade and then get their armies to that area, the Allies would be in deep trouble. In Eisenhower's view, the formidable British and American strategic air forces must be used as a weapon to prevent that from happening. In other words, he hoped to isolate the battlefield, deprive the Germans of swift reinforcement, resupply, and sustenance in general. The Fortitude Deception Plan was designed to keep them guessing about the time and place of the invasion, but the Transportation Plan aimed at taking away all possibility of a strong German response to the invasion, regardless of what German intelligence knew. Basically, the plan originated from an analytical paper prepared by Solly Zuckerman, a South African self-made anatomy professor. Zuckerman was a scientific advisor to Ike's deputy, Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder. The professor analyzed Allied bombing of railways in Italy and prepared a detailed study of what such a campaign would do in northern Europe. He called for a 3-month campaign aimed at paralyzing the French rail system. In this way, the Germans would be deprived of the necessary transportation and bridges to move troops to Normandy in reaction to the invasion. Instead, they would be forced to confine their movement to the roads, where they could be savaged by Allied fighter bombers. Zuckerman's vision was the ideal blueprint for isolating the battlefield. It seemed like an obvious, necessary course of action. But unfortunately, the situation was not quite that simple. Zuckerman's transportation plan drew a firestorm of opposition and led to the stormiest of pre-invasion debates among the Allied High Command. The plan's most influential advocate was Eisenhower. Ike knew that his invading troops would need air supremacy and the isolated battlefield Zuckerman's transportation plan could yield. Although Ike was quite pleased with the overlord directive he had received from the combined chiefs of staff, he was displeased that it did not give him control of the strategic air forces in the weeks leading up to the invasion. He knew that in order to employ Allied air power effectively, he needed to have command and control of the planes. This notion did not sit well with the fiercely independent air commanders, led by Air Marshal Sir Arthur Harris among the British and Lieutenant General Carl Toohey Spots among the Americans. These air power enthusiasts believed they could win the war on their own. Harris commanded all British strategic air forces, while Spots held an equivalent command for the Americans. Heavily influenced by the pronunciations of pre-war air power theorists such as Julio Douay and Billy Mitchell, they contended that Germany could be defeated solely through a successful strategic air campaign. Heavy bombers could attack and destroy the enemy's very capacity to make war, making ground armies obsolete. In pursuit of that goal, the air commanders had been steadily bombing Germany for the last 3 years. Harris's bombers concentrated on nighttime attacks. He was loath to risk his planes in costly daytime attacks against precision targets. Instead, he sent them over Germany each night with a mandate for area bombing, which in effect meant the wanton destruction of cities and the terrorizing of German civilians. Harris held little sympathy in his heart for the enemy as a people. After all, Germany had bombed British cities earlier in the war, killing thousands of British civilians. Now Britain was simply going its enemy one better. Harris truly believed that if he could unleash enough destruction on Germany, he could break the will of the German people to continue the war. The fact that German bombing of British civilians had merely strengthened their resolve back in 1940-41 did not deter Harris from his beliefs. Night after night, his bomber crewmen took the war to the people of Germany, destroying entire cities, killing and wounding thousands of people, while many more became homeless. Spaatz and the Americans hoped to achieve aerial victory through more strategic and slightly more humanitarian means. They believed that their heavy bombers could fly deep into Germany during the daytime in order to precision bomb crucial industries without which Germany could not fight the war. They unleashed raids on Germany's factories, marshalling yards, oil plants, and the like. Of course, the Germans knew all too well the importance of such targets and defended them accordingly, inflicting heavy casualties on the Americans. For 2 years now, American bomber crews had braved terrifying odds in attempting to carry out the vision of their superiors. They had not destroyed Germany's capacity to resist, but they had seriously eroded the fighting efficiency of the German Air Force. The airmen then believed deeply, almost with a mystical zealousness, that airplanes were the decisive weapon of war. Strategic bombing meant the destruction of infrastructure and the killing of civilians, but ultimately it was still more humanitarian than the massive bloodletting of all-out ground warfare. It would make such costly warfare obsolete, or so the thinking went. Spaatz and Harris, in their views, merely spoke for many others on both sides of the Atlantic. American air power enthusiasts also had another agenda, an independent air force. If strategic bombing could win the war, then policymakers would have no choice but to create an independent U.S. Air Force instead of maintaining the current situation in which the Air Force was merely a subordinate branch of the Army. Men like Spaatz thought of Overlord as unnecessary. They were also quite reluctant to yield control of their aircraft for mere support of ground or naval forces. So when Eisenhower expressed a desire to assume control of Spaatz's planes, the latter reacted like a lioness protecting her cubs. Spaatz was a fine aerial commander, by most accounts a good man with excellent character. In spite of their impending differences, he and Eisenhower got along well. They respected each other. Spaatz understood air power quite well, but he did not understand much about the war's grand strategy or the true strength of Germany, much less ground warfare. One of Eisenhower's biographers, the late Stephen Ambrose, summed up the difference in outlook between Ike and Toohey. Spaatz assumed that it would be easy to get ashore and stay there, while Eisenhower did not. Spaatz, and so many others like him, greatly overestimated the war-winning power of their planes. Air power was a powerful weapon, but it could not win the war by itself. This has been proven true for almost all modern wars. Spaatz, wedded to the idea that Overlord was unnecessary, even expressed the view to one of Ike's associates in late 1943 that once the weather cleared up in the spring, 3 months of continuous bombing would bring Germany to its knees. He said it would be a much better investment to build up forces in Italy to push the Germans across the Po, taking and using airfields as we come to them, thus shortening the bomb run into Germany. A few months later, in a planning conference, Spaatz expressed his views on the kind of grand strategy he would pursue to defeat Germany. If I were directing strategic operations, I would go into Norway, where we have a much greater chance of ground force success, and where I believe Sweden would come in with us. Then, with air bases in Sweden, we would attack Germany from 4 sides, UK, Italy, Russia, and Sweden, simultaneously. He still could not bring himself to terms with Overlord's utility. Why undertake a highly dubious operation in a hurry when there is a surer way to do it as just outlined? It is better to win the war, surely, than to undertake an operation which has great risks. Spots had no clue what he was talking about. An invasion of Norway would have been a waste of resources and effort. It would have been like a boxer seeking to land a killing blow by punching his opponent's thigh rather than his chin. The Soviets would not have viewed a Norway junket as the second front they had requested, nor would Sweden have joined the war. Norway would have been a strategic dead end, one with serious weather issues that would have taken Allied armies further away from ultimate victory. Plain and simple, Germany could only be decisively beaten and forced into the Allied policy of unconditional surrender by losing a ground campaign in northwest Europe. Thankfully, General Marshall understood this, and he gave his stamp of approval to Eisenhower in his fight to win command of the air forces in the weeks leading up to Overlord. Marshall's support gave Eisenhower the necessary clout to face down his many opponents over this contentious issue. In addition to Spots and Harris, Churchill and his war cabinet opposed Ike, mainly out of grave doubts about the morality of the transportation plan. The Supreme Commander ultimately threatened to resign if he did not get his way. By late March, the issue was decided in his favor, but that did not end the bickering. Spots, as a good soldier, had yielded to the inevitability of Ike's control of his planes, but now proposed an alteration to the transportation plan. Instead of attacking the railroads and bridges of France, in the process inflicting inevitable civilian casualties, why not target Germany's oil capacity? Spots's oil plan proposed an all-out bombing offensive against Germany's oil refineries and storage areas. Certainly on its merits the plan made sense, but not as a support mechanism for Overlord. Eisenhower's planners already knew that the Germans had compiled sufficient oil in the occupied countries to function effectively. Using the strategic bombers to attack Germany's oil lifeline was more of a long-range project, since it would not provide much short-term support for Overlord. Depriving Germany of oil was unquestionably a sound approach, but the campaign Spots envisioned would have no effect on the outcome of the impending battle. Eisenhower and Tedder both recognized this shortcoming of Spots's oil plan. At a crucial meeting on March 25th, the Supreme Commander politely rebuffed Spots's impassioned plea for the implementation of his oil plan. Ike formally decided in favor of the transportation plan and directed Tedder and Lee Mallory to ready themselves for Schaiff's impending assumption of aerial command, due to begin in the middle of April. In the interest of harmony, Ike did concede that once he assumed command, approximately 25% of the strategic bombers would continue bombing targets of Harris's and Spots's choosing in Germany. At the same time, Allied airmen would concentrate on crippling not just French transportation, but also on destroying the Luftwaffe, a continuing objective. Now only political opposition persisted, mainly among Churchill's government. The Prime Minister was deeply concerned about the inevitability of French casualties. In June 1940, he and his war cabinet had forbidden any aerial attacks that might lead to civilian deaths in occupied countries. Churchill's Ministry of Home Security estimated that Zuckerman's transportation plan would lead to anywhere between 80,000 and 160,000 civilian casualties, mostly in occupied France. Churchill knew that Franco-British relations were delicate. The French were still smarting over a British attack on their North African fleet in the summer of 1940. At that time, the British had acted out of self-preservation. They could not take the slightest chance that the formidable French fleet could end up in German hands. The loss of French life that would surely result from attacks on French railroads, coupled with the eventuality that German propaganda would exaggerate those losses, deeply troubled many in the British government. Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, a future Prime Minister, was quick to point out that after the war, the British would have to live with the people of continental Europe. Bombing them indiscriminately could poison relations for generations. Throughout much of April, as Eisenhower prepared to implement the plan, Churchill, during their many conversations, implored him to reconsider. The Prime Minister thought that the bombings would be cruel and remorseless and might very well smear the good name of the Royal Air Force. Eisenhower finally wrote to the Prime Minister with a lucid defense of the plan. Ike stressed the point that in his view, the French were slaves of the Germans. Any effort that could successfully free the French from their bondage was worth doing. We must never forget that one of the fundamental factors leading to the decision for undertaking Overlord was the conviction that our overpowering Air Force would make feasible an operation which might otherwise be considered extremely hazardous, if not foolhardy. I think it would be sheer folly to abstain from doing anything that can increase in any measure our chances for success in Overlord." This was a brilliant rejoinder. Churchill had, after all, been reluctant for years to engage in a cross-channel attack because of its risk. He could hardly backpedal now from the use of every weapon in support of an operation he had previously described as prohibitively dangerous. Still, he appealed to Roosevelt to stop or curb the plan. The president refused to interfere. Before Churchill could redouble his obstructionist tactics, the French undercut him. At the Prime Minister's suggestion, Schaeff consulted them. Ike's Chief of Staff, Major General Walter Beadle Smith, spoke with Major General Pierre Koenig, Charles de Gaulle's head of French forces in Britain. Koenig's reply was unequivocal. "This is war, and it must be expected that people will be killed." When informed of the British government's dire projections of French casualties, Koenig did not budge. "We would take twice the anticipated loss to be rid of the Germans." Smith never forgot the earnest but agonized look on Koenig's face when he uttered these statements. As a Frenchman, he was torn by the additional suffering the bombings would cause his people, but as a soldier, he recognized the vital military part they would play in the liberation of France. I doubt if the expression "c'est la guerre" was ever used with deeper feeling. With French approval, the opponents of the transportation plan now had little other recourse. Churchill continued to wring his hands about it, badgering Ike periodically in the weeks ahead, but the plan went forward. In late April, the bombings began in earnest. The Allies unleashed the full force of their powerful aerial armadas in preparation for the invasion. This meant a mixture of heavy and medium bombers working in conjunction with fighters. At La Glacerie, a few miles south of Cherbourg, the Germans had concentrated several gun emplacements. On the morning of April 27th, a formation of American B-17 bombers approached La Glacerie from the south. These bombers came from the 91st Bomb Group, based at Bassingbourn, England. In the nose of one of the group's planes, Lieutenant Charles Hudson, a young bombardier flying his 16th mission, prepared to assume control of the plane. Hudson huddled against his Norden bomb sight, searching for what aviators called the initial point, or IP. The bomb run began at the IP. The pilot turned over effective control of the plane to the bombardier, who flew the aircraft straight into the skies over the target, searching for the best release point. Soon the bomb run started. Fighting against the plane's buffeting gyrations, Hudson peered through his bomb sight. He fiddled with his oxygen mask. The thing had a tendency to tickle his face, but without it, he would fall prey to hypoxia and die at this altitude of over 25,000 feet. His B-17 was not pressurized, so he and the 9 other crewmen on this cramped plane had to go on oxygen above 10,000 feet. Plus, it was cold up here, so cold that if you touched your .50 caliber machine gun with an ungloved hand, it could freeze to the gun. So cold that if you didn't make sure to keep your oxygen line free of the saliva from your exhalations, the line could freeze, starving you of oxygen just as surely as if you wore no mask at all. Actually, the nose bubble, where the bombardier and navigator sat together in cramped intimacy, was probably the warmest place on the plane. The waist gunners had the coldest spot, standing at an open door, braving the whipping winds, straining their eyes looking for enemy fighters. Today there were none of those, but that didn't mean there was no danger. Lieutenant Hudson heard a faint thumping outside the plane. He glanced at the navigator, and they exchanged fearful looks. They both knew that the thumping meant flak, and lots of it. The Germans possessed a terrifying coterie of effective anti-aircraft guns, most notably the versatile 88mm. The flak bursts increased in their intensity and accuracy. Hudson tried desperately to concentrate. I strained my eyes for a look at the target, but this is one that I had to throw the towel in on. Our left wing was a cloud of flak puffs, and our No. 4 engine was on fire, but not for long. The pilot shut the engine down, extinguishing the fire, but Hudson could still see the engine smoking ominously. Desperately, he tried to concentrate on acquiring the target. The damned flak just would not stop, though. It kept getting louder and closer. It was so close that he could see the flash out of the corner of his eye as each shell burst. The sky was full of the residue of these bursts, small, oily black smoke puffs that gave the appearance of splotches on a Dalmatian. Still searching for the target, Lieutenant Hudson glanced at the map that rested precariously on the small work table he and the navigator used. All of a sudden, Hudson heard a loud bang. A piece of flak went zipping through the map I was looking at, and another hit Borellis, the navigator, in the back, went through his flak suit and lodged in his parachute harness. Borellis and Hudson were quite lucky. The shell that had burst so close to their plane sent only low-velocity shrapnel into their compartment. The shrapnel ripped through the map but spent itself in the layers of clothing Borellis wore to ward off the cold. Seconds later, the booming flak grew even worse. Hudson's plane, one engine already shut down, was now in trouble. He still had not gotten a fix on the target, and the flak had become dangerously thick. Something had to give. He had either to bomb soon or risk getting the plane shredded. The pilot decided to leave the formation. The B-17 turned sharply and headed for the nearby coast. Hudson looked out the window and recoiled. One of our ships got a direct hit and dove straight into the ground. My roommate was in this ship. Sobered by the reality of yet another lost friend, they limped away on 3 engines. Hudson jettisoned his bombs in the channel. Finally, they made it home. Upon landing, they inspected their planes. Every single one of our ships were filled with holes, and several men had been hit, and I didn't even drop on target. This made me feel pretty bad, but it just couldn't be helped. Hudson and the 91st enjoyed better luck the next day when the group led several others on a mission to hit the airfields in Audiobooks, France. The day was quite clear by European standards. Hudson made a couple of practice runs with his sight as the plane closed in on the IP. This time he heard no flak outside. The target was visible from the IP, and I had a beautiful bomb run. My aiming point was the headquarters building, and my other 2 groups and trail had hangars on each side. Hudson then had trouble with his sight, so he bombed manually. We missed the hell out of the aiming point, but we took down the hangars that the other groups were supposed to hit. They picked up some flak as they flew away from the target, but nothing serious. Lieutenant Hudson manned his .50 caliber gun, scanning the skies for enemy fighters, not expecting to see anything since the Luftwaffe had been scarce lately. But all of a sudden, enemy fighters were everywhere. In an instant, they zoomed past Hudson's plane. I got the chin turret turned around in time to get about 100 rounds into them. Luckily, the bombers had plenty of escorting P-51 fighters with them. These fighters took care of the enemy planes while the bombers all made it home. Compared with deep penetration raids in Germany, the transportation plan missions were safer for the heavy bomber crews, but casualties still piled up. It could not be otherwise with such a sustained offensive. Frank Vratny was a bombardier in the 487th Bomb Group. On May 11th, his unit bombed the railroad marshalling yards at Chaumont, exactly the kind of mission Zuckerman envisioned. Only 24 bombers made it to Chaumont. The rest diverted to other targets in eastern France. Consequently, the Germans at Chaumont could concentrate their fire on the small formation of which Vratny's plane was a part. On the bomb run, a slew of flak bursts riddled Vratny's plane. He heard the bailout bell. His first thought was to salvo his bombs, but the electrical system that controlled the bomb bay doors and the bombs had been knocked out. The plane was losing altitude. Vratny realized he had no choice but to bail out. He fastened his chute and hurled himself through the nose gear door. He hit the slipstream and tried to get his bearings. A few seconds passed, and then his chute opened. He floated down toward the earth, the cool air whipping around him. On hitting the ground, I hid my chute in a hedgerow, covered it with leaves, then ran for about 2 miles. I hid in a hedgerow there and watched German patrols walk past me. After dark, I hid out in a pile of hay in a barn. He hid there until the next evening, but hunger and thirst drove him from hiding in search of food and water. He made contact with an old man who took him home and fed him. The venerable Frenchman made it clear, though, that the American could not stay there, not with Germans swarming everywhere. The farmer and his wife made Vratny a sandwich, gave him a bottle of wine, and bid him farewell. I walked all day and night, and the next day a French couple had me out near their village. They got some civilian clothes for me and contacted the underground. Eventually, he ended up in Paris. When the French underground attempted to spirit him to England, he got caught because a Gestapo agent had infiltrated their group. The Germans sent Fratney to Buchenwald, but he managed to survive the war. Medium bomber crewmen did not take the same kind of casualties as crews of the heavies, but their missions were harrowing nonetheless. Medium twin-engine bombers like the B-26 Marauder were a great weapon in the implementation of the transportation plan. They were ideal for bombing at moderate altitudes, usually between 8,000 and 13,000 feet, with precision accuracy, perfect for taking out bridges. The Marauder was fast and quick enough to elude fighter planes. Of course, the plane did have its drawbacks. Marauder crewmen jokingly called their plane the Flying Prostitute because it had no visible means of support. The B-26's stubby wings and thick fuselage made some wonder how the thing could fly at all. Often the plane's cigar-shaped anatomy produced a critical stall speed at takeoff and landing, hence the sardonic nickname. Some even called it the Widowmaker. Once pilots overcame their misgivings about the Marauder, something that usually came with experience, they found it to be an effective, durable aircraft. Atlanta-born Alan Stevens became a B-26 pilot at the fairly advanced age of 27 in 1943. In early 1944, he and his crew deployed to England. They spent much of the spring months flying support missions for Overlord. The targets varied. One day they would hit coastal guns near Le Havre, another day marshalling yards, bridges, or V-1 rocket sites that housed Hitler's new terror weapons. We almost always got hit with flak, but we seldom ever saw any fighters at this stage. The brass wanted to make sure that they did not betray any kind of bombing pattern that might reveal Normandy as the invasion site. In fact, they sought to reinforce the German supposition that the invasion must come at Calais. For every tactical mission flown against targets in Normandy, Allied aircraft carried out 2 that hit Calais. On May 13th, Stevens's 397th Bomb Group flew a mission against coastal guns in Dieppe, home to the disastrous Canadian raid 2 years earlier. They approached from the sea. The group was spread out into carefully rehearsed formations. Each plane flew in a tight 3-ship flight. Pilots, like Stevens, made sure to stick very close to the other 2 planes in the flight. The group consisted of 6 such flights. As they neared the target, Lieutenant Stevens kept his eyes fixed ahead, following the other flights. Ever so steadily, he and the others leveled out their course so that the bombardiers could find aiming points for their bomb sites. They no sooner did that than they heard and saw the telltale bursts around them. Flak rose up in thick waves, as it always seemed to do during a bomb run. Stevens could just hear it above the din of his plane's engines. It almost sounded like a staccato version of thunder in the distance. Whump, crump, whump. The experience was terrifying. Stevens knew that at any moment Flak could tear his plane to bits. With every passing second, death became a real possibility, a simple matter of mathematical calculations, distance and windage computations, shrapnel velocity, and physics. The German anti-aircraft crews, frantically working their guns several thousand feet below, made those calculations and targeted their shells with the help of radar. Unlike heavy bombers, the mediums could take some evasive action on their bomb run. The heavies, theoretically, could withstand more flak punishment than mediums. Plus, the big planes needed steady flight to enhance accuracy. The mediums could not take as much flak, and they flew lower on their bomb runs, increasing the accuracy of their bombing. As his bombardier prepared to salvo his bombs, Stevens took slight evasive action, which meant, for example, turning 2 degrees left, leveling out, turning 1 degree right, leveling out, 2 more degrees right, leveling out, and 1 degree left, and then back on course toward the aiming point. If we were lucky, we would fool the radar and the gun sights, and the flak would burst to our right or left, where we would have been without the evasive action. The evasion was working, at least so far, but the flak still burst uncomfortably close. A kind of steady throb now. It had a sort of rhythm of its own. Stevens could almost get used to it. Almost. The seconds ticked by and still no bombs away. Everyone was impatient now. Almost every airman except the bombardiers was thinking, drop the bombs and let's get the hell out of here. Lieutenant Stevens tried to keep his mind free of such impatience. He had found on his previous 10 missions that you could not become preoccupied with the flak or you would go crazy wondering if the next burst might kill you. A few more seconds passed, and then he felt the plane lurch upward. "Bombs away!" his bombardier, Lieutenant Francis Fritz Carrier, called out. Deadly bombs from the entire 397th Bomb Group fell thousands of feet and exploded, close enough to the Dieppe guns to do them damage. "We hit the target cleanly," Stevens later claimed. As quickly as he could, he turned his plane toward England and followed the other planes home to their base at Rivenhall. At debriefing, Stevens found out that one of the group's navigators had been killed on the mission. Flak fragments had torn through his compartment and smashed into his head, killing him instantly. For the navigator, the fighting was over. But for the rest of his buddies, the Dieppe raid was just another day on the job of fulfilling the goals of the transportation plan. Lieutenant William Redmond, a B-26 navigator bombardier in the 387th Bomb Group, kept a diary that spring. Each night after a mission, he wrote a descriptive entry in the diary, effectively recording a vivid chronicle of the transportation plan. On May 12th, his group bombed heavy guns around Cherbourg. No flak, surprisingly enough. I lead the low flight of 4 ships, and our bombs hit 500 yards from the guns. We all missed the target in the first box of 12 ships. They came back from this mission, gassed up, ate a meal, and took off for a mission to hit guns at Le Havre. I made a mistake in target identification and dropped on similar installation 3 miles to the south. Once again, no flak bothered us. Lead 4 ships hit within 100 feet of guns to right of target. High flight hit 200 feet to the left. A few days later, the 387th went back to Cherbourg. This time we went after those 4 170mm guns with a Pathfinder leader, a plane with special navigation equipment. Our bombs from the second 18 hit to the right of the northernmost gun, possibly disabling it. Flak from a 4-gun battery followed us on the way out, but we were beyond range. 2 days later, it was more of the same. On this trip, we, high flight, hit the southernmost gun on the button. Flak was heavier than the last trip, but no hits were scored on our ships. A week later, as May neared an end, they began concentrating on railroad bridges. For instance, on May 28th, Redmond's group flew a mission to knock out a railroad bridge over the Seine River, northwest of Paris. Once again, I flew in lead 6. Flak was horrible. Our ship was hit twice in the right wing, once in the left wing, twice in the left motor severing the oil line, 1 big hole in the left aft bomb bay, and small crack in the nose near my feet. No ships lost, but 1 crashed in on a flat. No one was hurt. The bridge was straddled on the west shoreline with bombs. The following day, they bombed another sand bridge. They hit it dead center and watched as the remnants of the bridge tumbled into the river. But the victory came with a price. Redmond was watching the bombs hit their mark when he saw a plane from a sister squadron get hit. I watched it fall in a tight spin. 3 shoots were reported. A gunner was killed by flak. It entered his body between the front and rear of his flak suit. Another ship limped home with a smoking engine. Our ship received 1 small hole in the right elevator. As mentioned, the Germans ordinarily did not send their fighters after the marauders, but sometimes they would attack them if they had been crippled by flak. On May 26th, several groups of marauders bombed German airfields at Chartres. Alfred Freiberger, a 21-year-old native of Fort Wayne, Indiana, was at the controls of one of those planes. Freiberger, his co-pilot, and his crewmen all enjoyed rum and cokes, so they dubbed their aircraft Rum Buggy. The name, plus a colorful illustration, adorned the plane's nose. On both sides of the nose of our ship, we painted a big animated bottle of rum, standing in a rickshaw, cracking a whip over the head of a crew member pulling the rickshaw. Their bomb run at Chartres went very smoothly. They cruised from the IP to the aiming point, where the bombardier disgorged 8 500-pound bombs on the airfield below. Freiberger felt the bombs leave the plane and began to turn his aircraft for home. Then, in an instant, his world changed. An 88mm shell went through our right wing tank without exploding, thank goodness, or I wouldn't be here now. Some flak knocked out our left engine, ruptured the main hydraulic lines under my seat, and also hit our tail gunner, Bob Dollum, in the right arm. Since we were now on 1 engine, I had to drop out of formation. They steadily lost altitude. Freiberger called for help from nearby P-51 fighter pilots who were flying top cover for the bombers. The voice of their leader crackled over Freiberger's headphones. "No sweat, buddy. We have you in sight, and we will be right down." Freiberger glanced to his left and saw a German Me-109 swooping in for a pass at his plane. A tremor of fear washed over him. If that fighter got to him before the P-51s, it could shoot him down in a matter of seconds. He called the P-51 leader. "I have a bogey getting ready for the kill." "No problem, we've got him pegged," the fighter pilot replied. Now Freiberger and the other bomb crewmen became mere spectators. Two P-51s came down across my nose and headed straight toward the Me-109. It looked like the Me-109 stopped in midair and did a 180 and tried to get away, but the 51s were right on his tail and shot him down. They came back and did a slow roll in front of me and said, "Okay, now we'll take you home." They escorted him until the white cliffs of Dover came into sight. "Do you think you can make it from here?" Freiberger nodded. "Yes, I think I can. Thanks a million." "No problem, buddy. It's all in a day's work. We'll see you." Freiberger watched them execute several more victory rolls and tear off for their base. I never did find out who those pilots were. I sure would have liked to buy them a drink. Freiberger managed to make a safe, albeit challenging, landing at an emergency landing strip. At the debriefing, we were given an extra ration of rot-gut whiskey and told to take a couple of days off until they could find another airplane for us. As Freiberger's story indicates, the fighters were lifesavers. They also might have been the most effective weapon the Air Force possessed. The P-47s and P-51s that most American fighter pilots flew by 1944 were wonderfully versatile. They could escort bombers deep into enemy territory or hold their own with enemy aircraft in air-to-air combat. Plus, they could strafe and bomb quite effectively. The latter type mission was of particular importance to the accomplishment of the Allied goal of isolating Normandy by D-Day. Even as the heavy and medium bombers struck vital targets from altitudes of 10,000 feet and up, the fighters went lower so as to inflict maximum devastation. Bill Dunn was a 27-year-old fighter pilot and ace in the 406th Fighter Group. By the spring of 1944, he had a wealth of experience flying fighter aircraft. He had been a member of the Eagle Squadron, a group of American pilots who joined the Royal Air Force before America's entry into the war. A senior captain, he regularly led flights and perused orders that came down from higher headquarters. We were directed to step up armed recce missions. Hunt down and kill everything that moved was the field order. Railway trains, trucks, automobiles, river barges, coastal vessels, anything that might support German ground troops. Shoot or blow the hell out of it. We were also directed to do a lot of bridge busting, strike heavy flak positions, and knock off flak towers. These strafing missions were very dangerous for the fighter pilots. They pulled tremendous G-forces during their descent. Their planes were durable, but flak could easily shoot them down at such low altitudes. Flying down on the deck could be disorienting under the best of circumstances, but pulling out of a 10,000-foot dive could be quite difficult, especially after absorbing such terrific G-forces. Sometimes, the pilots even got killed by the debris from their own ordnance. Captain Dunn especially feared the missions against flak towers. The enemy gunners were encased in steel-reinforced concrete towers about 50 feet high, with all sorts of automatic weapons pointing, it seemed, in every direction. Since our .50 caliber guns didn't do too much damage to these towers, except knock off a lot of concrete chips, we soon learned to employ our 5-inch Havar rockets against them. To get a rocket hit, we had to get in pretty close because of the rocket's slow velocity and dropping trajectory. To divvy up the flak tower's return fire, we would attack the tower simultaneously from 2 or 3 directions. When we were within firing range, we each let go of a pair of rockets. Then we spent the next couple of seconds ducking the other firing aircraft and the rocket bursts. A very tricky business. Nor was the process very precise. Sometimes they mistook water supply towers for flak towers. Lieutenant Alvin Siegel was very typical of many young American fighter pilots risking their lives on these missions. As a youngster in California, he used to go to the nearest airfield and watch the planes take off. He was fascinated with flying and yearned to one day become an Army aviator. When the United States went to war, he got his wish. In May 1944, he flew dozens of sorties for the 358th Fighter Group, including bridge-busting missions. We would take off in the usual formation, fly over the Channel, and make landfall south of Calais. We would fly down to 12,000 feet. When we spotted the bridge, we would pair off. If there was a flight of 16, the first flight would peel off, dive down, and bomb the bridge. They would come back up and circle above us and act as top cover for the next flight. We would continue that way until all 4 flights dropped their bombs. Usually we carried 2 500-pound bombs, one under each wing. There were times when we got a couple of direct hits. Typically their bombs hit nearby, not perfectly on target. Very often we had some very near misses and did a lot of damage, and other times we would have a bad day and not do much damage at all. After each fighter dropped its bombs, they would ascend to a safer altitude. We would climb up to 4,000 to 6,000 feet and as a group fly back. If the weather was clear, we would look for something moving on the ground such as trucks or trains. When you dived at an object, you almost couldn't miss. Even if your first shot wasn't perfect, you could see the bullets hitting the ground. They would hit in flashes because they were incendiary bullets. The pilots especially shot up any trains or supply trucks they spotted. Sometimes the fighters did double duty, flying escort for the bombers and then going down to the deck to strafe. The fighter pilots would have much preferred to duel in the skies with enemy fighters, but on these missions, they could take out their frustrations on ground targets. One of Captain Dunn's comrades in the 406th Fighter Group was a 21-year-old New Orleans native named Robert O'Neill. Second Lieutenant O'Neill joined the unit in mid-May. He had a year and a half of Louisiana State University education under his belt and had worked at a shipyard before enlisting as an aviation cadet in 1942. On May 30th, he participated in a dual escort strafing mission. His unit escorted B-26 to a target in Belgium. The bombers dropped their bombs safely and headed for home. During the bomb run, O'Neill circled above the marauders, craning his neck, peering intently into the skies, searching for enemy fighters. With the bombing mission accomplished, the fighters headed for the deck. Lieutenant O'Neill followed closely behind his wingman. We hit the deck and shot at anything that moved. We had a great time, and we did destroy some trains, shot up some flak towers. They buzzed around for several more minutes, but ran out of targets and ammo. That night they watched their gun camera film in order to ascertain how much damage they had done. One of the pilots took the instructions rather lightly. He had shot up and totally eliminated a large black and white cow. His retort was that it was an enemy cow and was moving. Clearly, cows had something to fear from the transportation plan, but did the Germans? The short answer is yes. By the end of May, the Luftwaffe had more or less been swept from the skies, but that had been partially accomplished in the months preceding the plan. According to an Air Force historian, the Germans lost 2,262 fighter pilots in the 5 months before D-Day. In addition, Germany had lost 50% of its fighter force. The offensive had an even greater impact on its main target, the transportation network. German rail traffic in northern France had practically ground to a halt. The enemy's transportation ministry claimed in May that the raids carried out in recent weeks have caused systematic breakdown of all main lines. Large-scale strategic movement of German troops by rail is practically impossible. The Army's official historian decreed that rail traffic in France declined 60% between 1 March and 6 June. But that statistic does not tell the whole story. The Allied missions mainly paralyzed German rail traffic in northern France, the area in which the invasion was to take place. They left southern France more or less untouched. In total, they dropped over 76,000 tons of bombs that drastically affected the rail lines the Germans would need to reinforce their soon-to-be embattled troops in Normandy. The bridges were down the length of the Seine from Rouen to Montgassicourt before D-Day. Forrest Pogue, Schaeff's official historian, later wrote, "Railway traffic dropped sharply between 19 May and 9 June. The index, based on 100 for January and February 1944, falling from 60 to 38, and by mid-July dropping further to 23. In addition, 3/4 of French rail capacity in the northern part of the country had been shut down. The bombings did cause thousands of civilian casualties, but nowhere near the dire estimate of 160,000. Although French collaborationists roused some feelings against the Allies, there is no evidence that pro-German sentiment increased sharply because of the transportation attacks. The Air Force's official historian concurred. The battle against enemy transportation was a splendid success on the eve of D-Day. The Allies won their premier objective in their transportation campaign. They were able to build up their forces in Normandy from across the Channel faster than the Germans could reinforce theirs from adjacent areas in France. Even Spaatz later wrote that the transportation plan had opened the door for the invasion. The verdict of history should be clear. The plan accomplished exactly what it intended to do. It isolated Normandy on the eve of the invasion and prevented the Germans from sending large-scale reinforcements quickly to the battle area. Most of the German reinforcements making their way to Normandy in the summer of 1944 had to do so the old-fashioned way, by foot, and usually at night, in order to avoid Allied fighter bombers. In the end, the political and strategic risks of the plan were more than offset by the tangible results that helped Allied soldiers succeed in getting ashore and staying there. Chapter 3. The Brassy Briefing. The setting was quite austere, at least for such a stately gathering of leaders. The auditorium was crescent-shaped, with curved rows of wooden benches that layered one after the other to the top of the room. At ground level, a stage, adorned with a huge top-secret colored plaster map of Normandy, commanded the room. Dark gray, almost black columns supported the high ceiling and the rows of benches. The temperature in this simple amphitheater nearly mirrored the chilly, damp, raw air outside on this cold London day in the middle of May. The moist English chill had a way of penetrating your bones to the very marrow. General Eisenhower knew that all too well by now. He had been in England for 4 months. He found it amazing that even now, on May 15th, in the heart of spring, the place could be so chilly. It wasn't a piercing Siberian type of cold. Rather, it was a damp, dull cold, the kind that came from steady rain and little sunlight. He sat huddled in an overcoat in an armchair in front of the stage. He watched as the other top Allied commanders took their seats in this cramped amphitheater. They were all here at St. Paul's School in Kensington for the final briefing of the Overlord plan. St. Paul's had been a boys' school before the war. Now it was General Montgomery's headquarters. He had once gone to school here. Ike wondered if Monty ever felt nostalgic wandering the halls of this somber place. No, the prickly little British commander did not seem like the reflective type. Eisenhower fixed his gaze on Montgomery. The hero of El Alamein was outfitted in full khaki battle dress. He was trim, and the uniform fit him quite well. He looked like a confident man in full command. Monty kept glancing at his watch and the double doors to the amphitheater. He had issued orders that the hall was to be sealed at 0900 sharp. As the clock ticked closer to 0900, most of the key leaders of the Allied war effort found their places throughout the room. No one talked much. There was just a dull, expectant murmur. In fact, the room crackled with tension. Many of the commanders knew only their own particular aspect of Overlord. They did not know how the whole plan fit together, and they were eager to see if the big picture made sense. Immediately to Ike's right sat the King of England. Next to him was Winston Churchill, cigar firmly in place in his stubby right hand. On Ike's left sat in order Tedder, Ramsay, Montgomery, Lee Mallory, and Rear Admiral George Creasy of the Royal Navy. It never occurred to Ike that he was the only American in a row of chairs containing only British leaders. The seating in the room was stratified. The highest-ranking individuals sat closest to the stage. The lowest-ranking personages sat in the upper rows. The second tier included people such as Omar Bradley, Frederick Morgan, Carl Spaatz, and Beadle Smith. Behind them sat various Naval Task Force commanders, British Air Marshals, Assault Division commanders, even members of the British War Cabinet. Montgomery checked his watch again, turned around, and gestured to a pair of imposing American military policemen standing at the doors. They nodded and closed the doors, disappearing from sight. Eisenhower imagined what they must have looked like guarding the doors outside. The burly men wore white holsters and helmets. They both stood well over 6 feet tall. Even had there been any German spies left in England, they would have thought twice before crossing these military policemen. Sitting a few rows up from the Supreme Commander, Rear Admiral Morton Deo, commander of the Naval Bombardment Force scheduled to shell Utah Beach, nervously shifted on the uncomfortable bench. He could see the tension and the body language of the other officers. He stared at the map and wondered how such an elaborate plan could be synchronized. The room was heavy with anticipation. The proper meshing of so many gears would need nothing less than divine guidance. A failure at one point could throw the whole momentum out of balance and result in chaos. All in that room were aware of the gravity of the elements to be dealt with. No one more than Eisenhower. He understood that in part his job today was to instill complete confidence in the Overlord plan among the senior commanders. Once he saw that the doors were shut, he prepared to rise from his seat, only to hear a loud rapping on the doors. All heads turned in surprise toward the doors. The knocking abated for a moment and then began again, even louder than before. Monty looked annoyed. He had given orders that no one was to be allowed in after 0900. Still, the knocking continued. "Open the doors," Montgomery commanded the military policeman. The double doors flew open, and in walked General Patton. He unrepentantly strode several rows down to take his seat among the Army commanders. A few officers glowered at him for delaying Eisenhower's speech. Ike, however, was used to such mercurial behavior from his best commander, but biggest public relations headache. With Patton firmly in place, the Supreme Commander removed his coat and strode to the center of the stage, right in front of the elaborate map. He gave a brief overview of the Overlord plan and flashed his warm, self-conscious, almost boyish grin. Admiral Dale felt a surge of relief sweep over him when he saw the famous Eisenhower grin. It had been said that his smile was worth 20 divisions. That day it was worth more. Before the warmth of his quiet confidence, the mists of doubt dissolved. Ike spoke for 10 minutes, concluding, quite typically, with a message of unity and cooperation. "Here we are on the eve of a great battle. The force commanders will brief you on their plans. I would emphasize but one thing. I consider it to be the duty of anyone who sees a flaw in the plan not to hesitate to say so. I have no sympathy with anyone, whatever his station, who will not brook criticism. We are here to get the best possible results, and you must make a really cooperative effort." Ike turned the floor over to Montgomery, who would command all Allied ground forces on D-Day. The dapper British commander was completely in his element. In cool, coherent, articulate fashion, he explained each phase of the ground plan. Churchill, perhaps taking Eisenhower's imprecations a bit too seriously, repeatedly interrupted Montgomery, asking questions about strategy or tactics. Montgomery patiently fielded the Prime Minister's questions, never losing his essential focus in elaborating on the plan. Probably the best aspect of Monty's briefing was his prescription for success. "We have the initiative. Therefore, we must rely on the violence of our assault, our great weight of supporting fire from the sea and the air, the simplicity of our object, and a robust mentality. We must blast our way ashore and get a good lodgment before the enemy can bring sufficient reserves up to turn us out. We must gain space rapidly and peg out claims well inland." He finished on a motivational note. "We shall have to send the soldiers into this party seeing red. We must get them completely on their toes, having absolute faith in the plan, and imbued with infectious optimism and offensive eagerness. Nothing must stop them. This is a perfectly normal operation, which is certain of success. If anyone has any doubts in his mind, let him stay behind." On that note, Montgomery finished, yielding to Ramsey and Lee Mallory, Ike's naval and air commanders. Their briefings filled most of the rest of the morning. In the early afternoon, the group broke for lunch, but not before King George closed out the morning with a short, clumsy speech. "With God's help, this great operation will be brought to a successful conclusion," he summarized. In the second row of the hall, Patton cringed. Clearly, public speaking was not the king's strong suit. The American general found it rather painful to watch the efforts he made not to stammer. At lunch, Patton sat opposite Churchill. Oddly enough, the Prime Minister asked Patton if he remembered him. "Yes, I do," Patton replied. Churchill beamed and ordered Patton a glass of whiskey. After lunch, they resumed their previous places to hear numerous briefings from task force and Army commanders, including Bradley, who gave a short talk, Fort Benning style, without notes. In spite of the discomfort of the surroundings and the length of the sessions, no one's attention seemed to wane. Quite possibly the highlight of the afternoon was a briefing by Major General Elwood Pete Quesada, commander of the 9th Tactical Air Command. At 40 years of age, Quesada was probably the youngest man in the room. Bradley admired him as one of the few air commanders who thought of ground support as a vast new frontier waiting to be explored. Indeed, Quesada and his aviators would soon perfect close air support in the Normandy campaign. On this day, he stood before the assembled senior officers and began to speak. An ordinary man might have been intimidated in the presence of so much power and seniority, but not Quesada. He had joined the Army as a private in 1924 and eventually earned a commission and his pilot's wings. He was a stocky, solid man with a full head of thick brown hair and an easy smile. One of his fighter pilots once called him a good-looking devil. Looks as though he could handle his fists, too. Now Quesada began to explain the American Tactical Air Plan. First, the 9th Troop Transport Command, consisting of about 1,000 C-47s, would shuttle the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions to their drop zones during the early morning hours of D-Day. Next, at daybreak, medium bombers would hit coastal emplacements at Utah Beach. Finally, as Quesada discussed the missions his fighters would fly, he swept his pointer airily across the span of Normandy, flashing his winning grin, and said, "We will move like that throughout our progress over the continent of Europe." The audience broke out in good-natured chuckles. These old men, sitting like schoolboys in their hard wooden rows, were looking for a bit of comic relief after a serious day of briefings. Quesada provided it to them. When the laughter died down, one of the American officers, Major General J. Lawton Collins, commander of the 7th Corps that would hit Utah Beach, asked, "Pete, how are you going to keep the German Air Force from preventing our landing?" Quesada didn't miss a beat. "General, there's not going to be any German Air Force there." That pronouncement set forth a round of subdued snickers. Churchill was intrigued by this confident Yank general. Young man, how can you be so sure?" Quesada knew that he would not regret his assurances. He knew that Allied planes had decimated the Luftwaffe. He knew that his side would call upon 13,000 aircraft for D-Day. He knew that the German Air Force had no chance to repel the invasion. Only the German Army could do that. He looked at Churchill. "Mr. Prime Minister, because we won't let them be there," Quesada answered. "I am sure of it. There will be no German Air Force over the invasion area." Churchill hesitated a moment as if pondering whether Quesada was foolishly brash or supremely confident. He made up his mind on the latter. "You are very confident. At least that is a great asset." There was nothing more to say. Quesada sat down. He was sure that what he said would come to fruition, but he hoped he had not appeared too cocksure. Late in the day, at about 1600, when all the military commanders had had their say, Churchill, the great orator, finally rose to speak. As was his habit on such occasions, the Prime Minister absent-mindedly grabbed his lapels and held them firmly in his hands. "Gentlemen, I am now hardening on this enterprise. I repeat, I am now hardening toward this enterprise." Not far away, Eisenhower felt a slight sense of disappointment. All along he had wondered if Churchill really believed in Overlord. True, Churchill had been the original architect of the notion of a cross-channel attack, but he had shrunk from such an attack in 1942 and 1943, arguing vociferously for operations in the Mediterranean. Even this spring, he had sometimes expressed doubts about the invasion, morosely worrying about casualties. French beaches choked with bodies of the flower of British and American manhood, as the literary-minded Prime Minister descriptively put it. Eisenhower interpreted Churchill's opening remarks today as proof that he had not been in favor of the cross-channel attack until only very recently. Moreover, Eisenhower thought the remarks conveyed a lack of confidence in Overlord. These were misinterpretations on Ike's part. Churchill never meant to convey what Eisenhower thought he meant. At this late stage, the Prime Minister had worries, not doubts. The British leader spoke for a few more minutes before closing his speech on a somewhat prophetic note. "Let us not expect all to go according to plan. Flexibility of mind will be one of the decisive factors. We must not have another Anzio. Risks must be taken. Rommel cannot afford to concentrate all his forces against Overlord. How does he know we will not launch another Overlord somewhere else? He must keep a strategical reserve." Churchill finished and sat down. Now it was Ike's turn to adjourn this productive and unifying meeting. The Supreme Commander once again flashed his famous grin. "In half an hour, Hitler will have missed his one and only chance of destroying with a single well-aimed bomb the entire high command of the Allied forces." On that light-hearted note, the meeting ended. The men in the St. Paul's School amphitheater never met like this again. The meeting represented one final but necessary step in the launching of the cross-channel attack. The senior leaders now thoroughly understood the plan, and Overlord took on a momentum of its own. Most of them had confidence that the invasion could succeed. As the generals, admirals, marshals, and politicians went their separate ways on that Monday afternoon in mid-May 1944, a great invasion force sprang to life all over southern England. The senior commanders returned to their headquarters and issued orders. Move to the marshalling areas. Overlord was now imminent. Chapter 4. From the Sausages to the Ships. Southern England resembled nothing less than an armed camp. The place teemed with military equipment, weapons, clothing, food, and transport. More than anything else, this normally sleepy sliver of England teemed with soldiers. Expectation permeated the air. British, Canadian, and American soldiers began congregating in special marshalling areas in May 1944. These areas stretched out among the small villages and ports of southern England, forming on maps what looked like sausages. Thus, most of the soldiers simply began calling them sausages. Once the soldiers went into their sausages, they were sealed off from the outside world. Most lived in pyramidal tents. For security reasons, many civilians in southern England had been evacuated or put under veritable martial law, a controversial political move that Churchill had reluctantly agreed to. Security remained the greatest concern. Anyone who saw the beehive-like activity in and around the sausages could determine that something big was afoot. Moreover, ports along the southern English coast were packed with ships of every description. But an invasion of this magnitude could not possibly happen without leaving some telltale signs. Somehow the Germans missed the build-up, or at least failed to understand that it meant imminent invasion. Among the soldiers moving into the sausages, there was mixed opinion as to whether this was the real invasion or just another exercise. Lieutenant Franklin Johnson, the anti-tank platoon leader in the 18th Infantry of the 1st Division, felt strongly that this was the real thing. When orders came to move into his unit's sausage, a barbed wire-enclosed camp at Piddle Hinton, Johnson, a fellow officer and an enlisted driver, traveled back to their old billet at Bournemouth to say goodbye to many friends. The three of them dropped into one of their favorite bars, the Old Barn Club, for a few drinks. They found the place full of last flingers. Johnson consumed a couple of drinks and was in the middle of singing a farewell song when a drunken major from division headquarters suddenly got in his face. "Stop that singing and get that enlisted man out of here," the staff officer bellowed, pointing at Johnson's driver. Johnson was stunned and angered. This was a social occasion, not a duty situation. What difference did it make if officers and enlisted men drank together? Where they were going, they would need plenty of togetherness to survive. So Johnson refused the major's order. The fuming red-faced officer repeats his order twice, getting the same negative answer, Johnson wrote in his diary. Whereupon he demands to know my name. He gives me his, Paul Gale. We go on with our merrymaking and forget the incident until morning. Johnson received a call from General Hubner, wanting to know what the hell I did last night. Gale has sent him the whole story, adding that I was insubordinate, disrespectful toward a superior officer, drunk, etc., etc. The general ordered Lieutenant Johnson to choose between a court-martial and a fine of $82.50. He chose the latter. I began saving shillings to pay the fine, and meanwhile prayed to find Gale some night in a dark alley. Once the invasion troops reached their sausages, their quality of life rose, a sure sign that invasion was imminent. They ate better than at any other time in their military lives. Chuck Hurlbut was with the 299th Combat Engineer Battalion, a unit scheduled to go into Omaha Beach with the 1st Infantry Division. At Hurlbut's sausage near Dorchester, the engineers spent a lot of time watching movies and eating whatever they wanted. Continuous movies, first-rate movies, food, unbelievable food, ice cream, candy, cigarettes, whatever you wanted was there. We took full advantage of it. They were just fattening us up for the kill. Lieutenant Edward Jones, a reconnaissance platoon leader with the 29th Division, went into a sausage on the outskirts of Lescard. He and his men relished the feasts they were served. They would go through the chow line and take whatever they pleased, even as the cooks encouraged them to come back for seconds. The food was just the very best, the finest that any of us had seen or eaten since we had left the U.S. White bread, ice cream, steaks, chicken, all the really fine food that many of us had dreamed of for so long. Like Hurlbut and the engineers, Jones and his recon troopers sardonically referred to their tasty fare as the last meals for the condemned. Unfortunately, this was all too true for so many fine men who would be dead in the next few days. Farther to the west, near Plymouth, where the 4th Division was bivouacked, another Jones, Private First Class William from Kingsport, Tennessee, was not content simply to enjoy regulation-issue food, delicious though it may have been. One of his buddies, an ex-professional boxer, routinely visited his tent taking orders for food he managed to pilfer from the cook's stocks. He was one of the roughest characters I've ever met, and one of the nicest. Anything we wanted, canned peaches, pineapple, anything you can imagine, he would come back with it before the night was over. He'd raid the supply houses every night. We had been starved for that kind of thing for a long time, and he supplied all our needs while we were there. The boxer brought them more canned goods than they could ever consume. When they left their sausage and moved on to their ships, each man still had several cans of food stored under his cot. For some men, the food was too much of a good thing. At a sausage near the port of Weymouth, Lieutenant James Eichner, a 30-year-old Mississippian and 1935 graduate of Blackburn University, began to feel very sick one night after a dinner of thick, hot dog-like wieners. Soon he began to vomit. So did many others. In fact, Eichner's unit, the 2nd Ranger Battalion, was inundated with food poisoning from the wieners. The men of this unit were the cream of the infantry crop. Veterans of a training regimen even more intense than airborne training, they would have the toughest D-Day mission. Their job was to scale a sheer cliff, roughly 6 stories high, and capture 6 heavy guns at Pointe du Hoc, the cove that flanked Omaha and Utah beaches. Eichner and the other Rangers were superbly conditioned, aggressive assault troops, but they were no match for the bacteria that filled them. We were all laid low and put a lot of concern on our minds whether we could go ahead with our mission. Some of us thought that perhaps this was an act of sabotage of some kind. It wasn't. They were simply unlucky enough to be served tainted meat. The food poisoning ordeal, terrible as it was, lasted about a day or two. Then it ran its course, and the Rangers regained their enthusiasm for the task ahead. As the days unfolded in late May 1944, the soldiers of the amphibious assault forces, some 175,000 men, busied themselves as best they could. The men were full of pent-up energy. They spent their time cleaning weapons, waterproofing vehicles, hiking, drilling, and packing and unpacking their newly issued invasion vests with necessary equipment. Still, it wasn't enough. They had plenty of free time and a lot of nervous energy. Tempers were on edge. Fistfights were common. Arguments were even more common. Sports proved to be a good outlet. Corporal Gale Beckew, a 21-year-old Minnesotan and E Company of the 5th Ranger Battalion, played a lot of softball. His unit was slated to assault the western sector of Omaha Beach and link up with the 2nd Rangers at Pointe du Hoc, a tough assignment indeed. In the days leading up to the invasion, he and his buddies tried to keep a regular game going at their sausage near Weymouth. The games were fun, but the surroundings made it difficult to forget the war. The camp we were in was surrounded by fencing with machine gun towers on each corner manned by British troops. Even when we were playing softball, we had to signal the tower if we had to get close to the fence to retrieve the ball. We spent most of our free time playing ball or throwing knives at playing cards tacked on trees. We couldn't write or receive any mail, so there wasn't much else to do. The prodigious, almost onerous anticipation manifested itself in other ways, too. Gallows humor was quite common. Felix Branham, the veteran guardsman from the 116th Infantry, constantly ribbed one of his buddies, named Ferrari, because he routinely carried money and valuables. He carried a big wad of money, $700 or $800, and he had a beautiful ring. I would say, "Ferrari, when you hit that beach and you fall, man, I'm going to be getting your wallet out." And another guy would say, "Yep, I'm going to have that ring of yours." And we sat around and thought about that, never thinking it would happen. But what else did we have to talk about? Practically nothing, except perhaps rumors, the gossip of military life. Lieutenant Johnson scribbled in his diary that as he and his men sat day after day on their sausage, "Most of our time is spent in bull sessions. Inevitably, the conversation veers around to conjecture as to when the attack will begin. Every announcement of a meeting sets off speculation, and the mess hall buzzes with, 'I heard over at the CP,' or, 'Now here's the straight dope. We thought that we'd be on our way weeks ago, and we have planned and discussed it so long that the novelty has worn off.'" Besides softball playing, there was little for the 5th Rangers to do at Weymouth but wait. 22-year-old First Lieutenant Stan Askin was the battalion's assistant operations officer. He and many other Rangers spent plenty of time in the entertainment tent. The weather was hot. Some of us sat sweltering in a large tent, stripped to the waist, watching Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Girl Crazy for the 10th time. When they weren't watching movies, they did some last-minute training on the ladders they would use to scale Pointe du Hoc. 2 converted ducks, amphibious vehicles, were parked in an open field with their ladders extended far into the sky and fastened together to form an inverted V. We were lined up single file and had to climb the first shaky ladder, step across very gingerly at the top, and descend on the other. 1 or 2 men froze momentarily in the mid-journey, but eventually everybody made it. No more than a couple miles away, in a stifling wooded marshalling area near Weymouth, the 5th Engineers Special Brigade sat waiting for the word to board ships. These specially trained engineers had been assigned this mission in response to the millions of mines and obstacles Rommel's labor force had deployed along the beaches. Allied intelligence had gradually, over the last few months, detected the heightening presence of the mines and obstacles. Engineers now comprised nearly 1/4 of the troops going into Normandy on D-Day. One of them was Private George Jeff Books. He watched in amazement as new haircuts and facial hair fashions swept through his company. Some soldiers began to sprout goatees or neatly trimmed beards. Handlebar mustaches were being carefully groomed. To find a man with an ordinary haircut was almost a novelty. Most fellows just had their hair completely shorn, but individualities cropped out. Some came up with just a strip of hair down the center like the Mohawk Indians, some with a cross cut in their hair, others had their initials or designs cut in their locks. Clearly the atmosphere was permissive among the engineers. Not so for armored units like the 70th Tank Battalion, a veteran unit that would go ashore in special amphibious duplex drive tanks at Utah Beach. Captain John Ahern, commander of the battalion's C Company, had led tankers in North Africa and Sicily. Even in the sausages, Ahern was feverishly trying to integrate his veterans with his replacements. Plus, he had received new tank dozers designed to breach minefields, and now he had to quickly train his people how to operate the contraptions. Thus, he had no patience for a ridiculous order that came across his desk one afternoon. The men were to take down their pin-up pictures of Hollywood stars like Betty Grable because someone thought them too much of a distraction. How amazing! That one really pissed me off, but I stayed cool about it and let it pass, which it did. Bizarre as that no pin-up order was, one of Colonel Red Reeder's experiences might have been even odder. One day, Reeder was busy attending to a myriad of details pertaining to his 12th Infantry's Utah Beach assault when a scholarly-looking major came to see him. "I am the division psychiatrist, just arrived from the States. General Barton sent me to you." Reeder was confused. "The what?" "Psychiatrist. I have checked the other 2 regiments of the division, and now I'm to spend 3 days with yours. A check on mental health." The colonel had no idea what Barton's motive for this impromptu psychiatric examination might be. What if he found an entire regiment of mentally ill soldiers? Would he decide to scrub the mission and send them all home? The whole thing was laughable. However, Reeder had been in the Army long enough to know how to handle strange situations like this one. Bemused but not flustered, he had only one request for the psychiatrist. I don't care what you do, Doctor, but I want you to tell me what you find before you return to General Barton." The doctor agreed. 3 days later, he came back with his report. Everyone was clean except for one oversized mortar man, 6'4" and built proportionately, in H Company, whom the doctor deemed a psychopath. "This man has the personality of a 5-year-old child. You cannot be sure that he will do his part in a fight." The doctor took his leave and reported to the general. In the meantime, Colonel Reeder consulted the commanding officer of the H Company psychopath. The company commander shrugged off the psychiatrist's report. "He gets along fine, a big, harmless dummy, never bothers anyone, strong as an ox, strongest man we have. His job is to carry 81mm ammunition, and he enjoys it. The only time the man ever experienced problems was when he got a letter from home. Then he always cries like a baby." Reeder had no sooner returned to his office when General Barton summoned him. The general had heard about a supposed psychopath with the intelligence of a 5-year-old who would not fight. "Why hasn't he been gotten rid of?" "Because his captain thinks he can do the job," Reeder replied. Barton was not pleased. "Reeder, I am holding you personally responsible that this psycho does his job when he hits the beach." Reeder saluted and left. He was puzzled and perhaps a bit disgusted by Barton's behavior. "I made up my mind to disregard the order. There would not be time on the beach to worry about the H Company giant." The colonel never heard anything else about the man, so he assumed that he did fine. It is virtually incomprehensible that, on the eve of the most momentous invasion in history, General Barton found time to be concerned with the mental health of one of his ammunition carriers. Clearly, the stress and the uncertainty of what lay ahead had gotten to Barton. While the stress produced anxiety in some, others struggled with depression. Chuck Hurlbut had not yet been in combat, nor had most of the soldiers of the 299th Engineers, but many of them still thought of their task as a suicide mission. Obviously, no one wanted to die, but these young men were forced to struggle with the stark possibility that they could be dead in a matter of days. A deep gloom set in among some of them. They wouldn't sleep. You could tell by looking at them that they had a hopeless feeling. In all honesty, Hurlbut felt the same way, but he could not bring himself to show it. Instead, he tried to perk up his comrades. "Hey, it's not that bad, come on." They would shake their heads and express doubt. I think what I was doing was relieving my own anxieties, getting them out of me, but I was just as scared and anxious as they were. The stifling security of the sausages, so necessary to maintain the secrets of Overlord, did not do much to quell anxiety. If anything, the security made anxiety even worse. Private Vincent Schlotterbeck, a member of the 5th Engineer Special Brigade, did not like the dark, moody, oppressive atmosphere of his unit's sausage. The month that we spent there was a miserable one. Although it was May, there was a heavy frost almost every morning, and during the day the sun never reached us because the forest was so dense that it was impossible for the sun's rays to filter through. Armed guards made sure that they did not tread under any openings in the forest. You could not enter these because of the danger of disturbing the landscape, thus making it possible for the enemy to spot our location through aerial photography. For the same reason, no fires were permitted. Some men felt like caged animals. A few even tried to escape from the confines of the sausages, usually in search of women or liquor. Captain Charles Murphy was the commander of A Company of the 1st Division's 1st Engineers. One night he found out that 2 of his sergeants had gone AWOL. One of them was his 1st sergeant. Somehow they had gotten out of the compound, but military police had then apprehended them. Well, I was mad enough to bite nails. Here were 2 of my senior NCOs that I really depended on. They had gotten to know lots of the girls in Charmouth, and we were there for quite a while, 6 months, I guess. These girls had come all the way down from Charmouth to see these boys, and they went AWOL. Captain Murphy had no room in his heart for this renegade love story. I busted them, and I made my 1st sergeant my runner. Murphy relished doing so because he knew that he himself was going in just after the first wave, presumably at the most dangerous moment in the invasion. He told his ex-1st sergeant, "You have just signed your death warrant. I don't think we stand a chance." Murphy made the other sergeant a runner for one of his platoon leaders. As it turned out, Murphy was correct. His former 1st sergeant did get killed right at his side on D-Day. Elsewhere in the 1st Division sausage, Alan Town, a veteran medic in the 18th Infantry, witnessed something quite unsettling. One of his platoon's new men came over to talk with him. At first they had a normal conversation. Within moments, though, the conversation became decidedly abnormal. At first he was rambling on about his family. Then he went on to say, "I have seen the light. Everything is all right. We have nothing to worry about. God is with us." He began talking incoherently and every so often would say, "I have seen the light." After a short time he was shouting and had to be restrained. We quickly got him out of the area and sent him to a hospital. He was our first casualty in the Normandy invasion. Needless to say, the new man's breakdown did not abet the mental state of his fellow replacements. Captain Charles Cawthon, commander of Headquarters Company of the 2nd Battalion, 116th Infantry Regiment, an inexperienced unit going ashore at Omaha Beach on D-Day morning, found out that one of his men had disobeyed a direct order. This refusal had earned the man a spot in the stockade under armed guard. Cawthon's battalion commander, Major Sidney Bingham, told him to straighten the man out, as there was no time for such foolishness. Cawthon was surprised at the man's behavior because he had always known him to be a good soldier. In talking to the man, Cawthon discovered that he was simply struggling with the irrationality and insanity of war. He wondered why there had to be so much in the way of lives, effort, and materiel being projected across the English Channel to destroy lives, effort, and materiel arrayed on its other side. Cawthon nodded his understanding. He had wondered the same thing, but never doubted for a moment that it had to be done. He told the man that he did not have all the answers, only that others were relying on him to do his job when the time came. He seemed relieved at having gotten his feelings across, and said that he did not want to let his squad down and would like to go back and do his best. I was happy to have the problem resolved. Nor were veterans immune to such problems. Captain Ahern, the company commander in the 70th Tank Battalion, was stunned and troubled by an incident with a man he thought of as dependable. One of the men, who was an excellent driver, reported ill. I had been told that he was probably not ill, but was trying to get out of this thing. I was told he was in the medical tent, and I went down to drag this guy out. I told him how much I needed him, that he was a good man who could not be easily replaced. He said he was ill with some respiratory ailment, which I thought didn't sound terribly serious. The man eventually did leave his sickbed and participate in the invasion, but the incident still troubled Ahern. As May dwindled away, most men had the opposite problem. They were more than eager to go, perhaps too eager. They had been training seemingly forever. Now they simply wanted to get on with the thing and get it over with. At first, when they went into the sausages, the vast majority of the soldiers did not know the secrets of Overlord. They were not bigots, in the top-secret terminology of SHAEF. Finally, the brass gave the go-ahead to brief the soldiers on their respective missions. All over southern England, the troops who would be asked to carry out the invasion finally gained access to top-secret planning tents or rooms that had previously been off-limits to all but the bigoted few. The troops had been speculating and guessing for months. Now they crowded into the top-secret areas, eager to be privy to one of history's greatest secrets. Lieutenant Johnson stared in fascination at a massive amount of information that bombarded the senses. The secret room's walls are hung with maps, charts, and sketches of Omaha Beach and Gully E1, which is our exit from the sand. Recent photos outline the steep and bare cliffs along our sector of Omaha, easy red. Diagrams clearly show us what units will proceed shoreward in which tides and landing craft. Graphic, up-to-date photographs showed enemy defenses in detail. Tables along the wall hold the latest G2 and daily enemy situation reports. What stands in the center of the room, however, commands all attention: the 10-foot rubber scale model of the coast and approximately 25 miles of inland territory. This possesses detail and color, down to individual trees and fences. Johnson's men studied the model with curious absorption. At a sausage in Cornwall, Sergeant Forrest Pogue watched as the various platoons of K Company, 175th Infantry, 29th Division, got briefed on the invasion. The Kentucky-born 31-year-old Pogue was a well-trained observer. He had a Ph.D. in European history and had taught college before the war. Now he was serving as a combat historian. Shortly before, he'd been assigned to Fifth Corps. His job was to circulate among the troops, interview them about their experiences, and record their stories for the official record. Those duties brought him to the 175th Regiment at this historic moment. As part of his job, the bespectacled balding Pogue had been allowed a few weeks earlier to study the Overlord plan in detail, so he was bigoted right down to knowing the actual date of the invasion. Even so, he enjoyed watching the men cluster around photographs or models to learn about their impending mission. They listened closely to the story of D-Day as it was outlined, still not clear as to the overall plan. As the plan was unfolded, and as the platoon and squad leaders learned their specific mission on the beach, the men showed greater animation than I was to see at any other time during the invasion. With the growing grins that one sees on the faces of listeners who anticipate the announcement of a risque joke, the men showed their pleasure at the prospect of getting the attack started. "Jesus," one of them remarked, "now we can get started on the way home." Most of them had been waiting 2 years for this invasion. There was little talk of Nazi monsters. Instead, they were simply happy to embark on a mission that would hasten the end of the war and, if all went well, the return trip home. Following that company-level briefing, the men of the 175th listened to briefings from their field-grade officers. General Eisenhower liked to say that plans were everything until the battle began. Then they were nothing. The 175th Regiment's beloved commander, Colonel Paul "Pop" Good, took this advice to heart when he briefed his soldiers on the regiment's role in the Normandy assault. They would go in with follow-up waves after the division's 116th and 115th Regiments got ashore. As Good spoke, he referred to the detailed plan and orders he and his staff had prepared. Then he paused a moment. Somewhere in the anonymous mass of listening soldiers, Private Joseph Bria of H Company curiously watched the colonel during his moment of hesitation. He held up the regiment's invasion orders, which were as thick as a metropolitan city telephone directory. "Here it is, men. Study it, learn it." And, with a dramatic flourish, he dropped the orders to the floor with a resounding crash. The colonel turned his head, glanced at the orders, and faced his men. "All the complicated facts amount to one thing. Get off the boat, keep moving, no matter what. Get off the beach, no matter how confused the situation." Bria and the other soldiers heartily approved of this sage advice. They and other 29ers found it quite useful when they went ashore. A few miles away, in the 116th Infantry Sausage, Gil Murdoch, the replacement who had slowly gained acceptance in A Company, now sat intently studying reconnaissance photographs of his unit's beach area. They were scheduled to hit Dog Green Beach, Omaha, with a first wave at H hour. Their mission was to capture Vierville beach exit, then turn west to link up with the Rangers at Pointe du Hoc. Murdoch had never been in combat, but he could tell from the photographs in front of him that the mission would be very tough. The beach had cliffs of about 170 to 200 feet high. The beach itself consisted of stone called shingle, which was the tidal shelf at high water line. At the cliff there was a seawall, made out of concrete about 12 feet high, rounded at the top so that nothing, certainly not a grapple on a line, could catch on the other side. In the water itself they had Belgian gates, which were about 8 to 10 feet high, 12 feet long. They had angled logs with mines on top facing seaward, so that the underpart of the landing craft would hit the mine and explode. They had hedgehogs, which were 3 crossed steel rails which in some cases had mines on top. Ashore there were mines and barbed wire. Murdoch looked away from the photos. He hardly wanted to imagine what the job of assaulting such formidable defenses could entail. But a slightly queasy feeling in his stomach told him that soon he and the other men of A Company would find out. Due to the very nature of their mission, the Rangers needed an extensive briefing. All along, these adventurous men knew that their training would lead them to the very cutting edge of combat. They knew that their D-Day mission would most likely entail scaling cliffs or assaulting strongly fortified positions. In the 2nd Rangers, the men of Companies D, E, and F, plus headquarters troops, found out that on D-Day they would do both. One of them was Technical Sergeant Owen Leroy Brown, a communications specialist. Brown was a Midwesterner, the son of a World War I veteran who had struggled to support a large family during the Depression. Immediately after Pearl Harbor, Brown volunteered for the Marines, but they were not impressed with his physical condition, so they put him on a waiting list. He grew impatient and volunteered for the Air Force. They accepted him, but when Brown got called up, he found he'd been assigned to the infantry. He was angry at first, but eventually made the most of it by volunteering for the Rangers and making it through the rigorous training. Now Brown and his buddies listened to an extensive briefing on Pointe du Hoc. We had miniature plaster layouts of the French coast, giving the location of beaches, cliffs, and the German defenses. They showed us pillboxes, barbed wire, minefields, underwater obstacles. They even told us the composition of the enemy soldiers. There was supposed to be a cadre of Germans with Polish, Russian, and Hungarian men fighting with the Germans. My assignment was to land on the beach with 5 communications vehicles, 2 wire jeeps, 2 radio jeeps, and 1 3/4-ton truck with wire, switchboards, and radio repair equipment. Immediately following the briefing, Sergeant Brown lodged a complaint with his superior, Lieutenant Eichner, the Mississippian who headed up the 2nd Rangers Communications Section. Brown requested to go up the cliffs. The sergeant was completely unenthusiastic about staying down on the beach, while his fellow Rangers scaled Pointe du Hoc and captured the guns. Brown wanted to be in on the action. Eichner shook his head. He informed me that he was running the show, and I would go where I was assigned, and that was it. Brown was disappointed, but he understood. A day or 2 after the briefing, he began to feel pain, and his face swelled up. At first he thought the problem might go away, but it didn't. He had an abscessed front tooth, and there was no way to hide that kind of affliction. Eichner sent Brown to Weymouth to see an army dentist. The dentist took one look at Brown and told him he would have to stay in the hospital until the swelling went down. I told him I couldn't do that because I had an invasion to go on. I asked if he could pull the tooth. He told me he could pull it, but he couldn't deaden the jaw. Sergeant Brown didn't hesitate for a moment. "Pull it." The doctor shrugged and complied. Waves of pain engulfed Brown. As he pulled the tooth, his nurse stepped behind the chair to watch me. I sat for maybe 30 seconds, and then got up and started to walk to the door. After 3 steps, I suggested they open the windows because I got lightheaded. The nurse pulled out the smelling salts until I recovered. Brown went through the invasion and the entire campaign in Europe without front teeth. In the briefings, the soldiers of Overlord were told everything but the date of the invasion. The bigots still held on to that last secret, and would until nearly the very moment when the fleets left port. Finally, after all the preparation and briefing, the amphibious assault troops received orders between June 1st and June 3rd to leave the sausages and board ships. They were issued new equipment, including gas-impregnated clothing that itched terribly and stank to high heaven. They also received special invasion vests to carry the massive loads of personal equipment, grenades, packs, ammo, and the like, they needed once they hit the shore. When this massive army began to move to its ports of embarkation, it soon jammed the small roads of southern England. Soldiers, trucks, and equipment were everywhere. Private Books and his engineer unit spent nearly 3 days hiking along a narrow road to Weymouth. It seemed like the whole army was moving. Some troops were going in our direction and others moved in the opposite direction. Someone said the movements had been to confuse the enemy, and we all heartily wished that they were as confused as we were. When Books and the engineers finally reached Weymouth, British civilians lined the streets, telling the Americans to "give the bloody Jerry's hell." We assured them we would. At each port of embarkation, this scene repeated itself. British civilians were keenly observing troop movements, hoping for some sign that the invasion was at hand. When they saw soldiers boarding ships, they knew exactly what that meant. At Weymouth, the 5th Rangers clomped through the streets, their Brogan-style boots thumping dully on the concrete. Lieutenant J. Mahaffey, a platoon leader in C Company, glanced at his men and the civilians lining the street. The atmosphere was hushed. The men were quiet as they struggled under their loads of equipment with none of the usual horseplay. English civilians were silent, too, as they stood in small groups and watched us move to the boats. One woman was saying, "God bless you," as our men moved past. At Plymouth, where the 4th Infantry Division was now boarding ships, The crowds were a bit more animated. Somewhere in the mass of invasion-bound soldiers, Private First Class William Jones shuffled along, struggling against the weight of his ammo, rifle, and equipment. The townspeople were all lined up along the sidewalks, something they had never done before, so they knew that we were going for the real thing this time. They would say, "Good luck, boys," and all that stuff. That was unusual because it hadn't happened before. Elsewhere in the harbor area at Plymouth, the soldiers of the 12th Infantry walked single file to their ships. These men would follow Private First Class Jones's 8th Infantry into Utah Beach. The scene was really quite dramatic, at least for those who care to think about such things. England had waited 4 long years for this moment. The young Americans, who were now jostling their way onto ships, had left their homes and families to reclaim Europe from a monstrous tyranny. The case could be made that the battle they were about to fight would be the most important in history. Certainly many of the civilians and soldiers at Plymouth that day thought of the invasion in those terms. First Lieutenant Paul Massa was one of them. He could not force such thoughts from his mind as he steadily marched to the 12th Infantry ships that day. Massa was an artillery observer who had been specially trained to coordinate with the Navy on D-Day. He commanded a small observer group consisting of a naval officer and 8 soldiers. Massa's task as the primary observer would be highly important. My job was to stay with the rifle companies and visually direct naval gunfire. Now, in Plymouth, Massa thoughtfully watched as hundreds of soldiers boarded ships while British civilians bade them a fond farewell. The lieutenant felt a mixture of emotions welling up inside of him. I'll never forget the feeling I had that morning as we marched down to the harbor. I felt the power and strength of the seemingly endless line of our men moving in a column of twos down the long, winding road. By June 4th, the amphibious forces had loaded aboard their ships. They were like a cocked fist, waiting for the signal to surge forward with a mighty punch. For now, the soldier-laden ships remained in place, waiting for the order to put to sea. Farther to the north, from Devon to the Midlands, in tented clusters around the numerous airfields of England, the airborne troops experienced the same kind of incarcerated life as the amphibious forces. As June began, the paratroopers and glider soldiers who would lead American ground forces into France finally made their way to various airfields. Similar to the sausages in southern England, their bivouac areas were sealed off with barbed wire and armed guards. Once a trooper went into his airfield marshalling area, he was not supposed to leave. Soldiers like Private David Kenyon Webster spent several days feasting on great food and living a life of luxury after so many months of a Spartan existence. Webster and the other troopers in Headquarters Company 3rd Battalion 506th Parachute Infantry could hardly believe their treatment when they got off a train and settled into pyramidal tents near an Exeter airfield in southwestern England. The food situation was incredible. Friendly, obliging Air Corps KPs loaded our tin dishes like garbage scows. It was a beautiful load: white bread, our first overseas, great gobs of melting butter, marmalade from an open keg swarming with yellow jackets, but who cares, rice pudding and cream, all the coffee you could drink. Webster and his buddies helped themselves to seconds of this fine meal. Afterward, they were sitting, talking, and smoking, when someone stuck his head in the mess tent and shouted something about a movie in 15 minutes. They could hardly believe their ears. White bread and movies, all on the same day? Happily enough, it was true. They trooped over to the base theater, close to the runways. The whole regiment sat in the theater waiting for the film to start. The atmosphere was more like a cruise to Bermuda or a high school graduation party than a prelude to invasion. Friends shouted at friends in other companies and battalions. Officers visited back and forth. Colonel Sink, the regimental commander, stood benignly up front like a headmaster smiling at his boys, or people, as he called us. The next day, in a scene repeated at every airborne marshalling area, they listened to a detailed briefing on their role in Operation Overlord. The whole process was nearly identical to the briefings for the seaborne assault troops, except that the 82nd Airborne Division troopers learned that their drop zone had been moved to the east in response to recent intelligence reports. The 82nd Airborne Division was to land on both sides of the Meurthe River. General James Gavin, the division's second-in-command, later wrote. It was then to secure the general area of Neuville-au-Plain, Saint-Mère-Église, Chef-du-Pont, Etienneville, Infraville. It was to destroy crossings over the Douve, and then to be prepared to advance to the west. The mission of the 101st remained unchanged. It would drop to the north and east of the 82nd, with the job of securing causeways from Utah Beach, destroying gun positions, harassing German reinforcements, and capturing important locks and bridges. General Gavin, affectionately known to his men as Slim Jim or Jumpin' Jim, was already something of a legend in the ranks of the airborne. He had commanded the 505th Parachute Infantry during its jump into Sicily, and then 3 months later Salerno. Both times the West Point-trained Gavin had jumped with his men into battle. His outstanding combat performance earned him a promotion to Brigadier General at the tender age of 35. Now, on the eve of Normandy, he served as General Ridgway's second-in-command in the 82nd Airborne. Once again, Gavin planned to lead the jump himself. Some like to refer to him as the highest-ranking platoon leader in the U.S. Army. He was a frenetic bundle of energy, a formidable commander with a deep sense of integrity. In the marshalling areas of the 82nd Airborne, the general seemed to be everywhere. Private Dwayne Burns, the 19-year-old Fort Worth native, found this out firsthand when he and a buddy tried to sneak out of their F Company 508th Parachute Infantry bivouac near an airfield in Saltby. Private Burns and his friend embarked on this unauthorized escapade because they were antsy. They wanted to go to town and have a few drinks, maybe find some girls. To their pleasant surprise, they had no trouble slipping through the barbed wire surrounding their camp. We walked along the road and we were just getting into town. We thought we were doing all right. But about that time, a Jeep pulled up beside us and an officer sitting in the back asked what we were doing off base. Burns and his buddy didn't know what to say. We gave him a wild story, but I don't think he bought it. The officer smirked. "What company are you from?" "F Company, sir," they replied. "Will you do me a favor?" the mysterious officer asked. "Yes, sir." "You go back to the field and tell Captain Flanders, F Company commander, that no one is to be off base for any reason." The two miscreants readily agreed. We saluted and watched as he drove away. Relieved that they had not gotten into deep trouble, they started walking back to base. "Burns, do you know who that was?" his buddy asked. Burns shook his head. "No, I couldn't see him." The other man smiled. "That was Jumpin' Jim Gavin." Needless to say, Burns never forgot his encounter with Gavin. Burns also, of course, made no effort to tell his captain that he had been AWOL. We hadn't made it to town, but we gave it a good try. Burns, like so many others, went back to the tension of waiting for the word to gear up, board a plane, and jump into combat. The airborne soldiers had enjoyed ideal weather the first couple days in the marshalling areas, but now a steady rain began to beat down. At a pottery in Devon, Private Burgett of the 506th spent much time sitting on his cot under the shelter of a heavy canvas tent, waiting for the loading order. Rain was coming down so hard that a trooper standing in it could hardly see the front sight of his rifle. The strong, musty odor of tent canvas became stifling with the heavy humidity of the warm, rain-laden June day. The only light in the tent came from a bare light bulb hanging from the tent's center post. Burgett watched in the half-light as his tent mates prepared for a jump they expected to carry out that very night. Some of the men were burning small piles of paper on the dirt floor, then smearing the cooled ashes on their hands and faces to blacken them for the coming night jump. The smoke from the fires threatened to overpower them. They had tears running from their eyes and snot from their noses. They quickly finished blackening their faces and stamped out the fire. We lay there talking and joking with each other and wondering what combat would really be like. In the distance, they could hear one of their buddies playing San Antonio on an acoustic guitar. When would they get the order to board their planes, they wondered. What was the holdup? For now, they could only sit, wait, and wonder. Young Burgett and the other troopers had no idea of the incredible drama playing out to their east at Portsmouth. For the invasion to be launched as planned, 3 conditions needed to be in place. First, the tides had to be low so that Rommel's mines and obstacles would be readily visible to coxswains who controlled the landing craft that carried assault troops to their beaches. Second, the airborne needed a full moon to provide some semblance of light to guide their night drop. Third, everyone needed reasonably good weather. Airmen needed to see their targets, sailors needed calm seas, and soldiers needed low winds to go ashore or jump from airplanes. Only 3 days in early June, the 5th through the 7th, offered these ideal conditions. General Eisenhower had settled on June 5th as the tentative invasion date. He knew that meteorologists could readily predict the tides and the moon, but the weather was another story altogether. If the weather got bad, he could always postpone and have 2 immediate replacement dates from which to choose. In early June, General Eisenhower seemed to be getting the kind of mild weather on which his invasion depended. As late as June 3rd, he cabled General Marshall, "Weather prospects so far as sea conditions are concerned are rather favorable. From air viewpoint, the forecasts are not yet firm, but we have almost an even chance of having pretty fair conditions. In any event, I should say that only marked deterioration beyond that now expected would disarrange our plans." Ike had no sooner sent the cable when the marked deterioration he mentioned to Marshall became a nightmarish reality. Truthfully, this new headache was the last thing the Supreme Commander needed. For several days now, he had been dealing with a slew of problems that ate away at his time and his resolve. Lee Mallory, who had never been keen on the U.S. airborne mission, visited Ike on May 29th to express his fears that the airborne could take casualties as high as 75%. He urged Ike to call the whole thing off. Eisenhower carefully pondered the whole thing. He knew that his decision could mean life or death to thousands, before consulting with Bradley, who urged him to continue with the mission. He knew that Bradley was right. The Utah beach landings made no sense without the airborne drops. Moreover, the Allies needed the Utah beach landings to secure the flanks of those troops who would land on the Calvados coast, not to mention the need for the supply port of Cherbourg. The airborne drop would proceed as planned. Ike was spending most of his time now at his Advanced Command Post, CP, in the woods near Southwark House, north of Portsmouth. True to form, he chose to live in a modest trailer rather than in the expansive Southwark House, a mansion dating back to the 18th century. The trailer contained a small bedroom, a shower, a toilet, a tiny sitting room, an observation deck, and a desk with 3 telephones, one connected to 10 Downing Street, one to the War Department, and the other to Schaeff. A small number of paperback westerns were scattered on a night table next to his bed. He read them to relieve the stress of his responsibilities. Next to the books, he had placed pictures of his wife, Mamie, and his son, John. Ike's immediate staff spread out in tents and trailers throughout the woods so as to escape detection from the air. Several times he had worried that the Overlord plan was compromised. 2 of his senior officers, who ought to have known better, publicly discussed secrets about the time and place of the invasion. The worst incident happened in late April. It involved one of Ike's classmates, Major General Henry Miller, commander of the 9th Air Force Service Command. Over dinner at Claridge's, Miller had a few drinks and, within earshot of many civilians, complained of supply difficulties. Showing a stunning lack of common sense, Miller remarked that his troubles would be over by June 15th, since the invasion would take place before that time. Someone immediately reported the incident to Eisenhower. Steaming with indignant anger at his old friend, the Supreme Commander reviewed the facts of Miller's case and decided to send him home. Effective immediately, he relieved Miller of command and even reduced him to his permanent rank of colonel. Miller wrote to Ike protesting his innocence and requesting to be allowed to maintain his wartime rank of Major General. Eisenhower wrote back with a polite but firm rejection. "I know of nothing that causes me more real distress than to be faced with the necessity of sitting as a judge in cases involving military offenses by officers of character and of good record, particularly when they are old and warm friends. In fact, it was because of your long record of efficient service that I felt justified in recommending only administrative rather than more drastic procedure in your case." Miller went home to a quiet, albeit ignominious, retirement. Another time, a sergeant had, innocently as it turned out, sent a sheaf of top-secret Overlord documents to his sister in Chicago. The bulky package burst open at the post office in full view of about a dozen postal employees. Postal supervisors immediately called the FBI. Intelligence agents thoroughly questioned the employees, the sister, and the sergeant, but found no nefarious motives. By far the most perplexing and troubling incident involved the daily crossword puzzle of the London Daily Telegraph. Over the course of May, the top-secret code words Mulberry, Utah, Omaha, Neptune, and Overlord had appeared in various editions. The appearance of one or two of these could be written off as coincidence, but not all five, and in so short a period of time. Could a German spy be using the puzzle to communicate information about the invasion? The British intelligence service, MI5, eventually interrogated the puzzle's unassuming creator, 54-year-old Leonard Skidmore Daw. Daw was a physics teacher who lived in Leatherhead, Surrey, just south of London. The agents questioned him at length, but came to the conclusion that Daw was not a spy. In the end, they wrote the whole thing up to coincidence. Only in recent years has the full truth come to light. Daw routinely asked his students to provide him with words for his puzzles. One of those pupils revealed that he had heard the code words while hanging around nearby camps listening to soldiers' conversations. He then passed the words on to the unwitting Daw. In spite of these gaffes, the Germans still did not know the date and place of the invasion, though they did know it was imminent. Eisenhower obviously would have been quite relieved to know the level of German ignorance, but at this point, in early June, he could not be sure. To make matters worse for Ike, Churchill and de Gaulle added to his headaches. The Prime Minister visited one day and childishly insisted on going along with the invasion armada. Eisenhower told Churchill that in doing so, he would add immeasurably to his worries as Supreme Commander. Churchill still insisted. Eisenhower knew he could not stop the pugnacious Englishman. Soon, though, the King found out about Churchill's intentions. The King declared that if Churchill was going, he must go too. The Prime Minister knew this was unthinkable and backed down, a bit petulantly but decisively nonetheless. Later, de Gaulle threw a fit over the fact that once the invasion began, Eisenhower would be the supreme authority in France. The difficult Frenchman refused to make a broadcast in support of the invasion unless he himself was recognized as the supreme authority. Only on the evening of D-Day did de Gaulle agree to broadcast, and even then, he did not necessarily recognize Ike's authority. Now, at 21:30 on June 3rd, a Saturday, Eisenhower learned that his rosy weather assumptions were not coming to pass. He left his trailer and got into a staff car. Kay Summersby drove him a mile to Southwark House, where he and his high-level commanders met with Group Captain J.M. Stagg, SHAEF's chief meteorologist. Admiral Ramsey had been using Southwark House as his headquarters. The commanders, most prominently Ramsey, Lee Mallory, Tedder, Montgomery, and Smith, met in the mess room of the mansion. The room was large, with partially empty oak bookcases lining the walls. A large table, smothered with a green-based tablecloth and surrounded by easy chairs, sat in the middle of the room. Double blackout curtains concealed the windows. Not far from the table, two comfortable couches sat invitingly near the walls. Eisenhower had recently gotten into the habit of meeting twice daily with his commanders and Stagg. Ike thought of the 28-year-old Stagg as a dour but canny Scot. He had grown used to Stagg, and the minute he and his two principal associates, Instructor Commander John Fleming of the Royal Navy, along with Lieutenant Colonel Donald Yates of the Army Air Force, walked into the room, Ike could see that Stagg was distressed. The Supreme Commander's heart sank. Yesterday, Stagg had warned him that the high-pressure front of the last few days might soon give way to several low-pressure fronts that would create serious storms in the Channel. Stagg faced the commanders and cut immediately to the chase. "Gentlemen, the fears my colleagues and I had yesterday have been confirmed." Having begun with that gloomy preamble, Stagg launched into his grim forecast. He expected rough seas, high winds, and storms in the Channel on June 5th. When Stagg finished, Eisenhower turned to each of his operational commanders, Ramsey, Lee Mallory, and Montgomery, and asked for their opinions. Ramsey thought that the naval forces could probably put the troops ashore, but would have no resupply or follow-up capacity. Lee Mallory bluntly said that his airmen could not possibly see their targets in such conditions. Only Monty, concerned about the consequences of postponement, favored going ahead with the invasion on June 5th. "I'm ready," he said. Eisenhower nodded his understanding. He felt sure that he must tentatively postpone the invasion for at least a day, but one other possibility occurred to him. The general knew that sometimes Stagg and his colleagues disagreed on their forecasts. He asked Stagg, "Is there unanimity among the weathermen on what you have just presented?" Stagg did not hesitate for a moment. "Yes, sir." That cinched it. Ike ordered the postponement. The meeting broke up, but the group would meet again the next morning at 04:15, at which time Eisenhower would make the final decision on postponement. In the meantime, some ships would remain at sea. He went back to his trailer and slept fitfully, if at all, that night. He could not stop worrying about the weather. The ships bobbing around in the channel, crammed with seasick soldiers, could still be called back, but time was running out. At precisely 04:15 on June 4th, the weather meeting convened. Stagg shook his head. Nothing about the forecast had changed. Eisenhower was disappointed but not surprised. "In that case, gentlemen, it looks to me as if we must confirm the provisional decision we made at the last meeting. Are there any dissentient votes?" There were none. Overlord was officially on hold. At about that same time, Lieutenant Stephen Freeland, commanding officer of a tiny LCC, Landing Craft Control, stood on the deck of his craft and wished for little else but to be warm, dry, or both. Freeland had 15 men under his charge. The job of this small, decidedly unglamorous boat was traffic control. The LCC measured only 56 feet long and 13 feet wide. Its only armament consisted of 3 twin-mounted 50-caliber machine guns. Below decks, the crew had crammed a radar set, a gyro compass, 3 radio transmitters, and 2 fathometers. All in all, the intrepid little craft looked like an undersized PT boat. On this windy morning, Freeland's LCC was just to the rear and starboard of a long column of landing craft sailing for Utah Beach. Maintaining one's footing on the slippery deck could be a challenge. Water sprayed everywhere as the angry sea pitched and sloshed the LCC about. Out of the corner of his eye, Lieutenant Freeland noticed movement coming from below decks. A green-faced gunner's mate, looking sick and thoroughly miserable, hoisted himself onto the deck. He glanced at his skipper. "Sleeping down there is damn rugged duty." Freeland could not disagree. Still they plodded onward. It seemed as if they could not keep from burrowing squarely into each wave. The wind was picking up now, making the seas even rougher. Freeland felt physically exhausted, as if someone had beaten him up. Someone handed him a message from a radio signal that had just come through. "Post Mike 1. Freeland knew exactly what that meant. Overlord had been postponed. He and his crew were to return to Portland, Weymouth immediately. He peered into the morning mist, looking for some indication that the seemingly endless convoy had gotten the message. 15 minutes passed. Another postponement message arrived. Half an hour passed. Still the convoy of landing craft continued on its heading for France. Lieutenant Freeland frowned in anxious confusion. "I was a little worried." Freeland signaled Lieutenant Jim White in a neighboring LCC in the port column. He replied that he hadn't heard any message. That had me really bothered until we got another signal from him saying that their radio hadn't been working in the first place. Even so, the convoy continued unabated. With every passing moment, Freeland grew increasingly worried. He kept his signalman busy communicating with adjacent vessels. Ships of the screen would come within range of our blinker, and of course, we'd pass along the message to them. They always acknowledged, but maybe they didn't get what we said. After all, rolling, pitching, squirming as we were, our signalman had to be a combination of chimpanzee and acrobat to flash messages anywhere near the ship he was sending to. At last, after 2 hours of this uncertainty, the convoy turned back and headed for England. It was a long, wet haul against wind and tide with rain squalls, but eventually, by 6 in the afternoon, we entered the delightful, calm waters of the canal which forms Weymouth Harbor. There we tied up, ate, and grabbed some sleep. As Freeland's experiences indicate, the recall order was not accomplished without some problems. By the very nature of their job, minesweepers were the vanguard of the invasion armada. One unit of sweepers closed to within 35 miles of the French coast before receiving the recall order. Freeland did not know it, but his convoy only got the word when destroyers and Royal Navy seaplanes were scrambled to intercept it. By 2200 on June 4th, all of the ships had finally made it back to port. The crews of the ships caught some sleep, took on some supplies, and dealt with restless, seasick soldiers. Chapter 5. Ike's Decision and the Airborne Marshalling Areas. Confusion also reigned in many of the airborne marshalling areas. During the afternoon of the 4th, the storm began to rage throughout the marshalling areas and airfields containing the assault forces. Private Burgett was still lying on his bunk, listening to the rain, waiting for something to happen, when a runner poked his head into the tent. "This is it! Let's go!" Burgett and his tent mates looked at one another in surprise. The driving rain had led them to expect a postponement. They stumbled and slipped their way through the mud until they reached the concrete runways of a pottery. Feeling like a bunch of half-drowned rats, we started to get ready. I was trying to get the wet parachute harness fastened while water ran into my eyes, off my nose, and down my neck. Before long, a jeep pulled up and skidded to a halt, splashing the soldiers with muddy water. The driver told them about the postponement. Burgett and the others just stood there, not knowing whether to feel relieved or mad, because we knew that we would have to go through the same thing again. They went back to their tents, dried off as best they could, and went to sleep. At Saltby, Private Ed Bocafoli's B Company, 508th Parachute Infantry 82nd Airborne, actually boarded planes in anticipation of a combat jump. We circled around for about a half hour, and then the crew chief said it's being canceled because of the storm. Christ, it's like a man going into a ring. He's going to fight now for his life or death. He could hardly breathe. It was a complete letdown because you're keyed up. In a somber mood, the troops went back to their tents. That night, lightning struck the tent next door to Bocafoli's and collapsed it. Bocafoli and his comrades were obviously disappointed with the postponement. They had prepared themselves mentally to face death, and most of them did not want to go through that mental preparation again. In Private Webster's 506th, the reaction was quite different. He was lying on his cot, waiting for word to don his gear and march to his plane, when he heard a strange noise. A mighty shouting filled the air. Men whooped and hollered and gave the rebel yell. The joyous sound swept over the marshalling area like a tidal wave. Yelling and laughing like idiots, we leaped from our cots, incoherent with joy, and danced wildly on the sod floor. Men ran from tent to tent, shaking hands and slapping backs and screaming at the top of their lungs. The reprieve had come to the death house. The reprieve could not last forever, though. At least Eisenhower hoped that it wouldn't. All day long on the 4th, even as young soldiers like Burgett and Webster sweated out the future, Eisenhower worried his way through the day. In his trailer, he could hear the winds whipping around, but still the rain had not come. This gave him hope that perhaps the storm would not hit the channel. He alternated between brooding in his trailer and aimlessly pacing outside. He smoked cigarette after cigarette. He peered at the skies, as if attempting to will the storm away. For a few minutes he took a walk with Merrill Red Muller, a veteran NBC newsman. Ike barely spoke. It was almost as if he had forgotten that I was with him, Muller later recalled. The newsman could see that the general was deeply preoccupied, so he refrained from asking any intrusive questions. When they returned to Ike's trailer, he said goodbye and went inside. Muller watched him and formed the impression that he was bowed down with worry, as though each of the 4 stars on either shoulder weighed a ton. Eisenhower commanded the most powerful force the world to that point had ever seen. But at this moment he was helpless, a prisoner of the weather. By the time he drove to Southwark House for dinner and his 21:30 weather briefing, the storms had begun to hit Portsmouth. Winds, along with horizontal sheets of rain, pounded against the windows and French doors of the house. The very notion that an invasion could be launched in the midst of this storm seemed ludicrous. When Eisenhower strode into the meeting room, everyone was waiting for him. In all, there were 12 senior officers present. Montgomery wore his usual baggy corduroys and sweater, while Ramsey looked very proper in a blue and gold Royal Navy dress uniform. These two men and the others were standing around in clusters, talking in low, worried voices. Ike looked at them with a hint of his famous grin and sat down at the table. Everyone else got comfortable around the table or on the couches. Many of them sipped from cups of coffee. Presently Stagg strode in amid a kind of hush among the somber officers. All eyes rested on the young Scot as he began his momentous report. In effect, his forecast would be the main determinant in Ike's decision whether to launch the invasion on June 6th or postpone it until mid-June, when the required ideal conditions would once again present themselves. Stagg had the barest hint of a smile on his weary face. "I think we have found a gleam of hope for you, sir," he told Eisenhower. "The mass of weather fronts coming in from the Atlantic is moving faster than we anticipated. We predict there will be rather fair conditions beginning late on June 5th and lasting until the next morning, June 6th, with a drop in wind velocity and some break in the clouds. Ceiling about 3,000 feet. In the recollection of General Kenneth Strong, Schafe's intelligence chief, a cheer involuntarily erupted from the officers. You never heard middle-aged men cheer like that. When the cheers died down, the commanders began firing serious questions at Stagg. How confident was he in his forecast? What would the seas be like on the 6th? How about the wind? How many hours would the good weather last? At one point, Tedder asked Stagg to predict the actual channel weather at the moment of the invasion. Stagg deliberated for several long moments. "To answer that question would make me a guesser, not a meteorologist." Just in case Ike was tempted to postpone the decision until the morning weather conference, Ramsey stressed that if the invasion was to be launched on June 6th, the orders must be given within half an hour. If not, then Admiral Alan Kirk's Omaha Beach invasion force could not make it to their beaches in time for H hour. Basically, Eisenhower's decision boiled down to choosing between a risky June 6th assault and an extremely unpalatable 2-week postponement of the whole operation. Realizing this, he stood up and began pacing the room, chin on his chest, hands clasped behind his back, weighing the options. In turn, he asked each of his commanders for their frank opinion. Lee Mallory urged postponement. He thought the flying conditions on D-Day would be below the acceptable minimum. Eisenhower stopped pacing for a moment, looked at Beadle Smith, and asked, "What do you think?" Smith pondered for a second, mulling over exactly what a postponement would mean. It meant an almost insoluble problem of what to do with the thousands of troops in the ships, he later wrote. It was almost impossible to keep them closed in for 2 weeks, yet to let them out of the beach areas would almost certainly convey information to the Germans about our attack. Smith also worried about the dozens of press correspondents who had been briefed on Overlord. If they filed no dispatches for 2 weeks, suspicions would inevitably arise. He stared back at Eisenhower. "It's a hell of a gamble, but it's the best possible gamble." Ike nodded and resumed pacing. "What do you think?" he asked Tedder. The British airman thought that going would be chancy. He urged postponement. Eisenhower nodded his understanding and paced some more. "Do you see any reason for not going Tuesday?" he asked Montgomery. The ground commander's reply was succinct and decisive. "I would say, go!" Only Ike could decide now. He paced a bit more, stopped, and said, "The question is just how long you can hang this operation on the end of a limb and let it hang there." The question was rhetorical. The Supreme Commander was thinking out loud. He paused a few more moments before continuing. Outside, the storm raged malevolently, rattling the French doors with growing intensity. Inside, one lonely American weighed a decision that could alter the course of history. Rarely does history provide such seminal moments. At last he spoke. "I am quite positive that the order must be given. I don't like it, but there it is. I don't see how we can possibly do anything else." Within moments, the commanders scurried out of the room to issue their orders. Tuesday, June 6th, was to be D-Day. They would meet again at 03:30 on June 5th, at which time the invasion fleet could still be recalled if Stagg was wrong, and a 2-week postponement was necessary. At the 03:30 meeting, Stagg would provide another briefing. If his forecast still held true, Overlord would proceed. Eisenhower left Southwick House and drove through the storm back to his trailer. He caught a few hours of sleep, but the buffeting winds awakened him. They were shaking his trailer. He worried that Stagg's forecast might be wrong. According to his prediction, the storm should be out of the area by now. Ike dressed, left his trailer, and hunched in the back seat of his car while Kay Summersby drove him back to Southwick House. The general felt groggy and sluggish, but a cup of steaming hot coffee helped clear the cobwebs. Once again, the group of senior officers took their places throughout the room. A moment later, Stagg walked in, with a ghost of a smile on his face, Smith later recalled. "Well, I'll give you some good news," the Scot said to Eisenhower. Stagg was now even more certain that the weather would clear by June 6th. The only trouble was that another storm front would set in by June 7th. This presented the possibility that the assault waves could get ashore but be stranded there, as bad weather impeded follow-up waves and naval support. Once again, Eisenhower had to contemplate enormous risks and make a binding decision that could affect the future of the world. He stood up and paced, just like the night before, and asked his commanders for their opinions. Ramsey worried that spotting for naval gunfire would be difficult, but he favored going. Tedder still preferred postponement, as did the cautious Lee Mallory. Monty and Smith still wanted to go. Everything that could be said had been said. It was now time to decide on the fate of Overlord. The Supreme Commander paced some more and ruminated. He could not stop thinking about all those young men crammed aboard ships or waiting around at airfields. Soon they would be asked to risk their lives at his behest. He owed it to them to make a responsible, sensible decision. "Goodness knows those fellows meant a lot to me," Ike later said. "But these are decisions that have to be made when you're in a war. You say to yourself, I'm going to do something that will be to my country's advantage for the least cost. You can't say without any cost. You know you're going to lose some of them, and it's very, very difficult." A few feet away from Eisenhower, Smith studied his boss intently. It seemed to him that Eisenhower looked forlorn. In nearly 30 years of military service, Smith had never truly realized before the loneliness and isolation of a commander at a time when such a momentous decision has to be taken, with full knowledge that failure or success rests on his judgment alone. Roughly a minute passed, as Ike silently deliberated over the fate of Overlord. Finally, he faced the group, looked up, and said, "Okay, let's go." As had happened the night before, a cheer erupted from the men who would command Overlord. In a matter of seconds, they excitedly cleared the room to disseminate Eisenhower's orders. Eisenhower found himself standing alone in the room, wondering if he had just done the right thing. That's the most terrible time for a senior commander. He has done all that he can do, all the planning and so on. There's nothing more that he can do. As Ike hinted, from this point on, the success of the invasion depended upon the young men who would soon assault Hitler's Fortress Europe. Throughout the morning and afternoon of the 5th, the airborne troopers killed time at their airfields, waiting for the order to board their planes. The easy life of the previous week had given way to nearly unbearable tension. There was no laughter, no singing, no shouting, Private Webster wrote. The most inveterate gambler couldn't get a crap game started. A deadening stillness hung in the warm, sweet air. At Saltby, in the English Midlands, Private Tom Porcella, H Company, 508th Parachute Infantry, 82nd Airborne, waited grimly with his buddies. Porcella was a 20-year-old from Long Island, New York. He had joined the paratroopers in late 1942. Now his mind was racing, as he lay on his cot with nothing to do but wait for orders. Do I have enough training for combat? I wonder how the hell I'll react under fire. Will I be too scared to carry out orders? He pondered the troubling contrast between the Ten Commandments' prohibition against killing and everything he'd been trained to do. The idea of killing someone face to face terrified him. "I wonder how I would feel if I killed a man in cold blood." Porcello shook his head and looked around. Everyone was quiet, intense, wound tight. They were probably contemplating similar troubling questions. The tension was building up in all of us. Boy, I'm telling you, if you put a match near any of the guys, they were so uneasy and keyed up, I think the match would have exploded. The inevitable fights and arguments broke out. Usually they came to nothing, but in one instance, Sergeant Russell Schwank of F Company 506th Parachute Infantry 101st Airborne remembered some damage being done. One of our privates was beaten severely by several members of the company for showing invasion currency to the cooks. At Exeter, the tension caused the troopers of 3rd Battalion 506th to do something a bit more humorous and embarrassing, but damaging just the same. Late in the afternoon on June 5th, they sat in a hangar and watched a movie about the bombing of enemy cities. During a scene in which bombs were being dropped on the enemy cities, the troopers heard a hissing sound along with a great crash in the darkness behind them. Everyone immediately thought there was a real bombing going on overhead, Private First Class Claire Mathiasen recalled. And in one great movement, everyone started for the doors and outside. Chairs were knocked over. By the time everyone was outside and realized that there was no attack, we had suffered our first casualties of the war. There were a couple of boys hurt in the mad rush to get out, and as I remember, 2 had broken legs. What had caused the hissing and the crashing? A fire extinguisher had been knocked down and activated. At the same time it got knocked over, it crashed into a chair, which promptly toppled over with a great clatter. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Wolverton, gave his men a real tongue-lashing at being so easily shaken up. Some tried to alleviate the tension with last-minute preparations. They cleaned their weapons, checked equipment repeatedly, or practiced donning their jumpsuits. Of the 6 parachute regiments jumping into Normandy, 5 had not seen combat. One of the 2 glider assault regiments, the 325th, was experienced. In those 5 parachute regiments, many troopers whipped up a sense of bravado by blackening their faces or shaving their heads. The experienced troopers of the 505th disdained such practices as, at best, useless symbolism or, at worst, false rookie histrionics. The new troopers either did not know or did not care what the salty 505th thought of their grooming rituals. Some soldiers shaved their hair into patterns and painted their faces, in conscious imitation of what they believed Native Americans had done in an earlier age. Others merely applied ashes or grease paint to their faces and hands in an effort to blacken them so they would not reflect moonlight. In Private Burns's F Company, 508th, the ritual ran the gamut. We blacked out faces with burnt cork. Some of the guys cut their hair mohawk style. Some shaved it all off. Each trooper was going into combat in whatever style suited him best. I left mine in a crew cut. When they finished, they went to a nearby hangar for a special treat. Red Cross workers, mostly young women, were handing out coffee and donuts. Burns gave one of them a jar of candy he knew he could not take with him on the jump. She took it gratefully and fixed him with a solemn stare. She thanked me as big tears ran down both cheeks. Some job of cheering us up she was doing. Minute after minute, hour after hour, the time to face death drew closer. Afternoon turned into early evening, and the airborne troopers ate a final meal. Actually, some were too nervous to eat. Even many of those who did eat could not enjoy it as they had before. They knew that within hours they would be in combat, fighting for their lives. Few things could be more conducive to reflection. In the hangar of an airfield in the Midlands, Staff Sergeant Bob Brewer, A Company, 508th Parachute Infantry, penned, like so many others around England that night, one last letter to his father. In the near future, I'll be thinking a lot about my family life and boyhood days and shall try to be all that you and Mother would want me to be. My regards and love to everyone. Brewer survived the jump, but was captured 5 days after D-Day. Some could not escape the terrifying, depressing feeling that they were witnessing their last sunset. Not far away from where Sergeant Brewer sat writing to his father, Private Bocafogli, the B Company 508th Trooper, who was so disappointed at the previous day's postponement, noticed one of his buddies, Private Johnny Dom, standing outside his tent, like a statue, looking into space. The skinny, tow-headed Dom barely looked a day over 16. Bolcofolli had never known him to act so morose. He was a few years older than Dom and thought of him as a little brother. He walked over to him. "Hey, Johnny, what's the matter?" Dom hardly even replied. He just stood there in a kind of stupor. Bolcofolli was really concerned now. "What the hell's the matter with you?" Dom finally replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "I'm going to die tomorrow." Bolcofolli tried to cheer him up. "Ah, come on. Some of us will, some of us won't, but you ain't going to be one." Dom could not be dissuaded. He insisted on the imminence of his death. Eerily enough, he was right. He got killed on D-Day. Bolcofolli never forgot him. These things stay with you the rest of your life. Private Porcella had a similar experience with one of his friends. As the interminable moments of waiting unfolded, Porcella felt less and less like talking to anybody. Soon, though, Private Harold Wilbur sidled up to him. Wilbur clearly had something on his mind. Porcella knew that 1 week before, Wilbur's fiancée had broken up with him and declared her intention to marry someone else. She sent him a Dear John letter with all the photos and mementos they had compiled over the years. In a particularly cruel flourish, she even sent him a picture of the man she was planning to marry. Wilbur had been understandably subdued ever since. Now, as he sat next to Porcella, he was downright gloomy. "Let me ask you a question," he said to Porcella. "Go ahead, shoot. What is it?" "Are you nervous? Are you scared?" Wilbur asked. Porcella thought it was a silly question. "Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm scared. What the hell do you think? I'm somebody different? I'm as keyed up as everybody else." Wilbur looked closely at Porcella. "You know, Tom, I don't think I'm going to make it." Porcella was quite troubled with his friend's fatalism. "Why do you talk like that?" "I don't know. Everything has been going wrong." Predictably, Wilbur did not make it. There is no way to know just how many troopers confessed to premonitions of death that emotional evening, or how many of them ended up getting killed, but there were enough stories like Dom's and Wilbur's to make one wonder if some of those who died in the invasion experienced some kind of innate sense of foreshadowing. Still, the clock ticked inexorably forward. Beyond the afternoon and into the evening hours, the soldiers of the airborne armada received orders to suit up, move to the flight line, and be ready to go. At Exeter, Private Webster gulped hard and donned his equipment. He wriggled into his woolen long johns, olive drab OD shirt, trousers, and the smelly, stifling, gas-impregnated jumpsuit. Then he buckled on his musette bag and his cartridge belt, complete with his canteen, a bayonet, a trench knife, a first aid packet, and a pair of wire cutters. Hot, itchy, stiff, and extremely confined, I broke my rifle down with trembling fingers and put its 3 pieces into the padded canvas case that would be buckled under my reserve chute. Private Webster and the others lined up and prepared to march to the airfield's hangars to receive ammunition and parachutes. To the studious Ivy League-educated Webster, the whole thing was beginning to feel all too real. He knew now that there was no way out. They were going. Some of them would die. He began to regret joining the airborne. A stream of terrified thoughts ran through his brain. What a lousy way to leave the world. Nobody to say goodbye. No friends or relatives at the bedside. How quiet it is, and God-forsaken lonely. He could not help but feel sorry for himself. Nobody gives a damn for us. Nobody cares. We'll fight their war, and they'll all make money and get good jobs and gripe about the butter shortage and chisel on the gas ration. Moment by moment, Webster started to feel more surly and cynical. In near total silence, lined up 4 abreast, he and the other screaming eagles marched to the hangar. The scene at the hangar was one of motion and purpose. Black-faced soldiers tore open ammunition boxes and handed out the contents to neat lines of waiting troopers. Shouts and instructions echoed off the metal roof of the hangar. A rigger worked his way down Webster's line, handing out parachutes and helping the troopers put them on. The man could be heard nervously saying over and over how much he wanted to go with them. "I told the colonel I wanted to go. The hell with flying resupply. I didn't join this goddamn outfit to be a messenger boy. I want to jump. Colonel said I had to stay here and fly the ammo over. Fuck resupply. If I can get a shoot, I'm going." Webster was not impressed with the rigger's monologue. He looked at the man resentfully and thought, "You jerk, you goddamn jerk." A few minutes later, Webster and the other troopers boarded trucks that took them to their planes. Their lieutenant lined them up in jumping order, and they lay down on the grass to wait for the inevitable order to board the planes. The enthusiasm that had led me to join the paratroopers and the challenge that had kept me going were gone forever. In their place, I felt numbness, a blank, heavy, all-filling numbness. Men constantly got up to relieve nervous bladders. Bored and sullen, Webster took a look at the mimeographed sheet containing Eisenhower's famous Overlord order, the one that began with the statement, "You are about to embark on the Great Crusade." Eisenhower truly did think of this enterprise in those terms. He understood all too well what the tyranny of Nazi Germany really meant. The cynical Webster was unmoved, though. He was disgusted with the clichés and high-minded prose. He crumpled up the paper and threw it away. Then, thinking that it might make a good souvenir, he retrieved it. One of his buddies, an ammo-bearer, said defensively, "It's from Eisenhower." Private Webster could not have cared less. God, those generals, they don't talk our language. There isn't one of them that knows why we're here. Do you know why we're here? The other man shrugged. He did not want to hear Webster's diatribe, but Webster didn't care. He voiced his opinion anyway. "We're here because the outfit's here. This crap has nothing to do with it. If we fight, it's because the outfit's fighting, not because we're a bunch of knights on a goddamn crusade. This war doesn't mean a thing to me beyond this outfit. Piss on chafe." The other soldier could only shake his head and sigh. They settled into silence, looking west, waiting for the sun to set on this English summer night, a sunset that did not occur until close to 2200. As they waited, they shivered in the encroaching chill of evening. Or maybe it was out of fear. Webster was not sure which. Webster's cynicism reflected the kind of focused mindset the soldiers had to have on the eve of battle, but his broader dismissal of the war's aims was dead wrong. Eisenhower was correct. This was a crusade, one that would change the course of history for the better. Most of the soldiers waiting around tarmacs and hangars that evening sensed the electricity of the moment. Certainly their commanders did. All over the airborne marshalling areas, officers gave rousing pep talks to their troopers. The mood was supercharged, almost like a modern incarnation of what Shakespeare must have envisioned when he wrote Henry V's famous pre-Agincourt Band of Brothers speech in the play Henry V. At fullback, Captain Roy Creek, the New Mexico native who commanded E Company 507th Parachute Infantry, gathered his men around him in an informal semicircle. The captain looked at his men with affection. Their curious, eager, blackened faces stared back at him. "We have worked long and hard for this moment. Collectively and individually, you are the best fighting men in the world. At this time tomorrow, we will be on our first objective, and we will have made our first contribution toward winning the most fearful war the world has ever known. We won't all be there. Some of us will fall along the way. And as men fall, there will be doubling of effort for those who stand. God bless you." At Spanhoe, where the 505th Parachute Infantry prepared for yet another combat jump, General Gavin stood on the hood of a jeep and talked to the soldiers. One of those soldiers, Sergeant Charles Lieberth, a platoon sergeant and demolition specialist in the headquarters company of the 1st Battalion, listened intently as the general spoke. Some of us were real veterans going all the way back to Fort Benning, and his opening remark with a big smile was, "Here we go again." He talked a little bit about North Africa, the jump in Sicily, the jump in Italy, and so on. He told us what to expect, that we were going to meet a fierce enemy, well entrenched, and that he knew we would come up to the measure of the mark, and he wished us well. Probably the most moving of all the many speeches that night was made by the commander of the 3rd Battalion, 506th Parachute Infantry, Lieutenant Colonel Wolverton. Just before marching to their planes, the colonel called his battalion together. The men stood in an orchard on either side of an earthen hedgerow that fenced the orchard from nearby fields. Wolverton stood atop the hedgerow and studied his men for a few moments, as if trying to remember every face. He knew this was a culminating moment. Most of the men in front of him had been civilians a year or two before. Intense training and camaraderie had molded them together into a formidable fighting force, a group eager for battle, confident, tough, and completely dedicated to one another. He was so proud of these men. Truly, he loved them. But he knew that soon the moment would come when he must risk destroying those he loved. Such was the reality of command in wartime. In a few hours, everything would change. Men would be killed, wounded, or captured. A few would shirk or break down mentally. Most would do their duty to the best of their ability while praying to survive. The colonel could not even be sure of his own fate. Wolverton had arranged for a couple of soldiers to don German uniforms so that the troopers could visualize and recognize their enemies when they got to Normandy. "Get used to this image. He is the enemy, and he wants to kill us." The colonel showed the men some of the nuances of the German uniform, and then dismissed the two Germans amid good-natured laughs. The models had no sooner jumped off the hedgerow than another man hopped onto the hedgerow next to Wolverton. This man was clad in full jump equipment, similar to the hundreds of troopers standing in loose columns around the orchard. Robert Webb, the supply sergeant in Headquarters Company, who some weeks before had found an English girlfriend resembling Hedy Lamarr, immediately recognized the man standing next to the colonel. It was Valou, the cook. He had tears in his eyes. He had never made a parachute jump. At 36 years of age, he was the oldest man in the battalion. Wolverton pointed at the cook. "This is courage." Valou had come to him and told him that he could not see his boys go into combat without him. He had to go. A wave of emotion swept over Webb and the other troopers. Nearly all of us came apart. Most of us loved him, like an uncle. The cook jumped off the tiny hedgerow and got back into ranks, and the expression on Wolverton's face turned deadly serious as he prepared to give his own version of a pep talk. The buzz over Valou died down and silence reigned. The colonel was blessed with a fine-speaking voice, one that projected quite well. "Men, you know that I'm not a religious man, but I want you to pray with me now. I want you to get down on your knees and don't look down but look up to God with open eyes as we pray while asking Him for His blessing and help on what we are about to do." In a flurry of motion, the troopers sank to their knees. Only the sound of clinking pieces of equipment could be heard. Wolverton saw that his men had settled into kneeling positions. He himself was now kneeling on the hedgerow. His head was raised, looking straight up into the darkening sky. "God Almighty, in a few short hours, we will be in battle with the enemy." Wolverton's baritone voice echoed around the orchard. "We do not join battle afraid. We do not ask favors or indulgence, but ask that if you will, use us as your instruments for the right and an aid to returning peace to the world. We do not know or seek what our fate will be. We ask only this, that if die we must, we die as men would die, without complaining, without pleading, and safe in the feeling that we have done our best for what we believed was right. O Lord, protect our loved ones, and be near us in the fire ahead, and be with us now as we each pray to you." For 2 minutes, the troopers of 3rd Battalion, 506th Parachute Infantry silently prayed, each in his own way, each to his own God. At last Wolverton bellowed, "Move out!" They stood and marched solemnly to the airfield, without a dry eye in the whole 760 men, according to Sergeant Webb. One other trooper stole a last look at Wolverton, a man he revered. Most men in this battalion, as well as myself, will never forget him as he knelt on top of that hedgerow and prayed. He could not have been more trusted and loved by the men in this battalion had he been the father of each one. I believe any of us would have followed him through hell had he asked it. The distance to the airfield was about a mile. This was an exhausting march, given the tremendous load of equipment carried by most troopers. They received a welcome hour's rest before the order to board planes came down. At this point, even as many of the troopers of the 101st Airborne spent their last moments waiting to board their planes, they welcomed a distinguished visitor, Eisenhower. Of the many compelling moments of that emotional invasion eve, this incident ranks near the top. Ike had spent the day in restless anticipation. The fact that the storm had gone away by sunrise did much to improve his mood. He played several games of checkers with his naval aide and confidant, Captain Harry Butcher. In one game, Butcher cornered Ike with 2 kings left to only 1 for Eisenhower, but the Supreme Commander rebounded to jump one of Butcher's kings and get a draw. According to historian Stephen Ambrose, Ike thought the outcome of the game was a good omen. At lunch, Ike and Butcher traded political yarns. Afterward, the general wrote his famous failure message, which, luckily, never had to be utilized, and briefed correspondence on the upcoming invasion. That afternoon, he continually found himself thinking about the airborne troopers. Could Lee Mallory be right? Were these units really going to take 75% casualties? If so, these losses would be on Eisenhower's head, because he had personally ordered their mission to proceed in the face of grave doubts. By evening, the Supreme Commander could not stand it any longer. He had to go see these men, look into their faces, or it would haunt him forever if Lee Mallory was right. The general, Butcher, and a few other members of the staff took a 90-minute ride from Portsmouth to the nearest airfields, Greenham Common, 502nd Parachute Infantry, and Welford, 501st Parachute Infantry. At both airfields, Ike, without any fanfare or preamble, simply got out of his car and walked among the troops. Preoccupied with last-minute preparations, some of the black-faced troopers did not notice him, but most did. They would spot him, do a double-take, and say to one another, "Hey, there's Ike," or, "I'll be damned, it's really him." At Greenham Common, First Lieutenant Legrand Legs Johnson, commanding officer of F Company 502nd, met Eisenhower in somewhat ignominious fashion. The lieutenant was in his tent, sitting on his bottom bunk, honing a jump knife. All of a sudden, Ike walked into my tent. I jumped up, crashing my poor head against the upper bunk, and damn near knocked myself out. The gash required several stitches to close. Eisenhower told the bloodied lieutenant, "I've done all I can. Now it is up to you." Mainly, Ike moved among the soldiers, flashing his warm smile, saying such things as, "If you see a plane overhead tomorrow, it'll be ours," or, "Good luck to you, soldier." Corporal Kermit Latta, a divisional artilleryman, was lying under the wing of his Styx plane, contemplating the white invasion stripes, common to all 13,000 Overlord aircraft, that had been painted on its wings, when he heard his jumpmaster bellow, "Attention!" The soldiers quickly stood and snapped to attention. Corporal Latta could see Eisenhower moving down the line of soldiers, seemingly talking to each one. Ike stopped in front of the man standing next to Latta. While he spoke to the man beside me, I was struck by the terrific burden of decision and responsibility on his face. Eisenhower asked the man next to Latta a question. "What is your job, soldier?" "Ammunition bearer, sir." "Where is your home?" "Pennsylvania, sir." Ike smiled. "Did you get those shoulders working in a coal mine?" "Yes, sir." "Good luck to you tonight, soldier," the general said, and he moved on to the next stick. Eisenhower had brought a small group of reporters and photographers with him, and they recorded some of his encounters with the soldiers that night, most notably that with Lieutenant Wallace Strobel, a platoon leader in the 502nd at Greenham Common. In one of the war's most famous photographs, the Supreme Commander, clad in his famous Eisenhower jacket, talks with Strobel, who has his helmet on, his face blacked out, and a placard bearing the number 23, signifying his status as jumpmaster of plane number 23, draped around his neck. Ike asked the young lieutenant for his name and his home state. "Strobel, sir, Michigan." "Oh, yes, Michigan. Great fishing there. I like it. Are you ready for tonight?" Strobel replied in the affirmative. He said he had been well prepared, well briefed, and that he thought the mission should not be too much of a problem. Someone in the crowd around them called out, "Now quit worrying, General. We'll take care of this thing for you." That soldier and many others sensed that Eisenhower might ostensibly have been there to raise their morale, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. He was now powerless. Everything was up to those heavily burdened, menacing-looking soldiers standing around their planes, cheering Eisenhower. He drew strength from them. Indeed, Eisenhower asked Private First Class Dan McBride of F Company, "Are you scared?" "No, sir," McBride replied firmly. "Well, I am," Eisenhower rejoined, amid gales of jocular laughter. Around 22:30, even as Ike was still chatting with the soldiers, the engines of the C-47s roared to life. Seconds later, the commanding voices of jump masters could be heard ordering the soldiers to board their planes. Miles to the north at Saltby, Private Porchella was waiting in a hangar with dozens of other soldiers when he heard the order to go. There was silence throughout the entire hangar. Then all of a sudden, there was a tremendous roar. The tension that had permeated the 508th was gone in an instant, like air escaping from a balloon. Everybody was hollering, "Geronimo, give him hell, let's go, come on!" I could truthfully say that the morale of the men at that time was very high. I think we were ready to take on the Germans. The noise in that hangar was just deafening. Immediately, the hangar turned into a beehive of activity. We all started to help each other, buddied up. We helped each other put the equipment on. Everything had to be just right. We couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Porchella could not have been more correct about mistakes. They could be fatal. Sergeant Lieberth, the demolition specialist in the 1st Battalion 505th, saw this firsthand in his platoon as it loaded aboard its planes. Lieberth was completely loaded down with dynamite sticks, fuses, blasting caps, and plastic explosives. The guys were kidding me that if the Krauts hit me on the way down, I would blow up like a 4th of July explosion. Lieberth and another soldier were helping each other with their parachutes when they heard a tremendous explosion. I dropped my parachute and I ran around at the tail of the plane. And here the other plane that was part of our complement was burning, and guys were on the ground screaming like hell. Sergeant Lieberth ran back to his own plane, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and began spraying the burning aircraft. He knew that if the fire spread to the plane's gas tanks, more men would lose their lives. The pilot and co-pilot somehow got out of the plane and they helped with their fire extinguishers. We put out the fire. There were about 12 troopers on the ground seriously wounded, 3 of them already dead. Lieberth quickly figured out what had happened. Another demolition man had some Composition C plastic explosive, quite combustible when combined with a blasting cap, in a leg pocket. When he tightened his leg strap, he tightened it right over this plastic grenade, and it let loose and exploded. Sergeant Lieberth stood and surveyed the grisly results of this accident. It blew him up. His head was there and his leg was over here. He was a mess. Pete Vaughn had part of his neck blown out. He was dead. Lieberth spotted a good friend who had a dazed look on his face. One of my oldest buddies walked up to me and said, "Look, Sarge." The man raised his hands from his belly. His guts rolled out. The sergeant was horrified. "Christ, Eddie!" He pushed Eddie's guts back into his abdomen, took Eddie's hands, placed them there to hold the guts in place, and said, "Now hold them tight. The medics will be here soon, and you will be sent to the hospital." None of this mattered. Eddie died that night. Greatly chastened, Lieberth and the other survivors boarded their planes and waited to take off. At Barkston Heath, Sergeant Edward Barnes, a wire chief in the 507th Parachute Infantry, prepared for the ordeal of climbing into his plane. I wore a wool shirt and wool pants under my jumpsuit, as I figured it would be cool at night in Normandy. In his musette bag strapped to his back, underneath his parachute, he carried extra socks, mess kit, insecticide, powder, candy bar, and plenty of cigarettes and a gammon grenade, anti-tank mine. From his musette bag harness, he had a grenade hanging, one on each side. In addition to a rubberized black case containing a gas mask and more candy, he carried a folding stock .30 caliber carbine and about 60 rounds of ammunition. We were issued K rations for 3 days. The coup de grace was a 60-pound switchboard strapped across the front of my thighs. Barnes, like so many other paratroopers, needed help to get into his plane. He climbed in, and with a little push from the crew chief of the aircraft, I was able to make it up the ladder, as I could not climb because of the switchboard strapped across my legs. Most of the men tried to be jovial, including myself, but you could feel the atmosphere was a little subdued. At a pottery, Private Burgett carried a similar load, but one tailored to his job as a rifleman. In addition to the usual array of food and clothing, he carried nearly 700 rounds of ammunition for his rifle, which he broke down into 3 parts and stashed in a canvas case attached to his reserve chute at his midsection. He also carried various fighting knives, morphine syrettes, and grenades. When he finally fastened everything in place, he found that he could not connect his belly band. To do so, he needed help from 2 airmen. I told one of them to stand on my back while the other fastened the belly band, after which I found it impossible to even get to my knees. The 2 men lifted me bodily, and with much boosting and grunting, shoved me up into the plane, where I pulled myself along the floor and, with the aid of the crew chief, got into a bucket seat. The pilot of the plane read Eisenhower's invasion message, the one that had so irritated Private Webster, over the intercom. Burgett listened carefully, but was not all that moved. A canteen cup of whiskey would have been more appreciated, he thought. Burgett and the men around him now took their airsickness pills, a mysterious aspect of the story of the airborne jump into Normandy. No one is entirely sure who had the idea to push these pills on the troops. Air sickness had never been a serious problem during training or previous combat jumps. All the pills succeeded in doing on this night was making the troopers sleepy. Also, some of the paratroopers had strapped British-style leg bags to themselves, another Overlord debut and failure. The Americans had never used such bags. These bags, attached to 20-foot-long ropes, mostly broke loose upon the shock of chute's opening, rarely to be found on the ground. Soon the roar of the revving engines threatened to drown out conversation. At his airfield, General Ridgway stood in the doorway of his plane and took a last look at England. As a senior officer, he was not quite as burdened down with equipment as the average trooper. Ridgway admired the green beauty of the English Midlands. He had been in battle before, but this would be his first combat jump. He was a military professional, but that did not mean he did not experience the fears common to any mortal man. Each night in the marshalling area, he had struggled with those fears. In the darkness after you have gone to bed, when you are not the commander, with stars on your shoulders, but just one man, alone with your God in the dark, your thoughts inevitably turn inward, and out of whatever resources of the spirit you possess, you prepare yourself as best you may for whatever tests may lie ahead. A devout Christian, Ridgway found comfort in the story of Jesus Christ's pre-crucifixion ordeal at the Garden of Gethsemane. I felt that if he could face with calmness of soul the great suffering he knew was to be his fate, then I surely could endure any lesser ordeal of the flesh or spirit that might be awaiting me. Now, as General Ridgway turned away from England and shuffled into the plane, he could only think of an epitaph he had seen carved into a soldier's memorial in Edinburgh a few weeks before. If it be life that waits, I shall live forever unconquered. If death, I shall die at last, strong in my pride and free. As he buckled himself into his hard bucket seat, the general felt a quiet serenity creep over him. I was ready to accept whatever was to come. The mood of the men around me seemed equally tranquil. Moments later, his C-47 took off, followed by hundreds more of the 52nd Troop Carrier Wing, carrying thousands of 82nd Airborne troopers from numerous fields in the Midlands. The same was true for the 101st Airborne. The transport crews had received their final briefing at 2000, at which they learned everything they needed to know about the mission: navigation, winds, weather, beacons, drop zones, radar and radio aids, strict radio silence, even what to do if forced to ditch in the channel. I saw how flushed and bright-eyed everybody looked, tense but not jittery. Sergeant Marty Wolfe, a radio operator in the 436th Troop Carrier Group, recalled. His unit would carry troopers from the 1st Battalion 502nd into Normandy. Wolfe and the other aviators left the briefing and went directly to their planes. The troopers, sitting on the runway near the plane door, looked sullen and resentful, and made a couple of bitter cracks to the crew chief and me. We didn't blame them. But there was little time now for such bitterness. Fortress Europe beckoned. Technical Sergeant George Koskamaki, a literary-minded Michigan native, was the personal radio operator for the commander of the 101st Airborne Division, Brigadier General Maxwell Taylor. Koskamaki's group got the order to load up just as Eisenhower had begun to chat with them. A colonel from Eisenhower's party gave me a helpful boost into the plane. I moved into the darkened interior and took my seat in the 5th jump position near the door. The young radio man looked out the door and witnessed Eisenhower and Taylor saying their farewells. Taylor was a 43-year-old West Point graduate who had once served as the artillery commander of the 82nd Airborne Division. He'd received plaudits for the clandestine mission to Rome as Ike's envoy in the late summer of 1943, when Pietro Badoglio's Italian government engaged in secret armistice negotiations with Eisenhower. The youthful Taylor had assumed command of the 101st just a few months before, when the division's creator and the avowed father of American airborne forces, Major General William Lee, had suffered a heart attack. In fact, when General Taylor had given his own pep talks to the division's troops during the previous week, he had asked his men to shout General Lee's name as they jumped tonight. Taylor would get his second star a few days after D-Day. Ike held him in high esteem. The two had eaten dinner together earlier this evening, before Eisenhower's impromptu tour of the Screaming Eagle's airfields. Now, as the two men parted, the Supreme Commander did not know that Taylor was withholding something from him. While playing squash with one of his officers a few days before, Taylor had pulled a tendon in his leg. Since then, he had barely been able to walk on the leg. Tonight it took all of Taylor's considerable willpower to keep from betraying any sign of the injured leg to his commander. The airborne commander wanted nothing to interfere with his participation in the coming battle. Taylor could tell that the Supreme Commander had been impressed with his men, particularly those who had adopted a bizarre appearance by painting their faces and shaving their heads. As the two commanders strode toward Taylor's plane, Eisenhower leaned over and whispered, "They might not scare the Germans, but they would certainly scare me." Taylor chuckled. They stopped at the door of the plane. Eisenhower grinned and extended his hand. "Good luck." "Thank you, sir." The men in General Taylor's stick helped him don his equipment and make it into the plane. The general smiled and took a seat. He patted his leg back. Inside, he had managed to spirit away a bottle of Irish whiskey to disseminate among his men at the right moment. Eisenhower moved on to other planes to say last-minute goodbyes. Private Walter Turk had just settled into his seat when Ike stuck his head in the door of our plane as we waited to taxi out onto the runway. He wished us luck. Once the plane started moving, Eisenhower walked toward the control tower to watch them take off. On his way, he spotted a diminutive private who was about to board a plane. To Eisenhower, the man looked more equipment than soldier. The Supreme Commander called out, "Good luck." The little soldier snapped off a salute, and Ike returned it. At that, the private turned to the east and called out, "Look out, Hitler! Here we come!" Ike took his place atop the control tower. One by one, the planes hurtled down the runway and lifted off, circling the airfield as they waited for others to become airborne. Ike and his group watched until the last plane left the runway and roared into the crisp night. Standing next to the Supreme Commander, Kay Summersby could see tears welling up in his eyes. He started for the car, but as he did, she heard him say something barely audible. "Well, it's on." Part 2. The Assault. Chapter 6. Crossing the Channel. Naval power made the invasion possible. The Allies possessed plenty of it. The Germans did not. Following the postponement, a breathtaking armada of ships, large and small, geared up once again and put to sea on June 5th. There were thousands of ships doing a dizzying variety of jobs. Submarines whose mission was to guide the C-47s that carried airborne troopers, tiny patrol craft acting as traffic cops, destroyer escorts hunting for enemy submarines, destroyers doing the same but mostly preparing to lend gunfire support on the invasion beaches, powerful, stately cruisers and battleships whose ordnance equaled that of heavy bombers, minesweepers clearing the way for the entire force, and, most numerous of all, specialized transport craft such as the Landing Craft Tank, LCT, the Landing Ship Tank, LST, the Landing Craft Infantry, LCI, and rhino ferries carrying everything from ammunition to soldiers. Hundreds of these amphibious ships carried most of the invasion force. The rest sailed in more traditional transport ships like the Samuel Chase or the Charles Carroll. The Armada sallied forth from ports all over southern England, rendezvoused south of the Isle of Wight, and headed straight for the coastline of Normandy. To make it there unscathed, they needed to pierce minefields the Germans had sown in the middle of the channel. Some 255 minesweepers, the unsung heroes of Overlord, led the way. They swept 5 major channels through the mine belt, one for each invasion beach. Most of the sweepers were British, but a few American ships, like the USS Swift, helped accomplish this dangerous task. Some of the mines were visible on the surface, others were chained to the bottom of the ocean, programmed to detonate when a ship passed overhead. The most dangerous were free-floating magnetic mines attracted to the hull of a ship. The Swift's communications officer, Lieutenant Edward Dunton, a native of Mason City, Iowa, served as officer of the deck on this night as the Swift sailed through the cold channel waters. He watched closely as the Swift's special wire cutters severed the moorings of the enemy mines. Crewmen then shot at the mines until they exploded harmlessly. We streamed our sweeping gear to sweep moored mines. Once they had punctured the minefield in the middle of the channel, the work was by no means over. In some ways it was just beginning. The sweepers had to make sure that the bombardment ships could take up station unmolested off the Normandy shores. We swept the fire support channel, the channel leading to the fire support area where the battleships, cruisers, and destroyers were to be stationed, and in which they were to maneuver while bombarding Utah Beach. When they were certain they had cleared an area of mines, they dropped lighted buoys to guide the ships that would soon follow. This was very dangerous work. One undetected mine could blow this 220-foot vessel apart. On this night, the USS Osprey had already touched off a mine and sunk. Several other Allied ships met with a similar fate in the days ahead. Mines were, in reality, the only significant German naval defense against Overlord. Allied sweepers did a magnificent job of clearing the way for the invasion fleet, but in the days and weeks ahead, mines remained a real danger in the coastal waters. Behind the minesweepers came the LCTs, followed by the bombardment ships, then the LCIs, the LSTs, the LCCs, Landing Craft Control, the Rhino ferries, and the small auxiliary ships. The whole armada was a stunning display of naval might, such as the world had rarely witnessed. In the cloudy moonlight of this night, there appeared to be so many ships that seemingly, if one wished, one could hopscotch from ship to ship all the way to the coast of France. Aboard those ships, embarking now on Eisenhower's Great Crusade, thousands of individual dramas unfolded. Frank Fedowik, a pharmacist's mate on board LST-338, stood on the deck of his awkward but utilitarian vessel and squinted to see British sub-chasers hunt for U-boats. Boy, it was dark, but we made sure we always had them in sight because they protected us from submarines. Every LST carried a big barrage balloon shaped like a small blimp to keep German planes from coming in low and strafing us. The balloons were designed to discourage low-level strafing from enemy planes, but Fedowik shook his head in amusement at the sight of them. We thought they were a joke, because it was like announcing to the world, "Here we are under this big dirigible." The sailors might have laughed over the ungraceful barrage balloons, but they knew that what lay ahead was serious indeed. Reality set in for Edward Duffy, a 23-year-old fire controlman from Brooklyn, when the captain of his ship, the destroyer USS Shubrick, addressed the crew as the ship sliced through the waves on this night. The very fact that he was making a speech was unusual. In Duffy's experience, only the officer of the day spoke over the PA system, not the captain. But now Duffy heard his captain's crisp, low voice echo over the sound system. He announced that we were about to begin the biggest military operation in the history of the human race. He instructed us to shave all beards, shower, and dress in clean clothes. For us, that meant dungarees. The reason we were told to do this is that there is less chance of serious infection to wounds if we wear clean clothes and have shaved faces. That was a sobering thought. Not far away from the Shubrick in the line of ships, Rear Admiral Morton Deo, the naval officer who had been so impressed with Eisenhower 3 weeks earlier at the St. Paul's briefing, stood on the bridge of the cruiser Tuscaloosa. Deo commanded the bombardment group that would soften Utah Beach for the 4th Division. This powerful ship dwarfed many of the landing craft and destroyers within Deo's sight. From time to time, he raised his binoculars and surveyed the choppy seas. Here on the Tuscaloosa, everything was stable, even comfortable, but Deo knew that conditions had to be quite miserable aboard the LCTs ahead. The Admiral could tangibly feel a sense of anticipation on the subdued bridge. Our flag bridge is dead quiet. On the forecastle and upper deck, where the crew are now at battle stations, voices are hushed. One seems to feel the presence of millions of men. The atmosphere is alive with the spirits of men. One is aware of a sort of quiet exultation. We begin ticking off the lighted buoys, so well placed by our sweepers, red to starboard, green to port. One thinks of those minesweeping squadrons far ahead, numerous and tough, moving unprotected save for a few destroyers into the dangerous waters. With exact navigation, working in the darkness, these stout sailors have cleared numerous and intricate channels, hundreds of miles of them. A few hundred yards away, in the same line of warships, Lieutenant John Blackburn, an anti-aircraft gunnery officer aboard the cruiser USS Quincy, went below decks for one last cup of wardroom coffee and a nervous half-smoked cigarette. The mood in the wardroom was electric. Everyone was talking in excited, low voices. Conversation was difficult because no one was listening to the talker's words. It was as if we all had our ears cocked, awaiting the alarm of battle stations, which would indicate that we were under attack. Blackburn finished his coffee and left the wardroom. He went topside and ascended a ladder to his station in sky control, high above the bridge. His job was to direct anti-aircraft fire in the event of an attack by enemy planes. The lieutenant fully expected those planes to arrive at any moment. Surely the Luftwaffe has to be out there somewhere, he thought. In sky control, he enjoyed a terrific view. The ships ahead of us were warily feeling their way along the channel that had been swept of mines. Every 15 or 20 minutes, we would pass a small green lighted marker buoy close aboard to starboard. The red ones on the port side were given much wider berth. Our swept channel was supposed to have been 800 yards wide. Much to Blackburn's surprise, enemy planes never materialized. He spent the crossing listening to excited communications among the ships trying to find the way that had been marked by the buoys. If they went even slightly off course, they could lead the fleet back into the minefield. Luckily, that did not happen. Blackburn's bird-like perch contrasted sharply with a group of sailors far below him, deep in the bowels of the Quincy, in one of the ship's 4 boiler rooms. Within the claustrophobic confines of this sweaty, stifling area, 16 sailors provided the necessary power to keep the cruiser running smoothly. One of them was Seaman Michael Brienzi, a baby-faced 19-year-old from Hawthorne, New Jersey. His boiler room was located well below the waterline. The sailors in this grim room kept themselves fortified with pot after pot of steaming coffee. When the caffeine and adrenaline wore off, Brienzi and the other sailors slept in the boiler room in the bulges where the piping ran on part of a bed of rags we had down there. The hatches on the doors were about a foot thick and dogged, closed down. We also had an escape hatch. Only one man at a time could go up the ladder. When they got hungry, they sent someone up that ladder to the galley for franks and beans. All night long, they monitored their intricate web of pipes and pumps. One man checked the water on the water glass, one fireman on the headphones, one fireman taking care of 5 burners on saturated side 600-pound steam, and another fireman taking care of 5 burners on superheat side 850 degrees. As the feed increased, the fireman would have to put more burners in. He would increase the air at his valve, and it led to the blower, and he'd open up more and give us more air as we lit more burners. One man constantly checked pressure gauges, compressors, and temperature indicators. If the ship hit a mine, or if the boilers overheated, The sailors could be trapped and scalded to death. Rienzi and the others tried not to think about that. Lieutenant Blackburn on the Quincy was not the only one who expected a Luftwaffe appearance. Throughout the Armada, gunners prepared for the possibility of an enemy aerial attack. Aboard the destroyer USS Harding, James Jones and several other sailors readied their 20mm gun. All paint and burnable material was thrown over the side. All fire hoses were broken out. All damage repair equipment broken out. Extra projectiles were piled in handling rooms and hoists filled with powder, and all watertight doors closed and dogged tightly. Jones arranged his ammunition exactly the way he wanted it. I broke out 20mm magazines from my gun, besides 8 of them in my ready box. I loaded my gun, and all other 20mm did the same. The 40mm guns put a dip in the loading tray, so all they had to do was press the firing pedal. As mentioned, conditions aboard the bombardment ships, cruisers, battleships, destroyers were reasonably comfortable, since they were large enough to deal with the rough seas of the Channel. The same could not be said for the smaller, less forgiving LCTs, LSTs, LCIs, and patrol craft. The mere task of staying in line and maintaining course could be a great challenge for these vessels in the face of high winds and buffeting seas. Lieutenant Stanley Budell, the skipper of one LCT, had an extremely difficult time maintaining control of his craft. We were located in one of the inside columns and spent our entire time trying to keep station. The British craft behind Budell's LCT could go twice as fast, but it could not reverse itself. We would pound along, the whole boat bending and buckling, then the one ahead would slow down. We would go into full reverse to keep from riding its stern, then the Britisher would start to climb ours. To avoid collision, we would go full speed ahead with full right rudder. This merely created a new problem, as they repeatedly came close to colliding with ships of another column. Sometimes they came as close as 5 feet from hitting them. This kind of perilous sailing created nightmarish circumstances for many of those men who were crammed aboard the transport craft. On one LCT, Seaman Second Class John Tulton, a member of Naval Combat Demolition Unit 44, sat on the port side hanging onto a cable that held several tanks in place. Wind and spray whipped everywhere. Tulton's unit was specially trained to go into the beaches with the initial assault waves to clear paths through German obstacles. But at this moment, as he fought seasickness, he could not have cared less. The speed of the LCT was such that it seemed to start up a wave and slide off the side. The roll and slide of the LCT caused the water depth on the deck to vary from 2 to 5 feet. The rock and roll, decks awash, rains, and seasickness eliminated the need for food, and the scene from my position on the deck was men, helmets, vomit, and all unlashed equipment rolling back and forth in a sickening, soupy mixture, untended and left to the luck of the roll. Obviously, the LCTs were not designed for comfort. They were made to carry tanks or other cargo safely over the span of relatively short distances. They were 105 feet long, flat-bottomed, with a landing ramp and makeshift crew quarters on the stern. They had no running water except for that provided by a hand pump. There were only 2 toilets aboard, both hand-operated. One for the crew, 15 enlisted men and 2 officers, in the stern, and one for the soldiers in the forward compartment. No wonder that the men aboard these contraptions experienced such awful conditions as they crossed the Channel. Aboard LCT 271, 20-year-old seaman Robert Evans of Muskegon, Michigan, could not help but feel sorry for the nauseous 1st Division soldiers strewn all over the crude deck. These poor men looked like they would rather be anywhere else. All the Army guys were half sick, vomiting, just praying to get off that landing craft. Our troops were tired. They hadn't had any sleep. We were up all night. In the wheelhouse, Evans had spent most of the night at the controls of LCT 271. He wore full Navy battle gear, helmet, 2 life jackets, foul weather equipment. Still, he felt cold and queasy. The cook had been at his battle station all night, so no one had eaten anything. One of the soldiers worked up enough strength to make his way across the slippery deck, ascend his way into the wheelhouse, and ask Evans if he could use the galley to make pancakes. "Hell yes, go ahead." The soldier did a fine job. He and Evans ate their fill, and they ended up feeling much better. Conditions were not much better on the transport ships carrying assault units like the 2nd Ranger Battalion. The hardy Rangers had been felled by food poisoning a week earlier. Now some of them gave way to seasickness, produced by the monotonous bucking of ships like HMS Prince Charles. Half of the battalion, companies A through C, along with part of headquarters, was crammed aboard this old ship. We were all downstairs in the hold, officers and enlisted men alike, Lieutenant Gerald Heaney recalled. We were very crowded, the sea was rough, and a lot of people became ill. I personally was woozy and really couldn't eat. In fact, I purposely refrained from doing so I wouldn't get sick to my stomach. In anticipation of this problem, the troops were issued seasickness pills. But similar to the air sickness pills given to the paratroopers, these pills created more problems than they solved. Aboard LST 512, Lieutenant Edward Jones, the 115th Infantry Reconnaissance Officer, noticed that all personnel were taking seasickness prevention tablets. They made you woozy and sleepy. I finally gave them up after a day or so. I concluded I would rather arrive a little seasick than to go ashore 3/4 asleep and ineffective. With seasickness, the symptoms go away once you are on dry land anyway. Most troops came to the same conclusion. Miserable though they were, they knew that battle readiness trumped the temporary misery of seasickness. August Thomas, a coxswain aboard LCT 633, could hear nauseous 4th Division soldiers quietly talking of the battle that lay ahead. Stillness fell, and in soft voices you could hear different groups discussing what they thought the dawn would bring and how they would fare in all of this. It is fair to say that every man aboard those ships wondered the same thing. Each man dealt in his own way with the possible imminence of death. Not surprisingly, many turned to religion. Private Samuel Ricker, B Company, 4th Engineer Combat Battalion, sat on the deck of an LST bound for Utah Beach. Ricker's unit was assigned as engineering support for the 12th Infantry 4th Division assault troops going ashore at Utah. A chaplain had given Ricker a pocket-sized Armed Forces Bible. The Tennessee-born Ricker leafed through the Bible and found himself returning time and again to Psalms 23. Over and over he read and whispered to himself the cryptic verses. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Surely goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. These verses helped him control his considerable fear. Others turned to more public expressions of devotion. Captain Richard Fahey, a doctor in the 60th Medical Battalion, a unit that would soon go ashore at Omaha Beach, attended a Catholic absolution service. In contrast to the one-on-one confessions normally prevalent in the Catholic Church, this was a general absolution. They gathered on deck and listened to their priest. I went aboard deck and accepted general absolution, knowing full well that it was just what I needed. But I was concerned all the while about what was going to happen to all those Protestants, Jews, and atheists that did not have this privilege extended to them. He need not have worried. Most chaplains offered general services, geared toward all denominations and beliefs. Aboard the transport ship Thomas Jefferson, Captain Charles Cawthon of the 116th Infantry listened to his regimental chaplain, Reverend Charles Reed, speak over the steady drone of the ship's engines. Cawthon studied the men around him, standing impassively, thinking their own private thoughts, as Reed conducted his service. There were probably more than the usual number of private prayers launched that night, as the realization grew that this was not another exercise, and that at dawn, metal would be flying both ways. Friends gravitated together. I noted no bravado. Cawthon took in the whole service before retreating below decks to his bunk and a copy of Collier's magazine. Many other soldiers and sailors concentrated on other things to cope with the uncertainty so typical on this eve of battle. In his bunk aboard the Utah beach-bound destroyer USS Fitch, Ensign Richard Bowman scribbled a final letter to his parents, describing the mood of the crew. The men are restless and worried and afraid of the immediate future, but not markedly so. Just in a few nervous ways like excessive letter writing, card playing, reading, and rumor spreading. We are making last-minute preparations and trying, through drills and planning, to anticipate every conceivable casualty or request for ship's performance. We are confident, coldly calculative, and ready for the worst. Staff Sergeant Harry Bear, a squad leader in F Company, 116th Infantry, sat in the crammed hold of a transport ship and contemplated the fact that he and his men would soon comprise the first wave to assault the dog-red sector of Omaha Beach. We didn't sleep much that night. In the rough channel, a lot of the men were seasick, and some just remained quiet, deep in thought. How does one explain their feelings at a time like this? I really didn't know what to expect, any more than anyone else. Some were just sitting there. Some were checking their equipment, and some were just plain sick. No one seemed to want to talk too much. Inevitably, card and dice games, especially among the soldiers, sprang from this nearly unbearable tension. Money meant little to men who might soon be dead. Gambling provided a way to burn off some nervous energy in the company of friends. Aboard the USS Bayfield, command vessel of Force U, the Utah Beach Task Force, Private Jack McQuiston of the 1st Engineer Special Brigade spent the entire night gambling with his buddies. We played cards, shot craps, and swapped stories. Very few of the men slept. I know I didn't. I had butterflies in my stomach all night long. Seaman Second Class Buddy Schellenberger, standing on the slippery deck of LST-373, watched in fascination as a group of soldiers played endless card games. The Wrightsville, Pennsylvania native had a birthday coming up. In 1 week, he would turn 17. The teenage Schellenberger had never seen this kind of gambling. All they did was sit around and play cards. I mean, they were playing for big stakes, shooting craps and everything. I think they sensed the big thing was coming up, so they didn't care too much about money. Schellenberger wandered around in search of a friendly face from home. After I got my duties done, I just walked around and talked to these people, trying to find somebody from Lancaster or Columbia or somewhere close. Aboard a cramped transport ship sailing inexorably toward Omaha Beach, Sergeant Mike McKinney sat in on a crap game for an hour or two. McKinney knew exactly what to expect on D-Day. He had been through combat with his L Company 16th Infantry 1st Division in the Mediterranean. He soon tired of the raucous crap game and retired to his tiny bunk. They were about a foot or two apart, wire mesh, and they were 4 or 5 high. You couldn't sit up in the thing. You could get forward and slide in. It was not conducive to sleeping, but you could doze. I think most of us stayed awake during the night. The salty McKinney used the time to inspect every last piece of equipment, especially his brand-new invasion vest. He knew he was setting an example for all the new soldiers in his platoon, who looked up to him as the platoon's second-in-command. We had some new guys that were probably a lot more nervous than we were, but I guess our calmness helped to assuage them a little bit and make them feel a little better. I like to think so anyhow. On a transport ship in Force U, the soldiers of Private William Jones's I Company 8th Infantry distracted themselves from their impending Utah Beach assault by turning their uniforms into impromptu billboards. We nearly all had something painted on our field jackets, usually the name of our state or something. Of course, I had Tennessee on mine. Private Jones strode around the ship, proudly displaying his newly emblazoned jacket. As he stood at the rail watching the other ships of the Armada, a man saw his jacket and sidled up to him. "What part of Tennessee are you from?" Jones thought the voice was familiar. I looked around, and it was a friend of mine who lived a few miles down the road from me. Well, I was really glad to see that old boy. His name was Thurman Charlton. He was in the Coast Guard, a coxswain on one of the landing craft. They talked for several moments about home, and then Charlton turned serious. "If you don't make it, is there anything you want me to tell the people at home?" Private Jones felt like spouting a bit of bravado. "Just tell them that we went down swinging." As the ships closed in on the Norman coast, most did not feel such bravado. Instead, they quietly went about their business, waited for the word to move out, and hoped for the best. Many, like Captain John Ahern, commander of C Company, 70th Tank Battalion, spent some introspective moments on their own. I went below deck and tried to sleep, but I couldn't. So I pulled out a little book I had been intending to read about my home city, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. I read it in 3 or 4 hours, but never could go to sleep. Even as he turned the pages of that famous book, Ahern could hear, ever so faintly, the sound of aircraft engines high above. All over the expanse of Force U and Force O, Omaha, sailors and soldiers raised their heads and looked skyward at thousands of shadowy planes. Overhead, an enormous aerial fleet, the one carrying the airborne vanguard of the invasion of Europe, rumbled inexorably south. In the desperation of the approaching fight, these brave paratroopers, glidermen, and aviators were about to lead the way. Chapter 7. The Airborne Ride Over. Truthfully, they looked a bit like wild men. Underneath several layers of uniforms, equipment, weapons, helmet, and face paint, each airborne trooper lost his individual identity. Maybe that's the way it was supposed to be. They were all part of one team now with one aim, the accomplishment of a difficult mission. Individual agendas had no place here. Only survival and success mattered. When Sergeant Robert Webb of the 506th settled into his bucket seat aboard a C-47 at Exeter, he glanced around and actually found it difficult to determine who was who. The inside of the plane was eerie, with all our faces painted with camouflage paint. We had to look hard to recognize each other. At Salpey, in the English Midlands, Lieutenant Colonel Wesley Leeper, an Air Force officer, stood and watched with a deep, emotional respect as airborne troopers from the 508th Parachute Infantry prepared to leave. Never have I seen a finer group of physical specimens. I cannot say they were good-looking from a sense of beauty, for actually they looked almost horrible as we stood there and watched them prepare for takeoff. Their faces were blacked, and their steel helmets were covered with green nets into which had been fastened bits of green foliage. They looked like some savages I had seen in the films. Fastened to their person was more equipment than I thought it possible for one man to carry. I must say that at that moment, I was indeed proud to call myself an American. To know that I came from a country which produced men like these. Colonel Leeper marveled at the intrepid, quiet courage of these youthful troopers. Here was a group of young men, the flower of America, many of them no doubt about to face a horrible death. Yet they laughed and joked about what they were going to do when they got home. One of those troopers was Private Porcella, the New Yorker whose friend had earlier confided expectations of death to him. As Porcella plopped into his seat aboard his Styx plane, the aircraft's friendly crew chief began checking on the soldiers, dispensing advice. "Listen, you guys, when you go out the door, make sure you have your line hook in your left hand, okay?" "Okay, Sarge, we'll do that," the troopers hollered back. The crew chief then started to make conversation. "Hey, where are you troopers from?" Naturally, the answers varied. Most of us replied with the name of our home state, Porcella recalled. He insisted that Kentucky was the best state in the Union. We all laughed and gave the guy hell. I told him I thought Long Island was a better place than Kentucky any time. Another 508th trooper, Private Dwayne Burns, had a decidedly less friendly experience with the crew of his plane. "I found my seat and it had a flak vest lying on it. I said, 'Hey, this is great. I can use all of the protection I can get.' So I folded it and sat on it. Before long, the pilot came back looking around and wanted to know who was sitting on his flak vest. He said that he wasn't going to take off without it. I reluctantly pulled out the vest and handed it over. The pilot gave me a dirty look but didn't say anything, just turned around and went back up front." The transportation of these two great airborne divisions required over 800 aircraft. When they fired up their engines in preparation for takeoff, waves of noise engulfed the airfields of middle and southern England. One by one, as the final moments of June 5th ticked into eternity, the planes revved their engines and waited for their turn to take off. Aboard one of those planes, belonging to the 441st Troop Carrier Group at Merrifield, A 19-year-old crew chief named Charles Bortsfield popped his head out of the open door of his idling C-47. Bortsfield was a graduate of a New York vocational high school. He loved anything mechanical, especially engines. Now he watched as a line of C-47s adorned with flashy new invasion stripes slowly taxied for takeoff. Hundreds of the propellers spun furiously as they awaited the go signal. The signal came, and two abreast, the C-47s roared down the runway, then another two, then another. Finally, it was our turn. Sergeant Bortsfield assumed his normal takeoff position between the pilot and co-pilot. The pilot pushed the throttle full forward. We were rolling, tail up. We were airborne. The air was a little rough at this point from all the prop wash from the planes up front ahead of us. We'd dipped a wing once in a while, mushed a little bit, but finally we leveled out into a formation, 9 planes wide, 3 V groups across. Formations were tight. Planes flew within 100 feet of one another. Heavily laden down with troopers, fuel, and equipment, the planes lurched awkwardly into the air, prompting sighs of relief or howls of exuberance from thousands. At a pottery, when Private Burgett's C-47 left the runway, he hollered, "Flap your wings, you big-assed bird!" He and many others in his stick found the seats of the plane too uncomfortable, so they knelt on the floor, leaned back, and tried to rest. Burgett was amused later to read a reporter's contention that they had knelt in prayer during the ride into combat. Actually, it was just a comfortable way to ride. At every airfield, each serial of planes circled until all planes had gotten into proper formation. Only then did they head south. Those who sat near the open door of their C-47s, usually jump masters or men with low jump numbers in their sticks, beheld an incredible aerial armada in the clear skies over England that night. "I could hardly see the sky for planes," reported Sergeant Thomas Buff of 101st Airborne Headquarters. "There just was not room for more." On General Taylor's plane, Technical Sergeant George Koskamaki, his radio man, could not take his eyes off the dizzying number of planes he saw outside the door. Wing lights were on, and it was a beautiful spectacle to behold through the open doorway. Visibility was terrific. The night was beautiful, Private First Class James Pee Wee Martin, G Company 506th, recalled. There were a few stratus clouds drifting by here and there. The moon silhouetted the plains around us. The fiery exhaust of our engines reminded me strangely of a blast furnace. To Private Joe Bressler of the 508th, it seemed that there were so many planes you could almost walk across them. As the voyage unfolded, many of the troopers fought the onset of drowsiness from the air sickness pills. Hundreds of men fell asleep. On a C-47 carrying part of E Company 506th Parachute Infantry, First Lieutenant Richard Dick Winters tried to fight off sleep and nervousness by singing with his men. I had to stay awake so I'd be able to think and react quickly, but those pills seemed to slow down feelings of emotion. The song was soon lost in the roar of the motors. I fell to making a last prayer. It was a long, hard, and sincere prayer that never really did end, for I just continued to think and pray during the rest of the ride. On another E Company plane, even a light-hearted joke by one of the men could not pierce the reverie. "Do any of you bastards want to buy a good wristwatch?" Private Wayne Skinny, Sisk, bellowed over the din. Everyone laughed, but soon the group fell into a thoughtful silence. The same held true on most all of the planes. Engine noise precluded meaningful conversation. Most troopers who had not fallen victim to the pills were left alone with the privacy of their own thoughts and fears. Clarence Hewitt of H Company 507th stole a look at his lieutenant and saw that he was white as a ghost. Private Paul Bouchereau, riding in the serial carrying the headquarters element of the 508th Parachute Infantry, welcomed the engine noise and eerie darkness. He and some others were afraid the fear would show on our faces. Each of us wished to keep our emotions to ourselves. Some tried to fight that fear in unusual ways. In a plane carrying a stick from E Company 502nd Parachute Infantry, Private Lud Lebetka, a soldier in Lieutenant Wallace Strobel's platoon, could not resist the allure of a crude form of liquid courage. One of Lebetka's buddies, Private Albert Jones, looked at him and said, "Lud, do you want a drink?" Lubutka, a native of Ford City, Pennsylvania, shot a dubious glance at Jones. He did not believe that his buddy had smuggled alcohol aboard the plane. As if anticipating Lubutka's skepticism, Jones whipped out a bottle of Aqua Velva. The aftershave contained a small quantity of alcohol. As Lubutka watched, Jones took a big gulp from the bottle. "You're crazy," Lubutka said. Jones leaned over and offered the bottle to Lubutka. "Jones, if you're crazy, I'm crazy too." He grabbed the bottle and took a healthy swig. In the short term, the Aqua Velva calmed Lubutka, but later, when he jumped into Normandy, he puked it up during his descent. Aboard many of the planes, men sat in contemplative silence, smoking or dozing. Sergeant Buff felt like he was in the reception room of a dentist's office. Buff could feel fear within himself, but he kept it under control. Inwardly, without even knowing it, I was fighting to remain unruffled. He kept thinking, "I'm lucky as hell to be mixed up in this affair. I am glad to be along, honored to be a member of the division which will be the first to land in France." Each time those thoughts went through his mind, he wondered just how much truth they contained, and decided that it was open to question. Private Burns's mind raced as his plane flew inexorably toward France. He looked around at the men in his stick, the best friends he had ever known. Their blackened young faces betrayed little in the way of emotion. They sat in awkward clusters along the walls of the plane, equipment at their feet. How many of them would be dead in 2 hours? Burns prayed not to screw up, and decided that he was too young for this war business. Soon his thoughts turned to a friend in another plane. "I wonder if we will ever see each other again. Chances are very slim that both of us will make it. I sure don't want the job of going to see his family when this war is over and telling them how sorry I am that John didn't make it, and I sure don't want him having to go looking up my family." Burns thought about his mother and father and how they would react to the news of D-Day. Miles ahead of Burns, George Koskamaki busied himself by wondering what each of his family members back home would be doing tonight at the exact moment he jumped into Normandy. He stared straight ahead and thought about the time difference between Normandy and Michigan. By Kosamaki's calculations, he would jump at 8 p.m. Michigan time. This meant Dad would be fast asleep on the couch in the living room with the radio going full blast. Mom would be mending socks for my ambitious, hard-hiking younger brothers who wore out their socks faster than she could replace or repair them on their numerous fishing trips. Sister Millie would be with her girlfriend Betty, listening to the latest records. The boys would be in the backyard, tinkering with their version of a World War II hot rod known as the Blue Beetle. That was all they could do with gasoline being rationed. In the dark, as Kosamaski gyrated to the increasingly familiar rhythm of the plane, a tiny smile crossed his face. I thought of a particular girlfriend in Detroit who would set her students straight on the importance of this date when she met them in her classroom on the morrow. Aboard a plane, carrying a stick from E Company 505th Parachute Infantry, Private First Class R.R. Hewart sat and wondered what in hell he was doing here. Before the war, the Valparaiso, Indiana native had worked in a steel mill in nearby Gary. He joined the Army after Pearl Harbor, volunteered for the paratroopers, and ended up fighting with them in Sicily, where a German machine gun bullet had smashed into his arm during some particularly fierce fighting. Now Hewart was fully healed and heading into combat once more. "How come you got yourself into this?" he wondered. "This is your third combat jump, and it could sure be your last one." The 23-year-old knew it would only be a matter of time before my odds run out. Every other veteran of the 505th, spread out in dozens of planes around Hewart's, probably thought the same thing. Such thoughts led to nervousness, and nervousness for some troopers meant loose bowels. The C-47 was equipped with a small toilet at the rear of the plane, but the heavily laden paratroopers found it very difficult to wedge in there. Aboard one of the planes carrying the 82nd Airborne Division headquarters, General Matthew Ridgway watched in bemused silence as some of the men got up to relieve themselves. Now and then a paratrooper would rise, lumber heavily to the little bathroom in the tail of the plane, find he could not push through the narrow doorway in his bulky gear, and come back, mumbling his profane opinion of the designers of the C-47 airplane. Soon the crew chief passed a bucket around, but this did not entirely solve our problem. A man strapped and buckled into full combat gear finds it extremely difficult to reach certain essential portions of his anatomy, and his efforts are not made easier by the fact that his comrades are watching him, jeering derisively and offering gratuitous advice. By now the planes were well over the channel. Their flight path took them directly over the invasion fleet. In an effort to evade German radar, the airborne serials had dropped down to an altitude of about 500 feet, thus affording the troopers a great view of the fleet. On Private David Kenyon Webster's plane, the crew chief alerted his lieutenant to the view. The officer rose from his seat, waddled to the door, looked out, nodded, and smiled. "Look, men, look! It's the fleet!" he shouted. Webster turned stiffly, like a rusty robot, to a tiny window behind him and caught a quick glance. He emitted an involuntary gasp. Man, oh man! The sight nearly overwhelmed him. 500 feet below, spread out for miles on the moonlit sea, were scores and scores of landing barges, destroyers, cruisers, and attack transports. They were bearing the infantry slowly, like a flood of lava, to a dawn assault on the shingle shore of Normandy. Webster saw a lamp blinking from a ship. Seconds later, the wingtip lights of his plane flashed off, as did the blue lights in the pilot's passageways. Webster stared at one of his buddies in the racketing, vibrating, oil-reeking, vomit-scented darkness and exclaimed, "Isn't it great? Those guys are going in." His buddy couldn't hear him, and Webster didn't feel like repeating himself. On one of the planes carrying the 326th Airborne Engineers of the 101st Airborne Division, a young machine gunner, Private First Class Chuck Storby, watched the fleet below and felt like a giant. Looking down on the invasion fleet below us, they looked like hundreds and hundreds of ships floating in a bathtub. It was a sight I will never forget. As the 508th overflew the fleet, Private Bressler wondered how we could lose with this many ships. Everyone on the plane gave a cheer. Not long after they passed over the fleet, the planes turned to the southeast, straight for the western coast of Normandy. This course took them just north of the German-occupied Channel Islands, the only British soil that fell under German control in the war years. The Germans had the equivalent of one understrength infantry division on the islands, mainly on Guernsey and Jersey. Some of those soldiers manned anti-aircraft guns or machine guns and started shooting at the C-47s of the two American airborne divisions, but the fire was ineffective and out of range. To troopers like Private Porcella, though, the fire was a sobering precursor of what was to come. I looked out the window, and you could see the stuff, the flashes of the artillery shells. You could see the shells bursting outside the plane, and off in the distance, you could see the machine gun fire. In the distance, flares. I could feel a chill come over me. When the serials made landfall on the western coast of Normandy, they flew into clouds that served to scatter formations and confuse pilots. Lieutenant Roger Airgood, sitting in the right-hand co-pilot seat of a C-47 that was carrying troopers from the 502nd Parachute Infantry 101st Airborne, was concentrating on keeping the next plane in formation visible. I flew from the right-hand seat. I could see the exhaust stack glow and the phantom outline of the plane. We maintained our position, flying as tight a formation as possible. When entering an unexpected cloud bank, we continued on, without any appreciable difference in visibility. Airgood and the others flew on as best they could, dipping in and out of cloud banks, scanning with quick glances for landmarks below. At nearly the same time, back in England, the tail end of the airborne armada, the glider serials, prepared for takeoff. The 6 regiments of paratroopers, jumping tonight, were taking some of the necessary weapons and equipment with them that they would need in the days ahead. They were to jump with leg bags or bundles containing such things as mortars, bazookas, heavy machine guns, radios, ammo, rations, and medical supplies. Still, once on the ground, the troopers would be little more than light infantry, unable to sustain themselves for any appreciable length of time. They desperately needed the vital support that only heavy vehicles and weapons could provide. That's where the gliders came into the picture. These unwieldy wood and metal contraptions carried the jeeps, artillery pieces, anti-tank guns, and supplies that the paratroopers would so badly need in combat. They also carried reinforcing infantry. There were two common types of gliders: the British Horsa, better payload, and the American Waco, better maneuverability. American glider pilots flew both types into Normandy. The glider was fastened by a 20-foot nylon tow cable to a C-47. For communication with the tow pilots, the glider pilots wrapped phone cord around the tow cable. The glider pilots were an obscure group of black sheep within the glamorous pilot ranks of the Army Air Force, but they deserved more acclaim because their job was quite dangerous. Once the towing C-47 had flown their gliders over the drop zone, they were cast free. The glider pilots then flew their little aircraft, fighting winds and disorientation, until they could find a suitable landing spot. In anticipation that the Allies would employ gliders, Rommel had ordered many French fields to be flooded with water or studded with wooden stakes, called Rommel's asparagus. Now, with the clock edging toward 20 minutes after midnight on this momentous day, June 6th, C-47 towplane pilots of the 434th Troop Carrier Group at Aldermaston revved their engines in preparation for takeoff. Behind the towplanes, the glider pilots and soldiers from the 101st Airborne listened to the deafening roar of the engines and steeled themselves for the whirlwind experience of leaving the strictures of Earth. They were 53 planes in all. In the pilot's seat of one of them, Glider 50, Flight Officer George Pete Buckley listened to the engines and apprehensively waited for his towplane to start moving. He could just barely hear light rain tapping against the canvas skin of his glider. As usual, the canvas smelled strangely like bananas. The roar of 106 C-47 engines grew steadier by the moment. The muffled noise and throbbing from their motors spread around the field like a distant approaching thunderstorm and contributed to our uneasiness. Behind Buckley and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Bill Brunner, a three-man anti-tank crew from the 101st Airborne sat crammed in corners around their weapon, a 57mm gun, plus ammunition, a camouflage net, and boxes of supplies. Buckley knew that these men were depending on him to get them safely onto French soil. He could not escape thinking that, in roughly 3.5 hours, I might be dead. He tried to force such thoughts from his mind, but it was quite difficult. It was a very sobering moment, and I wondered why I had been so foolish as to volunteer for this job. When I first went into the glider program, nobody had ever explained to me how gliders were going to be used. Buckley's mind might have been racing, but he tried to keep his face impassive. Other men in the line of gliders were struggling with the same dread of death. 7 planes ahead of Buckley in Glider 42, Lieutenant Erwin Morales and his co-pilot, Lieutenant Thomas Ahmad, surveyed each other with deep apprehension. Right before the takeoff, Morales recalled, Ahmad and I made a pact. If I got killed, he would visit my folks, and if he were, I'd go to his parents' home. Seconds later, they took off. Such pacts were actually quite common up and down the line of planes that night. Almost all of the planes were safely airborne by now. Buckley's plane at the tail of the column was one of the last to take off. Our tow ship gunned its engines and started down the runway through a light rain shower and into the black of night. As the wheels of the glider left the ground, someone in the back yelled, "Look out, Hitler, here we come!" This helped break the ice for a moment, after which no one said a word as I trimmed the glider for the long flight ahead. For the next 3.5 hours, we would be alone with our thoughts and fears. It wasn't too bad for me because I was flying the glider, but the airborne men in back and Bill Brunner, with nothing to do, must have been going through hell with their thoughts. Flight Officer Buckley kept his eyes on the bluish engine flame of the tow plane. He fought the turbulence produced by so many propellers and worked to keep his glider centered properly, above and behind the tow plane. He and the other gliders comprised the tail end of the airborne assault force. Far ahead of him, already on the ground, the lead portion of the assault force was going about its assigned task. These men, the first to touch French soil, called themselves Pathfinders. Chapter 8. The Night Drop. In theory, the Pathfinders had a simple job: jump into the drop zones first and mark them with lights and radar beacons so that the follow-up forces could easily find the drop zones in the inky night. In practice, the job proved to be quite difficult. Each American Airborne Division featured a force of about 120 trained pathfinders, broken up into 11 sticks. Planners had earmarked drop zones for each parachute infantry regiment. They were as follows: the 505th in Drop Zone O near Saint-Mère-Église, the 507th in Drop Zone T west of the Méderet River near La Fière, the 508th at Drop Zone N, also west of the Méderet, the 502nd, along with the 377th Parachute Field Artillery Battalion, at Drop Zone A, just west of Utah Beach at Saint-Martin-de-Varville, the 501st west of Saint-Marie-de-Mont at Drop Zone C, and the 506th at Drop Zone D in the vicinity of Saint-Côme-de-Mont. 3 sticks were supposed to jump into each paratrooper drop zone. The remaining 2 sticks had the task of marking the glider landing fields. Each stick was commanded by an officer who jumped with an SCR-536 radio designed to help him communicate with other Pathfinder officers. 2 Pathfinders per stick jumped with special Eureka radar sets that sent out signals for the lead aircraft carrying the main airborne force. 4 men carried special halophane lights to mark the drop zone. The rest of the stick provided security. The Pathfinders left airfields in the English Midlands at about 21:30 on June 5th, an hour before the main force. These Pathfinder troopers knew they would be the first into Nazi-occupied France. No friends would await them, only foes. For the first hour on the ground, before the follow-up serials disgorged thousands of American paratroopers to reinforce them, some 250 intrepid Pathfinders would find themselves facing the entire might of the German army in Normandy. They could only hope to achieve the surprise so necessary for completion of their mission. Around midnight, the aircraft carrying the Pathfinders closed in on the western coast of Normandy. Aboard one of them, Corporal Joe Haller, a 101st Airborne Pathfinder, could feel his bladder filling up, practically by the second. Before taking off at North Witham Airfield, he had fought off nervousness with the help of numerous cups of coffee. Now he was paying the price. Haller awkwardly stood and staggered a few steps. The normal buffeting and lurching of the C-47 kept him from walking a straight line. Haller knew that he could not possibly fit into the tiny bathroom at the rear of the plane, so he chose the next best option, the door. He stood in the windy door, unzipped his trousers, and urinated. Immediately, the wind blew the urine back in his face and all over several troopers sitting by the door. Horrified, they cursed at him. Haller calmly finished and said, "You guys are going to have a lot more to worry about than a little pee." Haller's plane and many others soon ran into cloud cover and flak over Normandy. The combination of these 2 obstacles dispersed them. In a harbinger of what was to come, only about 1/3 of the Pathfinders dropped in the right place. The rest scattered in the vicinity of their zones. Frank Brumbaugh, an 82nd Airborne Pathfinder, was supposed to drop at Chef de Pont and set up his Eureka radar set. He normally weighed a diminutive 137 pounds, but with all of his equipment fastened to his person, including the 65-pound radar set, he figured he weighed 315 pounds. When the pilot of his C-47 turned on the green light, Brumbaugh waddled to the door with the others, pushed himself through it, and hoped for the best. I watched all of the shell bursts in the air around me, and I watched one stream of tracers which looked like it was going to come directly at me. Bullets clipped his chute and punctured 3 of his shroud lines. In an obviously futile but normal gesture, I spread my legs wide and grabbed with both hands my groin, as if to protect myself. It didn't matter. The bullets still came closer. Machine gun bullets traced up the inside of one leg, missed my groin, traced down inside of the other leg, splitting my pants on the insides of both legs, and dropped both free Red Cross cartons of Pell-Mell cigarettes to the soil of France. A second or 2 later, he landed extremely hard with all of this weight. He pulled out his knife, cut his way out of his chute, assembled his rifle, grabbed his radar transmitter, and took it to the middle of the field in which he had landed. I stripped its cover, put the antennae together, plugged it in, and turned it on. This was a few minutes after midnight, early morning on June 6th. Brumbaugh and another trooper stayed there several hours, but never saw or heard any other planes. At sunrise, Brumbau and his partner began to wonder where they were. They spotted a signpost that indicated they were more than 5 miles east of Chef Dupont, hopelessly far away from their intended drop zone. The commander of the 101st Airborne Pathfinders, Captain Frank Lillyman, generally credited with being the first Allied soldier to land in France, also landed away from his intended drop zone. Lillyman's stick, along with 2 others in adjacent planes, ended up near Saint-Germain-de-Varville, a mile north of Drop Zone A, the area they were supposed to mark for the 502nd. As was his custom, the captain had jumped with an unlit cigar clenched in his teeth. He quickly assembled several of his men in the dark, quiet night. After the landing, we met at the church in Saint-Germain-de-Varville and traveled through fields to the northwest, where we set up lights as markers, along with installation of other special equipment in trees. Lillyman's orders were to avoid contact with the enemy, but as he and his men went about their tasks, a German machine gun opened fire. The gun kept harassing them with intermittent bursts. This was annoying, and I finally sent 2 men to convince the Krauts of the errors of their ways. Soon I heard a grenade go off with a whoomph, and then everything was lovely and quiet. Later, in searching a farmhouse, they encountered a Frenchman smoking a pipe. He was standing in the doorway. He jerked his thumb toward the stairs and said, "Bosh." We caught the German in a nice pair of white pajamas in bed. We disposed of him and expropriated the bottle of champagne beside the bed. Other Pathfinders flew into thick German flak. First Sergeant Charles Malley was part of a stick assigned to jump at Yeville to mark Drop Zone C for the 501st, but he and his stick never got there. Instead, as they flew eastward looking for the proper drop zone, German fire tore into their aircraft. Bullets were whizzing through the fuselage like bees chasing a honey-robin bear. Malley heard the bailout bell ringing. He looked out the door and saw one of the engines burning. The plane's crew chief shouted, "Clear the ship!" The paratroopers knew they were too low to jump, and they stayed put. The co-pilot ordered everything overboard. The plane was going in. Hurriedly, the troopers and Air Force crew threw all the heavy equipment out of the plane. Now they were over the channel. Steadily, the plane lost altitude as the pilot fought to maintain control. Everyone clustered into the front of the plane and donned their Mae West life vests in preparation for a water landing. The pilot fired a red flare. First Sergeant Malley could make out the angry sea, closer and closer by the second. The channel was running high that night, but the pilot did one hell of a job. He brought her in on top of one of the waves, dragged tail, and flopped her in. They inflated dinghies, but these were not designed to hold this many men. We were mostly in the water, just hanging on the lifeline around it, Pathfinder Richard Wright, another man in Malley's stick, recalled, and taking turns as to who was hanging on. They splashed around for about 30 minutes until a British destroyer picked them up. First Sergeant Malley was thrilled to see them. "I have a great warm feeling in my heart for the English. They fished us out of the briny depths, gave us grog, and extended such hospitality as was available on D-Day at very early morning, 0100. When they got back to England, the British imprisoned them until they could verify their identities as American soldiers." Another plane in Malley's formation successfully dropped its Pathfinders near the intended drop zone. These troopers were able to partially set up their equipment and mark a zone within a quarter mile of what the planners intended. Not far away at Landing Zone E, the 101st Airborne Glider Landing Zone near Yeville, destination for pilots Buckley, Morales, Ahmad, et al., the Pathfinders did a fine job, right under the noses of the Germans. Richard Lisk, a T-5 communications specialist, the majority of the Pathfinders were trained in communications, landed awkwardly and broke a foot. He lay alone in a ditch while his comrades prepared the landing zone. To his great consternation, he heard the clomping of hobnailed boots. I held my breath as German soldiers passed by. As they passed within arm's reach, they kicked dirt in my face. Lisk managed to keep absolutely still, and the German soldiers never knew he was there. In the morning, a medic gave him a shot of morphine, enabling him to walk to his regiment's headquarters. In summary, the Pathfinders, thanks mainly to flak, navigational errors, German resistance, and nighttime confusion, only partially accomplished their mission of illuminating the drop zones for the main force. They did the best they could under difficult circumstances, but it was not enough. The majority of troopers who jumped into Normandy in the early morning hours of D-Day did so without the guidance of the Pathfinders. It could even be argued that the Pathfinders alerted many Germans to the presence of Allied paratroopers. When the serials of both American airborne divisions approached their drop zones in the Cotentin Peninsula just after 0100, they ran into a hailstorm of flak and small arms fire. This enemy resistance wreaked havoc on the integrity of the airborne drops. Consequently, the crews of the transport planes found themselves flying into flak-filled skies, a peril for which they were neither trained nor prepared. This happened in every serial. No sooner had Sergeant Joseph Terabessi's C-47 dropped its paratroopers over Saint-Mère-Église than a hunk of flak scored a direct hit on one of their engines. The engine quickly caught fire, but the pilots shut it down. Now they had to fly back to England on their only remaining engine. They managed to limp their way over the channel, but when the pilots prepared the plane for landing, they found that the plane didn't have any hydraulic fluid, so the flaps wouldn't come down. Sergeant Terabessi and the others sat and wondered what they should do. Finally, someone piped up. Let's pour water into the hydraulic lines." The idea sounded good, so we all got our canteens out and poured water into the hydraulic system. We got the flaps down about halfway, and they quit. We were getting closer to the base and wondered how we were going to get the gear down. We were out of water. Again, they silently contemplated what to do until someone suggested, "Let's urinate into the canteens and pour that into the hydraulic system." They waited until they were on final approach and then employed their makeshift hydraulic fluid. It worked. The gear came down. We landed. The aviators of the 81st Troop Carrier Squadron, carrying soldiers from the 1st Battalion 502nd Parachute Infantry, ran into a hailstorm of flak as they approached Drop Zone A. The pilots in the lead planes were doing everything they could to fly a straight course and spot the areas marked by the pathfinders, but it was no use. All they could see was flak, tracers, and the faint outline of land below. They understood that they were only in the general vicinity of the drop zone, but knew they had to give the order to jump sooner rather than later. Before long, individual planes began to take evasive action. Sergeant Marty Wolf, a radio operator, could see them out of his window in the back of his C-47. They dove and twisted under the upcoming arc of tracer bullets. Wolf knew that inside those planes, troopers were hooked up to their static lines, struggling to remain standing, knocking over barf buckets, and slipping in a drool-stained cesspool of vomit. In a nearby plane, Sergeant Ben Obermark, a crew chief, stared at the beautiful but deadly tracers as they shot skyward. Watching the tracers come up at us made the hairs on the back of my neck feel as though they were standing straight up. Obermark, a mere spectator now, took in the whole terrible scene aboard the plane. The rattle of flak fragments against our plane, the sight of flak and tracers above us, some seeming right on the mark for planes in front of us, the absolute stark terror in some paratroopers' eyes, their vomiting into helmets and forgetting to empty these helmets out. What had once been neatly assorted formations soon degenerated into the aviation equivalent of every man for himself as pilots took evasive action. In doing so, they nearly collided with one another. One of those pilots, Don Skrdla, had a terrifying close call. One of our squadron's planes was taking such wild evasive action that he almost drove me into the ground. And that so-and-so wasn't even part of my flight, which shows how big a piece of sky he was using up. It took every bit of my strength and know-how, plus that of co-pilot Doug Malden, to prevent a collision. To make matters worse, when Skrdla turned on the green light for the Screaming Eagle troopers to jump, an equipment bundle became wedged in the door. Skrdla had to fly over the channel, turn back, find the drop zone again, and brave the killer flak for the equivalent of 2 more passes before crew chief Dick Nice finally pried the bundle loose so that the troopers could jump. Aboard a nearby plane carrying troopers from F Company of the 502nd, Lieutenant LeGrand Legs Johnson, the young officer who had bumped his head when Eisenhower entered his tent, also experienced serious problems with equipment bundles. As jumpmaster of his plane, Johnson was standing in the door, scanning the ground for any landmark that might indicate the drop zone. Flak exploded everywhere, but he tried to ignore it. Inwardly, he was seething. At his feet lay 6 bulky bundles of anti-tank mines weighing nearly 400 pounds. Originally, the bundles were going to be dropped from the belly of the plane, relieving Johnson and his men from the responsibility of pushing them out the door, but the day before, someone had gotten the bright idea of putting radar equipment instead of the anti-tank bundles in the belly of the plane. Lieutenant Johnson protested vociferously, but to no avail. Now, as he stood waiting for the green light, he wondered how in the world he was going to wedge these awkward bundles out the door. Johnson also had another headache in the form of an inexperienced naval forward observer whose SCR-300 radio was so bulky it could barely fit through the door. Jumping with the radio would have been a real challenge for even the most experienced jumper, much less an officer not accustomed to this kind of mission. The green light flashed. Johnson and the first few members of his stick sprang into action. We had to manhandle those bundles out the door with those static lines draped all through our arms and shoulders and everything else, and we finally got rid of them. I don't know where the hell they are to this day. And then we had to wrestle the Navy guy out the door and had to push him, and he had the radio on about a 30-foot line, and the bundle went out, and he went out immediately after it, and I hollered to the guys, and out we went. As Johnson descended, he could see German anti-aircraft fire lock in on the naval observer. I could see the tracers just eating through his canopy, so I slipped my parachute as much as I could to get as far away from that particular location as I could. Even as Johnson was dealing with his problems, Second Lieutenant Bernard McCarney, a platoon leader in E Company of the 502nd, watched the tracers and, like so many other Americans that night, thought of the 4th of July. The whole spectacle seemed beautiful to him, almost unreal, but then reality intruded on his reverie. One burst clipped us in the wing. The plane lurched and nearly threw me out the door. The men's faces were grim and tight. I tried to relax them by kidding a little. Then the green light, and I shouted, "Let's go, girls!" And I piled out. The air was crisscrossed with tracers. The reception was similarly hot for the other 2 regiments of the 101st Airborne, especially the 506th, a unit that saw its first 2 battalions badly scattered from Saint-Marcouf to Vierville-au-Plain, while its 3rd dropped accurately but right on top of German defenders near Saint-Côme-du-Mont. This 3rd Battalion of the 506th was the unit that Lieutenant Colonel Wolverton had led so eloquently in prayer just a few hours before. Among them was Sergeant Robert Webb. As he stood waiting to jump, he became aware of the frightening accuracy of German anti-aircraft guns. I saw a bright flash, and the plane next to us nosed over with all the troopers spilling out. I didn't see any chutes opening. Then another plane just blew up. This was getting serious. The tracer fire was really coming up, red and green. The green was from machine gun fire, and the red was from 20mm cannon. Not far away, in another C-47, another 3rd Battalion trooper could hardly believe the volume of fire. They must have had every gun in France turned on us. The explosive shells and machine gun bullets were red, orange, and yellow, and were as thick as rain, only going up instead of down. There was no hesitation on anyone's part in going out of the door, although none of us expected to reach the ground alive. When I cleared the door, the plane was bucking like a crazy horse, and the tracers were so thick it looked like a wall of flame. On the descent, Sergeant Webb attracted the interest of a 20mm gunner, but the German missed. The sergeant landed right in the middle of the flooded Douve River, whose waters turned out to be a bigger peril than the enemy gunner. Webb had anticipated this and inflated his Mae West, but it did no good. If anything, the Mae West made things worse by catching on his harness and inflating too close to his throat. I couldn't get my head up because that damn Mae West was under the back edge of my helmet. I had to swim to be able to breathe a little. This wasn't working. Webb began to swallow water and fight for air. I was going to drown. Still fighting harder than ever to stay afloat, it seemed like a losing battle. The water was filling my parachute and pulling me downstream. My English leg pack with radio and batteries became a perfect sea anchor, holding me back. He contemplated giving up. I prayed to God, "Don't let this mission fail. Don't let all these people die for naught. Keep us in your grace. Take my life now, and make it count for your sake." When all seemed lost, Webb caught hold of a branch and hung on until one of his comrades pulled him out of the water. The flak almost killed Sergeant Robert Rook Rader before he even left his plane. Immediately after the order came to stand up and hook up, he was amazed to see that a shell passed through the metal bucket seat where I had been seated. The jump light was shot off from its position near the door. Rader was very lucky. In many cases, the enemy shrapnel hit vulnerable troopers as they waited to jump. In a plane carrying part of G Company 506th, Private Gordon Waldhall could hear the macabre sound of spent shrapnel clattering against the skin of his C-47. We heard what seemed to be gravel rattling against the tail of the plane. The craft rocked heavily, and then the noise got louder, like balloons bursting. All of a sudden, one of the boys on the other side of the plane pitched forward on the floor. He had a hole through his helmet. Sergeant Louis Truax and several other men came very close to the same fate. Truax was at the end of the stick and thus one of the last to exit his plane. The lead men were in the process of jumping, and Truax was trotting down the aisle, waiting for his turn, when suddenly the plane was hit in the left wing by flak. The wing went straight up. My left shoulder crashed into a window. Truax was carrying about 100 pounds of equipment, including a sniper rifle, so he was amazed that the window did not break. The pilot was fighting to right the plane. When he succeeded, I was appalled at the view which greeted me. I was the only one standing. 4 men lay in a tangled heap on the floor. I realized it was almost impossible for them to stand up with their equipment loads. The hopelessly tangled survivors had no choice now but to get out of the plane any way they could. 1 man dived out the door head first. I stepped over the top of 2 men. The closest man to the door crawled out head first. I grabbed the ammo belt in the center of the man I thought next and gave him a heave-out nose first. The next man made it crawling on his own power. Sergeant Truex reached up and pulled the salvo switch to release machine gun and mortar bundles in the plane's belly. Then I dived out. In checking later, Truex found that the first man landed near Sainte-Mère-Église, while he, the last man, landed just inland from Utah Beach, a distance of 4 miles. Private Bill Oatman, a 20-year-old rifleman in B Company 506th, was one of the lucky ones on his plane. Just as he jumped, all hell broke loose. Our plane was hit and the wing was on fire. We were so low that when my chute opened, I swung twice and hit the ground. I know that all the men didn't get out. The story of flak, chaos, and misdrops was much the same for the 82nd Airborne. One regiment, the 505th, dropped near its assigned zone in and around Sainte-Mère-Église. The other 2 regiments, the 507th and the 508th, ended up scattered along the flooded expanse of the Madeira River. Some sticks from these regiments even ended up getting dropped near Valognes, Montebourg, and Cherbourg. Dan Furlong, a sergeant in H Company 508th, had no idea where he was as his plane overflew the Cotentin Peninsula. He only knew that he wanted out of his plane, fast. He could see the shells coming up. They looked like Roman candles, and when they hit, it would sound like someone threw a keg of nails against the side of the airplane. They would rip a hole through it. We were hit 3 times. The first shell hit the wing. It took about 3 feet off of the tip of the wing. The next one hit right alongside the door and took the light panel off, and then the next one went through the floor, and it blew a hole about 2 feet across the floor and then hit the ceiling and exploded in the plane. The shell killed 3 men and wounded 4 others. There was so much confusion in there because there was smoke and static lines and parachutes all over inside that airplane. Furlong's lieutenant kept waiting for the green light to come on, but Furlong screamed at him to go now. The pilot was telling us to jump because the pilot knew the lights were gone anyway. I was screaming to go and was pushing, so they finally got the message and went. In another plane carrying 508th troopers, Rifleman Harold Canyon, son of Finnish emigrants, was also fortunate to escape injury. Tracers went up all over the place. Our plane was hit hard up front. We got the order to stand up and hook up. Just as I approached the door, the top of the plane opened up and the right wing began to dip, the start of the death spiral. It took every bit of strength I could muster to get out that door. Instead of stepping out, I rolled out over the threshold. Somewhere over the swollen Madeira, the planes carrying F Company 508th wandered around the sky in an effort to avoid the thickening ground fire. Aboard one of them, Private Burns stood waiting for the order to jump. As he watched his comrades vomit on the floor or struggle to stay on their feet, he could only wonder, oh dear God, will any of us get out of this alive? The flak seemed to get heavier by the second, hitting the plane from all sides. The noise is awesome, the roar of the engines, flak hitting the wings and fuselage, and everyone yelling, "Let's go!" I can see tracers sweeping by in a graceful slow-motion arc. Flak is knocking holes in the wings, and I pray that none comes up through the bottom of the ships where I'm standing. At last the order came to jump. Burns and the others readily complied. They were supposed to jump from 600 feet, but they descended from perhaps twice that height. Everything seemed to quiet down as Private Burns slowly descended to earth. I landed on a long, narrow field with 2 anti-glider poles in it. I hit hard and roll over on my back, tangled in my shroud lines. I'm all alone. It's very quiet. I've landed on good, solid ground. Frightened out of his wits, but still functioning, Burns managed to rendezvous with several other comrades, mainly by passwords whispered in the night, and they set off in search of their objectives. In one way, Burns was lucky. He landed on dry ground. Many others in his division did not. A total of 36 soldiers from the 82nd drowned in the floodwaters of the Cotentin that night. This was exactly what the Germans intended when they opened up the locks at Carentan at high tide and closed them at low tide in order to flood potential drop zones for paratroopers. Because grass began to grow through the water, American photointelligence analysts had misjudged the water's depth in the environs of the Marais and the Douve. They thought the water was only ankle or shin high, when in fact it was often much deeper, sometimes chest high or even over the heads of the soldiers. Lieutenant Ralph DeWeese, a platoon leader in H Company 508th, came very close to being one of the many All-Americans who fell victim to these dark, murky floodwaters. He descended through thick enemy fire. The flak and machine gun fire was so heavy, I believe he could have walked down on it. Some men were hit and never had a chance to get out of their chutes. Others had their canopies on fire due to the fire of tracer bullets. Much to my surprise, I looked down and all I could see was water. DeWeese landed with a splash in chest-high water. His equipment and chute quickly dragged him below the water line. He could not seem to keep his head above the water. The chute dragged me for about 300 yards. Several times I thought it was no use and decided to open my mouth and drown. Each time the wind would slack up and I'd get a chance to put my head up out of the water and catch a breath. This happened several times until finally Lieutenant DeWeese, barely alive at this point, summoned his last reserves of strength. With the last bit of energy I had, I reached down and pulled out my trench knife. He cut himself free of the parachute. What a relief it was to get away from that chute. Bullets were singing over my head from machine guns and rifles, but it didn't bother me because at that point I didn't care. Shivering and gasping for air, the lieutenant rested for nearly 2 hours in the water. I was still panting, like a dog that had run for about 10 miles. Hardly any of the 508th sticks landed within the confines of Drop Zone N. Private Ed Bocafolli's B Company got scattered in an orchard. When he saw the green light, Bocafolli did not really jump out of the plane. I fell out. I slipped on vomit. Some guys were throwing up from nerves, and as we pivoted out, my feet went out from under me and I went upside down. Then as I'm coming down, I hear crackling through the air. Bullets were going through the parachute. I could hear crack, crack. When he landed, he was hung up on a tree about a foot off the ground. He quickly cut himself down from the tree and bolted for the cover of a nearby hedgerow. Like so many other paratroopers that night, Private Webster landed all alone in shallow water, far away from his drop zone, angry as could be at the Air Force for the whole debacle. Lost and lonely, wrestling with the greatest fear of my life, I stood bewildered in the middle of a vast lake and looked for help. He shivered and began to cry. A flare burst over the water several hundred yards away. I bowed my head and waited for bullets to hit me like a baseball bat, but there were no bullets. Relieved, Webster pulled himself together and tried to wade out of the swamp. He was hoping to find Hébert, his unit's objective, but he had no luck. He could not help feeling a great sense of disgust. Suddenly the whole thing struck me as ludicrous. All the preparation and briefings, all the maps and sand tables, and for what? Why had they bothered? For all the good they did, the Army might as well have yanked us out of a pub and dumped us off helter-skelter to find our own way to the Germans. Instead of a regiment of over 1,500 men carefully assembled on a well-defined drop zone, D-Day was one man alone in an old swamp that the Air Corps said didn't even exist. The angry clatter of a plan gone wrong filled the air. It is fair to say that thousands of other troopers felt the exact same way as Webster. Many of them blamed the Air Force for their predicament. In response to the flak, the pilots often took evasive action, negating the kind of jump conditions on which the paratroopers so heavily depended. Instead of jumping from the ideal height of 600 feet, from planes flying close to stall speed and in tight formations so that sticks could assemble quickly on the ground, the C-47 crews mostly dropped their troopers from low altitude at great speeds while carrying out evasive maneuvers. This meant that the paratroopers experienced a tremendous opening shock from the speed of the planes as their parachutes deployed, or that they descended from too high into water or enemy guns. A few troopers even got carelessly dropped into the ocean, where they drowned. Some got dropped from way too low. Their chutes barely had time to open before they hit the ground. Private Burgett, after landing safely from 300 feet, swore that he saw another plane disgorge its troopers from an even lower altitude with terrible consequences. I saw vague, shadowy figures plunging downward. Their chutes were pulling out of their pack trays and just starting to unfurl when they hit the ground. They made a sound like large, ripe pumpkins being thrown down to burst against the ground. Burgett blamed the pilot of the C-47 for this tragedy. "That son of a bitch of a pilot," I swore to myself. "He's hedgehopping and killing a bunch of troopers just to save his own ass. I hope he gets shot down in the channel and drowns real slow." Few paratroopers expressed sentiments so murderous against those who flew them into combat, but they did, in general, blame the Air Force for the busted night drop. This view has generally prevailed among D-Day historians, but perhaps it needs some revision. It is certainly true that the C-47 pilots defied strict orders to avoid evasive maneuvers, but the aviators were given these instructions as a result of the planners' belief that German flak batteries in Normandy had largely been destroyed in the weeks leading up to D-Day. The intelligence officers who briefed the troop carrier groups on the eve of D-Day sincerely believed that flak would not be an issue for their crews. In other words, they expected a smooth, orderly drop with little opposition. Instead, the exact opposite happened. The flak and machine gun fire arcing up from unseen positions all over Normandy proved to be accurate and devastating. In the face of that kind of deadly peril, could the flyers, mortal men after all, really have been expected to fly at low speed and low altitude in straight lines with no evasive maneuvers? They were flying very vulnerable aircraft. The C-47 was thin-skinned, slow, with no armor and no self-sealing fuel tanks. At the kind of altitude and speed necessary for an ideal drop, the C-47s made perfect targets for the thick enemy fire. The pilots of these planes did what any sane mortal men would have done in their place. They tried to avoid suicidal danger. Flying in a straight line through such deadly flak was the aviation equivalent of paratroopers making a frontal attack on an entrenched machine gun nest. To be sure, many of the pilots probably were thinking of their own safety first in taking evasive action, but in all likelihood many of them understood that their paratroopers would be just as dead if their plane blew up from flak as if the troopers were buffeted or scattered from a misdrop at undesirable altitudes and airspeed. In the desperation of the moment, they chose the better of two unpalatable options. The ultimate cause of this fiasco was not the cowardice of transport pilots, but intelligence and operational failures. Allied intelligence analysts chose to believe that they had destroyed German flak capacity in Normandy, a tragically erroneous assumption. As a result of that flawed assumption, they sent the vulnerable C-47s into enemy skies protected by fighter planes, but no pre-drop bombardment of enemy positions. They did this in the hopes of achieving surprise for the paratroopers on their drop. The Germans were certainly confused as to the objective and character of the airborne drops, but the paratroopers did not yield enough significant dividends from surprise to validate the strategy. Once planes disgorged their troopers, enemy gunners were alerted to their presence and began shooting at them. In retrospect, the airborne drop could have been better protected by more efficient use of strategic bombing forces in the hours leading up to the drop. If heavy bombers had preceded the airborne serials and dropped their ordnance on known flak or troop concentrations, they might have seriously reduced the amount of fire the C-47s took as they approached their drop zones, thus resulting in a smoother drop. But those planes could not be everywhere at once, and the planners earmarked most of them for use, ineffectively as it turned out, against beach targets ahead of the amphibious forces. The failure to use some of those planes to suppress German flak at Normandy was the real root cause of the misdrop, not cowardice or errors on the part of transport pilots. The gliders also experienced serious problems. 3 hours after the paratroopers jumped from their embattled C-47s, the tow planes and gliders of the 434th Troop Carrier Group flew inexorably toward landing zone E near Yeovil. They were at 600 feet now, preparing for the final approach to this landing zone that the 101st Airborne's Pathfinders had so competently marked. At the controls of the Fighting Falcon No. 2, the lead glider, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Murphy, a stunt flyer in his pre-war life, scanned the ground for landmarks. Murphy, the senior American glider pilot in Europe, had deep misgivings about this entire mission, mainly because there had been so many major changes in so short a period of time. Initially, he and his men were ordered to fly into Normandy at first light in British horses, He spent a considerable amount of time and effort training his people to fly in these unfamiliar wooden contraptions. Then, scarcely a week before D-Day, his orders changed. Now he and his men were to fly in Wagos at night. Frustrated and angry, Murphy protested this at a planning meeting of troop carrier and airborne commanders that included General Montgomery. The tiny enclosed fields of Normandy would make for a very difficult target at night. Murphy expected a 50% loss of men and materiel. Montgomery was unmoved. He stood up, slapped the table, and exclaimed, "We'll have to suffer it." In addition to this, someone had recently welded armor plating to the cargo compartment floor to protect Murphy's high-ranking passenger, Brigadier General Don Pratt, the deputy division commander of the 101st Airborne. Neither Pratt nor Murphy knew anything about this until it was too late. The Fighting Falcon No. 2 was carrying only Pratt, his aide, Murphy, his co-pilot, and Pratt's jeep, but the extra weight of the armor caused overload problems. It was like trying to fly a freight train, Murphy later commented. So the die was cast for Murphy and his aviators. Like so many other Americans on this night, they would simply have to make the best of a bad situation. Murphy kept alternating between keeping an eye on his tow plane and the ground. The moon was shining down through scattered clouds, and you could see the tree line and the shapes of the fields. All at once, German anti-aircraft batteries opened up. Murphy was transfixed by the colorful spectacle of enemy firepower. I remember watching the tracers making pretty patterns in the dark and thinking of fireworks. Occasionally a bullet would ricochet off the jeep or hit our wings. Not far off Murphy's right wing, Lieutenant Vic Warrener tried to hold his glider steady. He was carrying Captain Charles Van Gorder and Major Albert Crandall, along with their medical team and supplies. Warrener noticed fire on the ground. We could see several fires burning that we thought had been ignited by the Pathfinder crews. Wrong. They were bonfires built by the Germans on top of flak towers to help them stay warm on a chilly night. We encountered heavy machine gun fire. The fire was mostly inaccurate, but at one point, Warrener thought his glider had been hit. The controls suddenly were very stiff and unresponsive. Not to worry, his co-pilot had mistakenly taken the controls. He grinned sheepishly and let go of the wheel. Approximately 40 planes back in the formation, Lieutenant Erwin Morales fearfully watched the enemy tracers. Jesus, the flak and tracers became so thick that I don't know how the hell we got through it. Others, like Flight Officer Pete Buckley on the rear of the serial and Glider 50, had the same reaction. As he sat at the controls of his glider, he could feel the icy fingers of terror creeping up his spine. It looked like fluid streams of tracer bullets and explosions in every direction. It seemed so thick that I could not see how it would be possible to get through it unscathed. One feels completely alone up there while every German in Europe zeroes in on just you. Buckley pulled his arms in and his knees together. He wanted to make himself as small of a target as possible. He even squeezed the cheeks of his rear end as close together as possible. I probably could have cracked walnuts from the pressure I was exerting. Still the planes flew on, dodging the flak the best they could. Captain Van Gorder was struck by the cool resolve his pilot, Lieutenant Warrener, seemed to show in the face of such deadly peril. We held our course in the face of all this explosive activity, which I thought showed great bravery. At one time, a German 88mm gun fired almost straight up at us, just missing, but the blast sent our glider high in the air. Fortunately, we were pulled back in line by the tow rope. In the cramped compartment of a nearby glider, Lieutenant William Padrick, an artilleryman, peered through a window and saw the withering enemy fire. The whole spectacle looked like beautiful yet frightening orange balls of fire coming up through the air and arching off in a curve. He felt a keen sense of admiration for the C-47 pilots in the tow planes. Always the fire was directed at the tow ship ahead, with its exhausts belching bright blue flames. They had now flown through this fire for about 10 minutes, but it seemed like 10 hours. They had spread out into 2 columns and descended to about 400 feet. To everyone's immense relief, Lieutenant Colonel Murphy spotted the landing zone. He could see the green lights in a T formation that the Pathfinders had placed in the landing zone. he could also see some prominent geographic features. I spotted the railroad track that was only 1/2 mile from our field, so I said, "So long" to the tow plane, and away we went. The inside of the glider was noisy with the sound of the wind, but Murphy could hear German machine guns. He lined his glider up in the landing zone. The field was almost 1,000 feet long, but completely surrounded by 50-foot trees. It looked easy because a fully loaded Waco can be stopped in 200 feet. It was anything but easy. In fact, for most of the glider men, the danger was just beginning. Very few, if any, had been hit by the ground fire. The trees, ditches, and hedgerows of the landing zone, combined with wet grass, proved to be the greatest peril. Murphy set his glider down on the marked field, but thanks to the wet grass, he could not get his craft to stop. We slid for over 800 feet on the wet grass and smashed into trees at 50 miles an hour. The glider hit the trees with terrific force, emitting a sickening crunching sound as the frame crumpled. The crash actually shook the ground, too. Roughly 40 yards away, Lieutenant Warner struggled to land his glider safely. We actually brushed the tops of the trees as we went in. We touched down almost immediately, and I put the glider up on its skids and applied full brakes. Instead of slowing down, we were gaining speed. As we hurtled through a herd of terrorized dairy cattle, I could see the end of the field coming fast. Luckily, we slowed up enough so the crash was only minimal. A poplar tree tore through the cockpit right between Warner and his co-pilot, but only left a few scratches on Warner. When Flight Officer Buckley received the signal to cut loose, a green light shining in the astrodome of the tow plane, every fiber of his being wanted to stay put. I'm sure I wasn't the only one who felt this way on that night. It was dark, everything but the kitchen sink was coming up at us from the Germans below, and that tow rope was my umbilical cord. Buckley wanted to stay fastened to his tow plane, go back to England in safety, but he knew he couldn't. He released the tow rope, executed a 360-degree turn, and made his way through the darkness at close to stalling speed. The first few gliders had wiped out the taillights when they landed, so Buckley could not find the landing zone. I knew the ground was down there, but I couldn't see it, and all the time the flak and tracers are still coming up. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a field. With a prayer on my lips and a very tight pucker string, I straightened out my glide path and headed in. He landed smoothly and thought he was out of danger until suddenly there was a tremendous bone-jarring crash, accompanied by loud splintering and tearing noises. The glider had hit a deep ditch, probably dug by the Germans. The floor split open, and we skidded to a halt in a field on the other side. For a split second we sat in stunned silence. Buckley and the others breathed a sigh of relief. No one was hurt. They spent half an hour digging the glider's nose out of the mud so that they could extract the 57mm gun they were carrying. When they finished, a German flare went off, lighting up the whole area. Only now did Buckley's group see that they had landed right next to the glider that carried the jeep to transport their anti-tank gun. Perilous but fortunate landings were common. T5 Johnny Walker, a signalman, riding in a glider near Buckley's, also had a close call. Our glider brushed a tree top and slipped sharply into a small field. I held my breath and waited for the impending crash. As the pilot applied the brakes, the tail section rose sharply, threatening to slip over. Gradually it settled down as the glider came to a halt. Walker, like most of the other men of the Chicago mission, emerged unscathed. Murphy's group probably suffered the worst fate. When their Waco smashed into the tree, the force of the crash sent General Pratt's jeep careening forward. Pratt was sitting on a parachute, just in case the armor plating did not provide enough protection, in the front seat of the jeep. Pratt was not a tall man, but since he was sitting on the parachute, his head caught one of the upper girders, breaking his neck, killing him instantly. At the same time, the jeep rammed forward and crushed the co-pilot. Captain Van Gorder, safely evacuated from Warner's glider, could sense that Murphy and the others had to be in bad shape. Van Gorder saw German tanks on the other side of a hedgerow, but the presence of the enemy did not deter him from rushing to Murphy's glider. The general's aide, Lieutenant John L. May, had somehow emerged from the crash uninjured. He had set up a security detachment of troopers around the glider, but had not gone in. Van Gorder found Murphy lying a short distance from the glider, and the colonel was in bad shape. Murphy would have been crushed by the Jeep, like his co-pilot, except that he had been thrown sideways, partially out the window. My body up to the belt was outside the glider, with my legs still tangled in the twisted steel tubing, Murphy recalled. When I let myself down to the ground, I just fell because my legs were broken. Van Gorder examined him and saw that he had compound fractures of the femur in both legs. At first, the doctor doubted he would survive, but somehow he managed to stabilize him, and Murphy lived. A few minutes later, Van Gorder investigated the glider to make sure Pratt and the co-pilot were dead. I found the general sitting in the front seat of his Jeep, with his head bent forward on his chest and no pulse. The co-pilot registered no pulse either. He had taken the brunt of the force in his position. Pratt was the first general on either side to die in the Battle of Normandy. A few of the gliders went way off course, landing far behind German lines. One of them was piloted by Lieutenant Morales, who had made the solemn pact with his co-pilot, Lieutenant Ahmad. They ended up in a swamp 7 miles south of Carentan. Morales, Ahmad, and their glider soldiers hooked up with an isolated band of paratroopers and fought a hopeless battle against superior forces. During the fight, Morales and Ahmad got separated. The last time Morales saw his friend, he was manning a position with several paratroopers. Morales was able to find a boat and paddle it through the swamps around Carentan until he found friendly forces. Ahmad was never seen again, but Morales found his grave near Carentan after the war. Morales could never bring himself to visit Ahmad's parents. A glider piloted by Flight Officer Alfred Sappa also landed near Carentan, in a water-filled ditch that the Germans had probably dug to snare gliders. The landing was a bit rough, but no one was hurt. Sappa and the others got out of the glider and started to move as far away from it as possible. We crossed the ditch and came to a stop about 150 to 200 feet from the ditch. We received a lot of small arms fire. German soldiers were dug in on one side of the ditch. We came to a stop on the other side. Many were killed by rifle and mortar fire. My co-pilot was wounded pretty badly. I, too, was wounded, but could navigate. We fought off the Germans until we were overrun by them, and what was left of us was taken prisoner. They moved him to Saint-Lô, then to Alençon, and eventually to Germany, where he spent the rest of the war. In all, only 6 gliders of the Chicago mission landed in the proper area, landing zone E, where Murphy and Warrener set down. Most of the others landed in various fields within a half-mile of landing zone E. They suffered 29 casualties, but provided 6 anti-tank guns, along with much-needed vehicles and communications equipment, to the 101st Airborne Division by late morning on D-Day. Approximately 1 hour behind the Chicago mission, the serial carrying the 82nd Airborne's glider reinforcements, codenamed the Detroit Mission, made landfall on the western coast of the Cotentin. This serial consisted of 52 Wacos and their tow planes. The Wacos carried 16 anti-tank guns, 22 jeeps, and 10 tons of supplies. They were supposed to land just northwest of Saint-Mère-Église in the drop zone of the 505th Parachute Infantry. However, cloud cover, along with enemy fire, dispersed the formation into individual groups of planes clinging together, with pilots frantically searching for drop zones in the murky grayness below. Most of the gliders cut loose over the wrong place. Some disappeared forever. The majority ended up scattered anywhere from the Merderet River to the environs of Saint-Mère-Église. All semblance of order disappeared. What had once been a cohesive formation degenerated into an aerial mob of tow planes searching the clouds for an opening. In one of those planes, Second Lieutenant Richard Dennison, a navigator in the 437th Troop Carrier Group, saw his pilot flash the green Astrodome light back to the glider pilot, telling him that he was to cut off. Our pilot chose not to do so, and from what we could see below us, I would certainly not blame him for not wanting to cut off. The flak was coming up. For every tracer that came by, we knew that there was a large bunch of bullets, shells, going by that we did not see. Dennison's C-47 pilot made a 360-degree turn at low speed, low altitude, and approached the same area again. Dennison knew that time was running out. The glider had to cast free. This time he had no choice, for if he had not cut off from the tow plane, we would disconnect him from it. The glider pilot simply knew he had no choice, He cut off. This was in the vicinity of Sainte-Mère-Église. Dennison's crew had no time to watch their glider descend. The pilot increased their speed to 220 miles per hour, descended to the deck, and zoomed for the channel. A tree loomed up ahead of us, and I yelled so loud, "Watch out for the tree!" that I was hoarse all the way back to England. Flight Officer John Lang, a glider pilot in the 437th, cast free of his tow plane somewhere over the Carentan-Cherbourg Railroad, just east of the Mer de Ré. His glider was carrying white phosphorus shells, along with his co-pilot and 6 infantrymen. Lang glided as slowly as he could, until he saw a field that he figured was about 600 feet long. He could see trees around the field and a ditch fence row bordering one side. He just did make it over the trees and set the aircraft down slow enough so that I didn't have to put the glider on a skid, and we coasted to the ditch fence row on the other side of the field. He and the other men unloaded their cargo and eventually met up with a group of 82nd Airborne troopers. Vic Allegretti was part of a 57mm gun crew. As his glider cut loose, all was quiet for a moment. Then he and his buddies heard ground fire and whooshing wind. We were all quiet and sweating. We just missed a large bridge over the Mer de Ré River, probably La Fière. The pilot did his very best as he made a complete circle to slow down and land wherever he could. There was no such thing as the right place. They landed fairly softly. When daybreak came, we could see we had been very lucky. The next field over was mined. Germans were all around us, but none of us were injured. We took the gun and jeep out immediately, up at a crossroads. Around us lay a lot of dead cows, very smelly, plenty of mortar and machine gun fire. Also, there were some bodies of paratroopers and glidermen who crashed into trees and hedgerows. The medics were very busy. In the 82nd Airborne's Detroit mission on D-Day morning, 22 of the gliders were destroyed, mostly by hedgerows, swamps, or trees, not ground fire. Only a dozen did not suffer some sort of significant damage. 3 men were killed and 23 wounded. Half the jeeps were destroyed or could not be extracted from wrecked, swamped gliders. 8 of the anti-tank guns survived to influence the fighting along the Mer de Ré and in the Sainte-Mère-Église area. The glider landings were, to be sure, a dangerous fiasco, but they helped provide the lightly armored paratroopers with some measure of fire support, mobility, and resupply on a day when they would badly need it.